Sunday and a very happy Mother's Day to all of the moms and mother figures out there. We appreciate you tuning in and spending part of your Mother's Day here with us. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal. Very happy to be with you on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Thankfully, we were very lucky with the weather yesterday. Far less rain than was originally anticipated. So here in New York, we're fast and firm. We also have live racing from Monmouth Park today as well. And again, wishing you a very happy Mother's Day. However you might be celebrating, hopefully you're coming out to spend part of that at the track with us. Happy to welcome in my co-host here today, Andy Serling. Andy, nice to see you. And I'm sure you called your mom this morning.
I did. My mom is hampered. She has the same situation that, like, people have their birthday right before Christmas or a holiday. My mom's birthday's last week, so the whole house is filled with flowers from people for last week. So nobody sends her flowers for Mother's Day because it's already so many there. But yes, I did wish her happy Mother's Day and a happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there as well. My
childhood best friend, her birthday is on Christmas. And when we were kids, she would be so upset if she got a gift for birthday and Christmas together.
I understand why. Well, I think Dave O'Rourke's birthday, is either the 24th. I think it's the day before. I think
she would do the half birthday celebration.
Yeah, I get that. It's a little weird.
Let's take a look at today's feature on the card. It is race 7 here in New York. An allowance going 1 mile on the main track. One scratch, 8 to 5 on the morning line with I'm Ready to Go. But we'll take a look at the horse on the rail, Bold Strength, who has run some fast races, has a little bit more seasoning as well, and finished second behind a good one in incentive pay last time out.
He ran a winning race, just incentive pay was too good for him. And incentive pay even got left in this race and still won. But he really ran very well. The problem with him is he's kind of the last time was the time. You know, he was a big price that day, and now he's going to be a much shorter price. He's a player in here, but he's not going to be favored. And I'm going to implore Chad Brown to find a way to run I'm Ready to Go at Monmouth, because shouldn't Matt Dinnerman get some opportunity to call I'm Ready to Go?
That is
so
true.
I mean, it's like that horse was named for Matt. I think he's got to get that horse. I know he's not shipping him to Oaklawn, so he's got to get him to Monmouth, just for Matt.
I didn't even think about that, but it would be perfect. It really would be. That is a perfect transition into our Monmouth coverage as well, as they're expecting a big crowd for Mother's Day on track today. Andy was up all night working on this sandcastle. You did a beautiful job.
To be fair, and I appreciate that, LaDuca helped a little bit. Yeah, just a little, not as much as I did, but yeah, it's a big work, and I appreciate you noticing that, Acacia. It was nice.
It came out nice. I know it took a lot of effort. The feature today is the Long Branch. It'll be early. A compact field, but a couple of big chances as well. We'll see how that does add to this year's 3-year-old picture as we welcome in Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess. Guys, I know they're expecting a big crowd on site today at Monmouth. I'm sure the atmosphere is buzzing, and of course looking forward to that Long Branch in a little bit.
Yeah, an absolutely beautiful day out here. Thank you, Acacia, and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. As Megan and I reiterate that to everybody out there. But yeah, it's going to be about 70 some odd degrees, about 75 degrees. Joey, our camera guy, with a great shot of the sandcastle. I want to say it took 732 hours to finish.
And I helped too, by the way. So just so you were curious.
By the way, we got the Long Branch today. Like you guys said, only a 4-horse field, but the outside 2 runners look very intriguing with Brooklyn and Hedge Ratio. We'll take a look at Hedge Ratio last time. Giant number for this effort, Megan.
This was huge. And also a horse in Chad Brown where was kind of struggling to find his identity. They had cut him back and then wasn't quite sure that was what he ultimately wanted to do, and just resorting to some of Maggie's commentary about how this horse's frame lended itself to more distance. And last time out was certainly his coming out party at that mile. A very fast race with 100 Beyer speed figure. We'll see if he can back it up. It's just a 4-horse field. He shouldn't be too far away from the main pace setter, which looks to be Brooklyn, went now with the scratch of Red Zone Runner.
You never know how a horse is going to react after that big of an effort, but when they run 100 Beyer, there's obviously some talent. Here's a Rudy Brissett runner, a horse that competed in the Sunland Derby, ran well. Meanwhile, so far, his last 3 races have been very good, and he didn't disgrace himself at on the Arkansas Derby, but this was his run in an optional claimer where he was very good.
He was. And when speaking with Rudy Brisset about this horse, he admitted that perhaps the distance test in the Arkansas Derby was too much too soon. He does find that this horse likely needs to be incrementally brought along, as there are loose plans for him to participate in that Grade 1 Haskell later on in the summer, and then bringing Brickland to Monmouth is ultimately a test to see if he will, in fact, handle this surface. But again, as I mentioned, he will be loose on the front end with no other than a dangerous weapon, Paco Lopez, in the irons.
Yeah, I mean, listen, yesterday, guys, we had 8 races. Paco Lopez won 3. Sammy Marin won 4. And coming into this race, they were basically A and B, so we'll see how it turns out. But a 4-horse field in the Long Branch, but actually a very good card today. Like we said, beautiful out, Acacia. And we'll get back to you a 5-pack in race 1.
Look forward to hearing your thoughts for the openers shortly. Paul and Megan, thank you very much. As I said yesterday, Paco Lopez, Sammy Marin dominating the card and looking like that's going to be the shape of things to come for the Monmouth meet.
Yeah, I like to tease you about Sammy because people know Acacia has an enormous crush on Sammy Marin. We all tease her about it in the office.
I think he's
but
a good rider.
He is. I tease you because I like Sammy too. I think he's a very, very good rider. Obviously, Paco Lopez has the experience, but I think Sam Marin's a guy we're going to hear from for a long time. He can ride.
Yeah, leading rider down at Tampa Bay Downs throughout the winter and taking a show on the road, spending the season at Monmouth Park. Here's what's coming up on today's card. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. 9-race card here in New York. 8 races, including the Long Branch at Monmouth. We're on FS1 right now. Do note we switch over to FS2 at 1:30. Special. Then Andy going to be hosting alongside Ray Handel.
I'm going to be hosting Ray, and then the MIG.
Yeah.
And you're coming. I'm going to be with the MIG for a half hour, and then you and the MIG will be on for the last couple
rotating
hours.
desk.
Yes.
Yeah, forget the return of the Mac. It's the return of the MIG.
I'm excited for the return of Richie.
Bet anywhere, any track, any time with Naira bets, including the Preakness Stakes. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code PREAK25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com to get started. We'll also recap what took place yesterday. We had 4 stakes on the program, including the local prep for the Belmont Stakes and the Peter Pan. Growth Equity victorious, but maybe Belmont Stakes may not be next in his future. We'll talk about the impressive performance, though, in his first graded stakes win after this. About 3 weeks away to the final jewel of the Triple Crown. 4 weeks, I should say. We're 1 week from the Preakness. Of course, tickets on sale now for the Belmont Stakes, the final Belmont Stakes to be run at Saratoga. Check out belmontstakes.com/tickets. Should be a sensational field. Looks like we'll have a rematch of the top 2 finishers from the Kentucky Derby and a jam-packed card. The undercard should be sensational.
And I was reading that Mark Ladd is now talking about bringing So Happy. I think he should bring them. It'll be a great undercard. It's a great week of racing. A lot of fun. I like that commercial that we shot, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's really good. It's new this week, I think.
Yes, yeah, I haven't seen it before. I love that. Saratoga Belmont Stakes is special. Of course, we can't wait for the Belmont to go back to its rightful home at the new Belmont Park, but this will be your last opportunity to experience it. We hope you'll join us.
And I hear you're having a raffle. You're going to offer an extra room in your apartment. Somebody can stay with you and Miguel for the week
if they
want.
Air mattress.
there you go. Who wouldn't want to sign up for that? I think we'd have
my guest bedroom is already spoken for.
That might be the big. Maybe we raffle that off here, like the last day before we go up there. Spend the week with Miguel and Acacia.
You have to sleep on the floor in the air mattress with our cat.
Do they have to go to hot yoga with you, Mitch, and me?
Yes. Yeah, we're creating a hot yoga party. I'm never going to be able to show my face there again.
Mitch and I are going to ruin your life by going to hot yoga one day. It'll be over.
Yes.
You'll be ostracized from hot yoga.
Yesterday in the Peter Pan, Growth Equity took a lot of money. Talk to Me Jimmy, I thought ran very well, kind of getting back to one of his better races. But Growth Equity, the one that was able to step up into his first graded stake and make that a victory.
I agree. I think Talk to Me Jimmy's not going to get any credit because he lost, and I agree with you. He ran well. And so did Growth Equity. I mean, you're talking about a horse who made his 4th career start. He's coming off a maiden win. He improved his Beyer in that win to I guess he got an 89. This was a 93. It was the only route race that day, to be fair, but I think the figures come into line with some of the other horses in there. I don't know. Does he really look like a horse that wants 1.25 miles? Is he a horse that you'll be better off turning back a little bit towards a mile or even 7 furlongs? It's his 4th start. I mean, these horses are so lightly raced, it's hard to know who they are, and that's a pretty good effort for a horse just making his 4th start.
Yeah, he was impressive and getting that graded stakes win as we welcome in Richard Migliore with us. Richie, so wonderful to see you back in New York. We're thrilled to have you here. Very curious to get your take on what took place in yesterday's Peter Pan.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. It's so good to be back. No place like home, that is for certain. Listen, you got to like Growth Equity. I mean, the fact that he's taken a step forward in every one of his starts, and he stretched out successfully to 1 mile and a furlong, around 2 turns, got his best Beyer figure. I love when horses progress in this fashion, right? It's a kind of a steady evolution of their talents as opposed to some big, enormous leap forward and then they regress or they flatten out. This is a horse that just keeps continually improving. I like the fact that he came home in less than 13 seconds his last 1/8 of a mile and only his 4th start going 1 mile and 8. There's a lot to like, and obviously very, very strong connections who know how to campaign a horse properly.
Perfect for that. Richie, thank you. I look forward to hearing Richie's insight throughout the afternoon. Always brings so much. And of course, from a jockey that's been there, done that, we love hearing his thoughts as far as Growth Equity is concerned. Andy, I interviewed Chad Brown after the race yesterday and asked about the Belmont Stakes, and he kind of was not really gung-ho to go there. He mentioned kind of staying at the 1 1/8 or even a little bit less ground.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful sometimes with these horses of asking too much of them too early. So often it's hard sometimes to resist. Now, I also think it probably makes it easier that he has Emerging Market as a very likely Belmont Stakes starter and a horse that ran fine in the Derby, was probably too close to the pace. It was just his 3rd career start. So it's a little easier to look at that and say, well, I've got a better one in my barn to run. It doesn't mean you wouldn't want to run 2. There's no reason you wouldn't want to have extras. Just not sure it's in the best interest of him going forward to make his 5th start in the Belmont. But you know what? He and Seth Klarman will discuss it, and they'll figure out what's best.
Yeah, you mentioned the importance of the patience that they've shown with this horse, giving him some time to come to hand. And won 2 races in a row, including his first graded stake. And so just kind of showing that given a little bit of time to mature has made a difference.
Yeah, and I think, something you're acutely aware of because of your husband training and spending so much time with him and owners. The owners that are patient and let their trainers make the decisions are the ones that ultimately have the most success. If you have the confidence to give a horse to a trainer, you should also have the confidence in doing what they tell you to do. If you don't like their decisions, find a different trainer. But if you're going to stick with somebody, let them make the calls. You can have, certainly an owner should have some input, but ultimately, let your trainers, if your trainer's against something, let it go.
So we'll see what the future does hold for Growth Equity, but a nice graded stakes victory yesterday. We'll take a look at the field for the Preakness, or potential field for Preakness 151. Chad Brown could be sending out Iron Honor as well, who we saw coming off of that Wood Memorial finish. Pointing there instead, a horse who could likely be favored should he run is Silent Tactic, who we saw in the Arkansas Derby. He missed the Kentucky Derby with a foot bruise. He worked the other day. Mark Cassidy said most likely going to the Preakness after that. And we'll see. He is a closer in a race that looks like there's a lot of pace.
And there's some talk because Irad was going to ride him, and
Yes.
now it appears he's riding Talkin', so there is some talk. We'll see what happens. But listen, first of all, finishing second to Renegade is no disgrace. He ran well in his races down at Oaklawn. But you are talking about a horse that missed the Derby with an issue. Now it's 2 weeks later. So we'll see if he runs. But I will say, it's hard not to look at this race and be more interested in closers than speed, because it is setting up to have quite a pace in here. And you do wonder if Golden Tempo would have been perfectly suited for this Preakness, where he would have been favored.
Yeah, kind of a shame we don't get to see him in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, but shaping up to actually be a big and contentious field in this year's Preakness.
I agree. You know, I think it's shaping up to be a really fun race. People can say, well, it lacks some of the star power the Derby had. Yeah, all those stars basically failed to
Right.
show up. I mean, to be fair, Renegade ran well, Chief Wallaby ran well, but it was a Derby that had so much promise going into it, and I don't mean this as any criticism of the horses that ran well. You come out of it feeling like, geez, I thought that was going to be a stronger Derby, a 95 buyer, not a particularly strong race no matter what figures you're looking at. So this 3-year-old crop is wide open, and a horse
Very.
could emerge out of the Preakness with a big effort, and I think we're going to see some really good 3-year-old racing going forward. Maybe the Derby not as impressive as we had expected going in, but maybe just wrong with that opinion.
There's still some big 3-year-old races to come. Of course, we have the Preakness and the Belmont. We're looking ahead to the Travers. You'll have the Naira Betts Haskell at Monmouth this
Dandy.
summer as well, the Jim Dandy. There's plenty of time to sort out this 3-year-old picture.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, listen, let's be fair. The Derby winner is always going to be the leader division. He should be right now, but we're a long way from getting there.
Let's meet the field for the opener at Monmouth, sprinting on the main track, beginning with the number 1, Sebastian the First.
Yeah, the race really changed a little bit with the 3 coming out who had a lot of speed. Now, I think he can be a bit forward. That can help him.
There is Azteca Warrior. Sammy Marin going to be aboard this Archibred.
Wayne Potts takes over Dan Ward, who I believe went to go work for Bob Baffert. Looks like the controlling speed now.
Z Storm is coming.
Well, the Storm may be coming, but I don't think this is the one who's going to be the Storm.
There's the 5, Mambrino.
Yeah, another one for Wayne Potts, taking over the training of this one that last landed Oaklawn. Certainly has back figs.
And the current 4-5 favorite for the potent duo of Kelly Breen and Paco Lopez, Admiral Mo.
Well, I mean, the concern is he's a horse that had a voided claim 4 months ago down at Gulfstream for 8,000, is in for 20. But from a feed figure standpoint, he towers over the field. The interesting thing is, and I'm curious to hear what Meg and Paulie think, this horse has no speed, and even Paco's going to have trouble getting this horse really into the race.
I imagine Paco will do his figure 8s, warm this one up well as he always does. Great to see families on track there at Monmouth. Looking like they're having a great Sunday afternoon. Best seat in the house right there.
It is nice to see the kids there and the families. You always hope that Mother's Day and Father's Day are nice days, especially because they're always big crowded days with families coming to the track.
Oh, so great to see. 4-5, though, on Admiral Mo as we check in with Paulie and Megan. As Andy touched on, guys, how does the pace materialize in this opener?
Well, that's a good question. You know, Megan and I have been talking about it, and we'll start with the outside horse, Admiral Mo. We have a little bit of his last race, I think, last time, where he just got beat. There is a little bit of a worry. It was an $8,000 race. The horse got voided a claim, like Andy was mentioning.
That was actually the number 6, I believe. But the number 2, Azteca Warrior, you were on the right track, though, as far as the pace, as with Sammy Marin aboard. As we take a look at, this is actually the replay for the outside runner. I believe the outside runner, yes, we're all turned around here, but the outside runner, Admiral Mo, I do find, as you know, Andy kind of alluded to with his speed, last time out he was a little bit more tactical there on January the 23rd, and he looks incredibly strong off the bench. Now, I understand that qualms with the fact that he was the voided claim got the time away. Asked Paco when touching base with him in the paddock, is the move going to just be to get aggressive with him? And he nodded and smiled, as he does in Paco fashion. So I'd imagine he's going to be forwardly placed and sent out of there because he does have some speed, as he showed on debut. And then, of course, last time out was a bit more tactical.
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously a big scratch in here of the 3 who was going to show a lot of pace in here. I landed on the 2. in Azteca Warrior. I'm a little bit worried that this horse isn't getting bet the way I thought. Now, this is a Brad's Equine Adventure horse going from Dan Ward to Wayne Potts. Talk to Wayne. He's got all the Brad's Equine Adventure horses, about 8 of them. We know that Dan Ward, now the assistant trainer for Bob Baffert. Did you think this horse would get bet a little more?
I did, but he is an Arkansas bred, and I've been able to watch his races down in Arkansas. I just wasn't impressed with his last race. There were no next out winners from 5 to come back, and I understand the figure makes him incredibly tough. This is a much different group, smaller, compact. He's likely the fastest out of there, so he just gets a completely different complexion of a race. I still don't love him, as I've bet him multiple times at Oaklawn, and he just always seemed to kind of flatten out. But here at the 6 furlongs, that's why I kind of lean towards the cutback angle of the number 6, Admiral Mo, and I found he looked great physically in the paddock.
And, you know, one more horse we'll talk about, the 5 in here. You've got to see this horse a little bit, Mambrino for Wayne Potts, another one going into his barn for the first time. Joe Irace, actually a former councilman here at Oceanport, New Jersey, a big horse racing fan. 6-1, would you bite it all?
Again, last time out, he was disappointing there at Oaklawn Park. 4 12-5 non-winners of 3 lifetime. There is a late scratch ahead. Number 4, Z Storm is coming. Will be scratched. It will be a vet scratch here on the racetrack, taking precaution there, up there at 8-1, Paul.
Yeah, Matt Dinnerman taking you through all the variables that go on with a horse getting scratched. You go probably to the outside horse here at 3-5, and you know what? In the fixed odds out here in Jersey, you can get fixed odds on horses, and it gives you a real barometer on what the horses are going to go off at. We'll see if that mixes up a little bit, but it looks like the 6 horse is going to be in the 2-5, somewhere in that area. And it looks like the 2 is going to be around 5-2. Does this change anything?
I will say, while he's definitely not as fast as the number 2 or even the number 6, who at 1-2 is just getting a little bit too short for my liking, I agree with you. I thought perhaps the 2 is taking some money, though, there. The number 4 had a little bit of pace going through his races, but again, needed to get much faster to meet some of these at their better efforts.
Yeah, we're not giving you much, Keisha, here at 2-5. I kind of get it. If you want to use somebody else, I would use the 2, but we'll see what happens in race number 1.
2-5 short price on Admiral Mo. Polly and Meg, thank you. As we did have that late scratch of the number 4, Z-Storm is coming. They are making their way back towards the starting gate. Did you see an alternative to the favorite?
Yeah, I agree with Paulie. The alternate's the 2, who's
Yep.
got speed and his last race is fast enough to compete. The other problem with Admiral Mo, and his merits are obvious. Why did this horse get dumped in for $28,000 early in that Gulfstream championship meet, running the kind of figs he was running? He was fast enough to compete at a higher level, so you already had that sort of suspect drop, then a loss at a short price, and then a void, an extended layoff. So he's a little bit dicey for a 2-5 shot.
Now, some real questions to answer at a short price, but the opener coming up on Mother's Day from Monmouth Park, non-winners of 3 in life. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
8 races today. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Mother's Day 2026. Sebastian the First, a little bit of a stumble for that one out of the gate, is towards the back of the field as Tekka Warrior on the lead. Admiral Mo right there pressing from the outside. Mambrino in the 3rd position. Sebastian the First down on the inside, down the back stretch. As Tekka Warrior off the rail, loose reined here by Samuel Marin, is on the lead a neck from Admiral Mo, pressing hard with a half mile to go. They've pulled 3 clear of Sebastian the First and Mambrino to the outside as they charge into the far turn. 2 runners sparring on the lead, the 2 favorites. It's been a match race since the gates open, and Admiral Mo going to the front, easily passing Azteca Warrior under some pressure on the inside, trying to stick to him. Gap of 4, Sebastian the First, Mambrino trying to get underway, and both runners are gaining ground on Azteca Warrior. Let's see what Admiral Mo has for the final furlong run. He comes off the turn in front. Sebastian the First, Mambrino into 2nd. Sebastian the First is 3rd with 1 furlong to go, and Admiral Mo kicks away again. Admiral Mo with a big burst of energy as he opens up to a 5-length lead, and this race is over. Admiral Mo, Paco Lopez for the Kelly Breen barn cruising in. Sebastian the First gets up for 2nd, Mambrino 3rd, Azteca Warrior 4th.
Well, he might have had some questions, but he answered them today. Admiral Mo delivers at a very short price in the opener. Paco Lopez picks up his first on the day.
You know, you watch Paco getting this horse forward, that first race yesterday, getting a horse with no speed forward. You watch Flavien Prat getting horses forward, and you ask yourself, why so many riders settle for just sort of dropping back with horses? And Paco rode a horse who was a very short price, like he was riding the best horse. And that's the way you're supposed to ride the best horse. As it turned out, the 2 was completely uncompetitive, and this horse ran well. You think he was claimed?
I would be surprised.
Yeah, you know, he ran for 8, the whole thing. He does look a little bit dicey for a horse to be claimed. It'll be interesting to see if, in fact, he was.
Yeah. 6-1, 5-2 in the opener at Monmouth. We turn our attention over to New York. Time for the opener here as you have some firsters and some horses with experience for these New York breds to kick off the day. There's the current favorite, Hurricane Kaz, who has experience. In fact, faced Stakes Company last time in the Mind Your Biscuits. The Sunday opener from the Big A coming up after this.
Starting it up into number Surfing Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And I'm certain that you could still bet on Naira Bets in Central Park.
I have bet on Naira Bets in Central Park. There's probably most of Manhattan has been covered, as well as a lot of the Northeast and other parts of the country, and Jamaica as well, using Naira Bets.
That's right.
You've seen me struggling to find a signal when we're down in Jamaica.
We found it, though.
Yes, we did, unfortunately.
There are the horses in the paddock for the opener. New York bred maiden special weight to kick things off as we welcome in Richie in the paddock. Richie, a couple of first-time starters taking some attention here.
Yeah, they're certainly taking some money. And just to follow up on it, guys, I actually got a bet in from a high peak in the Catskills on Giant Ledge. I still can't believe I got service there. And the horse won, which made it even better. Let's start on the inside with the first-time starter, Blue Roof Bow. Jeremiah Englehart, so proficient with first-time starters. Horse looks very fit. Like the work pattern coming in. May 19th, May 26th, April 19th, April 26th, May 3rd. I like to see those steady spacings between works. This tells you the horse is doing well and is healthy, looks fit for the first start, the son of Bo Liam. The 4-horse Prospector, this is a horse that's kind of getting a complete makeover, right? First time against New York breds, cutting back in distance, first time gelding, second time Lasix, and I just think the change in competition is going to help this horse immensely. First time against New York breds. Think about 1,100 New York breds a year fold as opposed to about 20,000 nationally. Just shrinks the gene pool quite a bit. Horse looks great. He's got his Florida tan going on coming out of South Florida for Safi Joseph. The 6, Hurricane Kaz, dropping out of a much tougher spot in the restricted Mind Your Biscuits. Certainly a player here, has speed, picks up Jamie Rodriguez. Certainly a major player. And then the 7, Boss of Everything from the Jimmy Bond barn, just looks really fit, looks good, very well turned out. Looks like very intelligent kind of horse, the son of Looking at Lucky. Just kind of smart, taking everything in. Things can change when they hit the track, when they get with the pony, but right now, everybody really acting extremely well and very classy here in the paddock, Acacia.
Always good to hear. Richie, thank you. We have a pick 5 kicking off here as well. Currently, Hurricane Kaz, the favorite. Well, continuing, though, what happened yesterday with a little bit of our recap in the Ruffian for the fillies and mares. Irish Maxima was on a take no prisoners mission, and it turned out to be the exact right move by Frankie Pennington.
And shouldn't the Ruffian be won by a horse that takes no prisoners on the front end, considering the racehorse that she was? I agree. I love this ride by Frankie Pennington. You're riding a speed horse, you take control of the race. You play come and catch me, and she got so far in front of the field that even though she basically walked the last eighth of a mile, and probably 6 to 7 is best for her, didn't matter. She was so far in front of these. She got a 90 buyer figure getting it done, a good ride. Nice performance by the runner-up as well. The first and second choices, a little bit disappointing. Inefficiency ran okay, but not great. Eudaimonia nowhere in there. But Irish Maxima, a good call by Maggie, who liked this horse yesterday. A generous price as well if you liked her.
Cassiar was the one that ran on to be second for Shug McGahee, but no doubt about the winner, Irish Maxima with the victory. Richie, we'll bring you into this conversation. When Andy and I were covering this race yesterday, he said, I wish the MIG was here because he'd really appreciate this ride.
Well, I did appreciate the ride, Andy. You're right. I just don't believe in holding up speed horses, waiting for the closers to be within close proximity. I just never understood it. Never made sense to me your strategy is to outclose a closer. I want to put separation. And even though it got desperate late, Irish Maxima had built an insurmountable lead. And that's what you want to do at speed. Make them come off the bridle and chase you. Cassier ran on, but don't you think if Cassier wasn't as far back because Irish Maxima was being raided into submission, she might have run her down. I just don't think these horses like this are going to finish. They need to get away from horses and take it to them and play to their strength.
Flash. Richie, thank you. Couldn't agree more. Irish Maxima, congratulations to the connections with the win yesterday. She was able to seal the deal going the mile, but I agree, probably a little bit shorter, more in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, but as you point, what is she, 12 for 19 now, lifetime? It's, the value of speed in this game. Isn't she a great example of the value of speed?
She is, yeah.
Was that even including yesterday or going into?
That's with yesterday, 11 for 18.
Amazing.
Pretty impressive record for sure. Horses got the call for riders up in the opener here. New York bred maiden special weight to kick off our Sunday card at the Big A. Right now it is Hurricane Kaz that is the favorite, as we'll meet the field beginning with first-time starter Blue Roof Bow.
Jeremiah Engelhard is a very, very dangerous trainer with first-time starters, and Blue Roof Bow has taken a lot of money to start.
Son of Bo Liam, as you would anticipate. There's Roccolino debuting for Lolita Schiff-Mongol.
Yeah, we'll see. Like those Bustin' Stones. No, Richie likes them. We'll see. A big price. Actually, wait a sec. Starts taking a lot of money for a first or for Lolita.
7-1. There's Prospector cutting back.
Yeah, I went to the horses.
Bye for now. I'm sorry. Bye for now.
Yeah,
first.
Well, we got to say something nice because Ray's going to be on later. We always wish him the best of luck.
Yeah, you have to sit with Ray for sure. There is Prospector who cuts back in distance.
He has to sit with me as well. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the ones with experience.
Hurricane Kaz has that experience, comes out of Stakes Company.
Yeah, I like this horse. He had no chance against that field last time, involved in a quick pace, going 7. The next 2 back, his race 3 back, I think would win here.
and another firster, Boss of Everything.
Going out for Jimmy Bond. This one, the biggest price on the board right now.
You can bet at least $100 each on Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park, and in doing so, earn a $20 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in at NyraBets.com. Always all kinds of great promos going on over there, so be sure to opt in and take advantage. Let's go back to Hurricane Kaz. I know you had interest in this one, Andy, as he faced just a much, much tougher field last time out and gets back to a logical spot today.
I mean, Skolko's Folly is an extraordinarily talented sprinter. Ilmatic, who's coming back here on Friday, is a good horse as well. Time before that was involved in a quick pace. I actually thought it ran pretty well to be third with a 67 buyer, and I think the repeat of that effort would make him tough here. But this effort on January 3rd, he ran a race that would make him very, very hard to beat. Now, I thought you made a valid point to me earlier when we were talking about this race, and that he's had a lot of chances. And you're absolutely right about that. But the one thing I would say about him is that the light really went on in this race.
Yeah,
it was his 5th start when he turned things around. So I think if you look at his career as his last 3 races and then 4 races that don't really resemble those 3 races, it makes him look a little more palatable for a horse who's had a lot of chances.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups on track. Let's get back to Richie.
Yeah, let's go back to the inside with the 1-horse Blue Roof Bow. Well turned out, like we talked about. Jeremiah Englehart, always good with first-time starters. Guy looked a little bit moony, like a little bit moon-eyed, if you will, a little bit sleepy, kind of checking things out. Now, that's one of the reasons why we warm up, kind of get them focused, get them settled in. And this horse is taking meaningful money at 5-2. I just would have liked to have seen him jump in the bridle a touch more when he left here. The 2-horse, Roccolino, first-time starter from Lolita Schmengel, is taking money, drifted to 7-1 now. But this horse is very, very small. Now, that doesn't mean that she can't run, but, you know, Bustin' Stones was on the small side as well, and he certainly could run. And, you know, small thing, what do they say? Good things come in small packages. But, boy, she's really, really on the small side. I'm going to look elsewhere as now she has drifted up to 9-1. And then the 4-horse Prospector, this will be my top selection. I just think this horse getting with New York breds for the first time gelding, coming out of South Florida, just making a really nice physical impression. And I just thought this horse made a lot of sense getting to the state bred competition for the first time.
Facing his friends, so to speak. Richie, thank you. Prospector coming in, new face from Gulfstream. And as Richie pointed out, sometimes that is a key, getting in against state-bred company for the first time. And, you know, sometimes you look at other tracks and you see New York breds and you say, what are you doing here? Well,
I mean, Canaletto, who ran a very good race in his second start in the Sam Davis, was injured afterwards, lost money, came back and duplicated his buyer figure. Autobahn came back and won his next start. He ran, was it in the Arkansas Derby? I know he ran in one of the big Derby preps before coming back and running okay. I don't disagree with Richie. I think 7-2 is a pretty generous price on this horse. He does cut back to 6 furlongs, and I agree with Richie. I think 7-2 versus 6-5, the 4 might be a better bet than the 6, even though I picked the 6 and prefer him. But at those odds, 4 is very playable, especially because none of the firsters are that live. You know, I mean, Maya, the 1, just dropped back to 3-1, and he is the trainer I think is most dangerous, but he really gets played when he's live. But 3-1's taking some money.
3-1 on Blue Roof Bow out there on the track, debuting inside 3 horses, all first-time starters, as well as the outside runner as well. So some horses making their first start today. As far as the number 2, Roccolino, is taking some attention, 9-1, as Richie talked about this one, debuting here. And sometimes the board can be a helpful clue, maybe not today, but maybe one to watch.
Well, I think the point, you can't, all first-time stars are not created equal. When you see first-time stars, Jeremiah Englehart, he's always going to attract a certain amount of attention. That's why I don't think he's that live at 7-2. Lolita Schmengel will be running a first-time star. As you know, I think Lolita does fine with the horses that she has. She could be running a first. This racehorse could be 50-1. And the fact that this horse, when we first started, was like 6 or 7-1, that's a little bit of money. That's all the point is. Money in these races is relative. And I don't think 3-1 and a Maya first-time starter is that live. Whereas I think a 10-1 and a Lita's first-time star is actually a little bit more live. I don't know if it means anything. We'll find out.
6-5, though, on Hurricane Kaz. I know that you liked him in here. Is that a bit short for you?
Yeah, I'm not going to bet him to win. I bet a couple doubles just to have some action with this horse. But if I really liked the horse in the second race, I'd use both the 4 and 6. I'm more just playing for some action.
Have a pick 5 kicking off here. We had a fun card yesterday. You had a pick 6 carryover as well. And there were a few decent prices in the sequence.
The last winner yesterday paid a crazy price.
Yeah.
That was a horse. I mean,
Was it definitely an overlay?
I think it was 4-1 in the line.
Yeah.
I had picked a race 4-5, and I thought, oh, I'll go to Wesley and made it 5-4. I'm not complaining about that. I bet the winner. He was such a crazy price, but I don't know how that horse got lost in the wagering there. They just started focusing on other horses in there. Yeah. And I think Wesley's horse ran very well, and they put a lot of distance between themselves and the rest of the field.
And it was a little bit of light rain falling yesterday before that last race, but thankfully stopped pretty quickly onto a firm turf course a little bit later on today, which is always good news.
Yeah, and if you look at it, the rain didn't really affect things. The time of that race was very similar to the time for the stake a little bit earlier on the card. So I don't think the rain affected things at all. If anything, it was probably a little necessary. Keep these courses fresher.
Sometimes Mother Nature actually does help us out a little bit. That's a look at the number 4 Prospector. First time in against New York breds, heading in to the starting gate as we get ready for the opener here in New York. Saw the Peter Pan yesterday for the 3-year-olds. Preakness coming up next week, the Long Branch today, and a very wide open group as we've touched on as far as the 3-year-old picture is concerned.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised that more people didn't want to come back for the race. I think they make this 2-week thing a self-fulfilling prophecy, especially considering the number of horses in the last 25 years that have come back after the Derby and run even better. I'll have another funny side. Smarty Jones, we've seen quite a few horses that ran much better race in the Preakness than they ran even in winning the Derby.
Journalism last year.
Journalism ran great last year.
With a huge effort.
And he ran well in the Belmont Stakes. He just had the misfortune to run against Sovereignty, or he would have been a Triple Crown winner.
We'll see how this year's Triple Crown Series does play out. And, of course, next year we will be back at the Belmont Park as it's meant to be.
Yeah, and we should also mention Journalism came back and won the Haskell as well.
He did.
And he actually ran well in the Breeders' Cup when he finished fourth.
He did not miss a dance. And he ran a good second in the Pacific Classic against Zolder.
I think it's become a self-fulfilling prophecy, this whole idea of needing more rest. You should train him with the thought in mind that you want to be in a situation where you have to run 3 times in 5 weeks.
Triple Crown season, Preakness coming up in less than a week, but first we have the opener coming up here in New York. Chris Griffin has the call.
And they're off. Breaking sharply was Hurricane Kaz to the outside, and here comes company towards the inside. At the rail, that's Blue Roof Bow. In that early mix is Roccolino, and 3 wide. That's Bye for Now. So a 3-way battle for the front, and just settled off of them as Hurricane Kaz in 4th. Back there in 5th comes Boss of Everything, and far back, after bobbling at the beginning, it's Prospector. Blue Roof Bow has the speed as a neck in front of to the outside Bye for Now, and these two heated up front, 22.06 for that opening quarter mile. Roccolino has lost ground quickly, is now back to 4th, now 5th, as Hurricane Kaz is trying to pick up the top duo. Under a drive is Boss of Everything, and from the back, Prospector starts to warm to the task, but still 10 to make up. They reach the top of the stretch, and Blue Roof Bow at the rail with a nose advantage. Bye for Now won't go away. Down the center of the racetrack, here comes Hurricane Kaz. Blue Roof Bow is still holding the advantage, approaching a final furlong. Hurricane Kaz is clearly in pursuit, trying to catch this leader. Blue Roof Bow has a 16th left to go. Jose Lescano, Blue Roof Bow, out of Lipstick, will win the opener. Hurricane Kaz second, Boss of Everything, and Prospector.
First-time starter with the win for Jeremiah Engelhart. Blue Roof Bow seemed to be traveling like a winner every step of the way.
Did take some late money to go down to 5-2, and he was about an hour and a half the best in this race because he got involved in a torrid pace with Racehorse, who ran well also Bye for Now. He just got tired from that duel, and perfect trip for the horse I liked, Hurricane Kaz, the favorite. And I don't think he was ever traveling that well, to be honest, but he was second best by a mile. This horse, who did take that late money to come down to the 5-2 second choice, much the best winner of the first.
Blue Roof Bow with the victory, 1-6-7-4. Slow start for Prospector, and then he was kind of lugging in late. He never really seemed to be traveling.
He got a lot of pace to run into to suck up for third in this race. I agree. I tell you what, I know the only horse I'd want out of this race would probably be Racehorse by for now, because at least he dueled through a pretty quick pace on a track that's obviously playing pretty quickly, but this does come up a pretty good race.
5-2, Blue Roof Bow. First time starter wins on debut for Jeremiah Engelhart. Always feel like when Jeremiah opens back up his Saratoga string, we start to see those firsters ready and rolling.
Very dangerous trainer with first-time starters, as he proved here, but he's proved time and time again.
Horses in the paddock for the second race at Monmouth Park. We'll check in with Paulie and Megan and talk more about it after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Love that sandcastle shot over at Monmouth Park. Those are very impressive. They did win at Tampa this winter, too. They're very impressive to look at. I'm a big
Getting ready
fan.
for the 250th anniversary. I'll have to go see my friend Chip's movie, Young Washington, coming out on opening day of the real Saratoga meet, July 3rd.
Very cool. That's awesome. Let's meet the field for race 2 at Monmouth. Unfortunately, really impacted by scratches. We'll start things off with the number 1, D's on Dow.
Right, obviously. It's scratched down to 5. This one, the biggest price in here. Probably going to be a bit forward, but any of the 3 could be speed.
There's a 5, Southern Lady for Kathleen O'Connell.
Coming off a maiden win against theoretically lesser, the second likeliest winner.
And the current 1-2 favorite, Leclerc to the outside.
I mean, this horse runs back to the speed figures, ran in last time, maybe even two back in dirt, ran in synthetic 2 back against Cadenza. We saw run so well. This horse just way the horse to beat. Another Paco short price.
Another short price on Paco as we send it over to Paul and Megan. Another short price as we'll see if Paco can get the early double, guys.
Yeah, he's going to be favored at about, I would think this horse is going to end up at 1-9 looking at the fixed odds. And when you looked at him in the paddock, the gray looked okay?
She was fine. Was she overwhelmingly the best looking individual? No. And while looking at her at Oaklawn Park, I've had the same issues. She's kind of lighter behind. I will say she's got that slope to her hoof that maybe indicated grass, but she's not run well on the synth or the turf. And last time out, taking a look at that effort, she broke towards the inside, got to the rail, traveled in the bridle, and just had run chasing after a pace that held with the top two finishers, Paul, finishing 1-2, and she was coming from well off of it that day. Just one horse to run back from that race, ran third in a starter allowance. So we shall see. She's definitely the overwhelming horse to beat as far as figures are concerned. But Paul, I'm interested for your take. In a 3-horse race where they all have a bit of speed, it almost becomes a really tricky puzzle to see how they're going to negotiate a small field.
Yeah, it is a puzzle. And, you know, the one thing that you'd have a drawback on the filly, the gray filly outside the 6, is she's not a great gate horse. If you look, 3 out of her 6 starts, she's gotten left of the gate. But with a 3-horse field, you know, she should be fine, even if she does break a little tardy. You know, a horse at 1-2, you might look at a horse getting in a little bit of trouble. Now, the one on the inside, I thought Matt Dinnerman was going to announce another scratch, thank God. But the one horse in here is the other horse. And you and I kind of think maybe, because of the Paddock's look, maybe the one has closed the gap a little bit on the 6?
I do like the one in this spot, and only because when looking at her, to me, she looked best, first of all. And second of all, she won on the dirt. She's been on turf and synthetic in her last 2 tries. She's coming off the bench for Jorge Delgado. And on debut, she won on the lead here at Monmouth. Now, I am so impressed with her doing so. That was at 4.5 furlongs, and she is not a 4.5 furlong filly. She's got range and scope to her. I honestly find her wheelhouse to be even beyond 6 furlongs. So she's, honestly, I find she can take a step forward. And I did pick the 6 just because of the overt likely class differences, but the one has an opportunity here. She looked best.
Now, the other filly in here is Southern Lady. You know, ran a decent buyer last time, 61 buyer and a maiden 25. And, you know, the horse ran well at 90 cents on the dollar.
She did. And she's also incredibly sharp. I will say, second off the bench, Kathleen O'Connell, the past 5 years at Monmouth off this kind of layoff, small sample size, of course. She's 0 for 3, and she's typically not a trainer known for bringing them back rearing to go. So, which she did end up winning on the lead last time out with that waiver when breaking the maiden. So I'm interested to see where she finds herself tactically, one going away on the front end last time out.
Only a 3-horse field, Acacia. I want to ask this question to you and Andy. If you draw a line through that last ever by the 6, a 77 buyer, I know it's there, because this horse really should be 1-9?
No,
It's a
Paulie's
good
correct.
question, Paul. Yeah.
She's correct.
Yeah.
And I see what Paulie's saying, looking at the fixed odds, or it's probably going to be around 1-5. That's a great point. You know, we talk about 1-number horses, caught a very fast pace to close into. You know, the winner of that race had run a 61 buyer in her prior start and ran an 86 buyer in this race. The speeds were 1-2 despite the fast-looking pace. So that is a good point. And I think Meg's points about the 1 are actually very fair. This horse has 1 dirt race, a 4.5 furlong race at Monmouth a year ago. I don't care what buyer that horse ran a 4.5. I think buyer will be the first one to tell you.
Very early 2-year-old
I would
race.
not be, you know, relying on 4.5 furlong figs. Not that they think they're wrong, but now has been on synthetic and on turf and gets back to the dirt. You have no idea who this horse is.
So maybe a compact field, but still interesting points about each of the 3 runners as we get ready for race 2 coming up here. We'll learn a lot more about the number 1, D's on Dow, that's for sure. And a very short price on Leclerc to the outside. Paco Lopez in the saddle. I imagine Paco, part of the money this horse is taking as well.
Yep.
1-2 right now will be a very short price come post time. As we start to move towards the starting gate for race number 2 from Monmouth Park. Just a reminder, after this race, we'll be switching over to FS2. It'll be on FS2 that you can see the long branch from Monmouth coming up next in race number 3. Looking forward to that one for the 3-year-olds. Time for the second, though. Here's Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Out the field. We're ready to go. And Clear off. Dizon Dow stumbled badly on the inside. The rider did a good job to stay on Jose Gomez, who's hustling this one out for the front and has the lead now from Southern Lady and Leclerc, second and third. Dizon Dow up top here. Clears off. Leads a length and a half, a length and 3/4, almost 2 on Leclerc and Southern Lady. Levels second down the back stretch. Jose Gomez, Dizon Dow clearly ahead, gets a breather now. Leads a length and a half. Southern Lady, Sonny Leone right between horses. Leclerc pinning that one in with Paco Lopez into second. Comes after Dizon Dow with 3 furlongs to go. Dizon Dow neck in front. Leclerc right there to the outside, the big favorite. Now Paco gets to work on her, and a gap of 4 to Southern Lady as they round the far turn. Dizon Dow doing it okay. Dizon Dow, the longest shot in the race at 4-1, putting a test to Leclerc, the 1-5 favorite at the top of the stretch. Dizon Dow off the turn, narrowly ahead. Leclerc right up alongside now. Leclerc on the outside, Dizon Dow inside. It's a match race, 1 furlong to go. Dizon Dow finding more on the inside. Leclerc not by her yet. Dizon Dow, 100 yards to go. Half length in front. Dizon Dow out finishing Leclerc to get the money. Third home was Southern Lady. That was a pretty good stretch run for a 3-horse race. And in the end, Dizon Dow did it. Gate 2 wire.
Dizon Dow, maybe a slight stumble at the start, but got to the lead under Jose Gomez, and she was able to dig in late for the win.
A pretty good stretch run for a 12-horse race,
Yeah.
Matt. I agree, and a great call by Megan. She made great points about this horse, and you know, Paulie's question was a very, very, very good question he asked at the end. You know, these 1-number horses, and frankly, the one looked like a winner every step. In fact, it got closer than we thought it would get.
Yes, it did, as she was really digging in. Dizon Dow with the victory. Now 2 for 2 on the dirt, for what that's worth as well. Back over to New York, into the winner's circle for the opener was a first-time starter. Blue Roof Bow got the win for trainer Jeremiah Engelhardt. Jose Lascano in the saddle.
Yeah, and Jose going from the rail, came out and firing from the inside. This was a very good effort. And our buddy Ray is going to join us. I think his horse ran well to run with this horse late. It's just hard when you have a first-time starter and you run into a horse as good as this one to continue to go on. So I think we'll see a good performance next time from Racehorse.
Here's a look at the field as the board would suggest. Wide open race 2. That second race you can catch over on FS2. I'm going to be saying goodbye, at least for now. Andy sliding over. Ray Handel coming up on the desk. We hope you'll stay with us over on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races continues after this. Live coverage of the Long Branch and continuing coverage from Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park. Be sure to turn over to FS2. As always, you can watch on YouTube as well. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 2. Andy Sterling will be hosting after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races on a gorgeous Mother's Day here at Aqueduct Racetrack at South Ozone Park, Queens, and a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there as well. I'm Andy Sterling, happy to be joined the desk now by Ray Handel. Samantha Perry will be in the paddock. The Mig will be joining us later. Acacia will be back on the desk. A whole plethora of people. And, of course, Megan and Paulie down at Monmouth.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day for racing today. It's lovely in the paddock, and looking forward to some good races coming up.
Your horse in the first race got involved in a torrid pace with a good horse, but I thought showed some promise.
Yeah, I thought typical of a first-timer of mine. You know, he had speed and just got a little tired down the lane, but I think that horse that won might be pretty serious. I could see him. I texted my owner after the race. I think that might be a New York bred stake horse down the line that beat us.
Yeah, and it's tough to get into a situation first time out to duel with a horse that's that talented.
Yeah.
They're going to break your heart a little bit in today's races. We've got 8 more races to come here at Aqueduct, races 2 through 9. Competitive allowance race, some interesting racing coming up. Monmouth Park, races 3 through 8 as well. The Long Branch, their feature race number 3. It's a 4-horse field now. We'll see what happens. Hedge ratio, despite not being the morning line favorite, will be a heavy favorite by post time, Ray.
Yeah, it's an interesting race coming up there. Prep for the Haskell, right? Or
yeah,
early
so
prep.
A prep for the Pegasus and then a prep for the Haskell. But
Oh,
yes.
that's right, Pegasus. That's
Well,
right.
I mean,
it used to be the prep for it. They only had one beforehand. No?
Yes, well, the Pegasus used to be run in the fall in the Meadowlands,
Right.
where Dr. Patches beat Seattle Slew
Right.
back in 1978.
Yeah,
Horses are in the paddock. We want to remind people, good time to head over to NYRABets.com. If you're not a member, use the promo code PREAK25. We will match the $200 of your initial deposit and give you a free $25 bet on the Preakness. Play through NYRABets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through NYRABets. Race number 2 coming up. I thought a very evenly matched field. They're not betting on Looms Boldly. They're betting on everybody else.
Yeah, I thought it was a wide open race. I heard you guys discussing it earlier. It's kind of tough to come up with one single horse in here, but it adds for a good betting interest, that's for sure.
I agree. I like the number 3 horse near getting Flavien Prat, who was aboard the last time he won, and I even thought the speed of the number 4 in this race as well. Spirit Dragon could be dangerous. He's got to deal with the speed of Looms Boldly as well. The favorite, though, right now, and the morning line favorite, Remy's Moon for Ilkay Cantermachi. Off the claim, Ilkay wins a lot. Not that often off the claim.
I thought, I get that point. I think that he does run them back sometimes quickly. This horse, he waited almost 4 weeks to run back, so I feel like, I don't know how you could pull up that stat if there's a way to look up the stats for that. But
you could look up time
on
periods. You could look up, like, off the claim,
waiting
25 plus days or something
yes.
if you wanted. Sure,
yeah,
I probably should look that up.
Yeah, I bet you it's a little bit higher than his actual first off the claim stats.
I could show you how to do it on your computer.
All right, cool, good. We'll do that at a break.
Teach you how to use Formulator.
Yeah, all right, I'm trying.
Advance. I don't want to be taught how to train, but I'll teach you how to use Formulator.
Learn something new every day in this game.
On the track for race number 2, the number 1 Sheriff Bianco goes out for Rachel Sells with Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, ran super first off the claim and then took a regression in the New York bred 2X most recently. Takes a drop down today after that poorer performance.
We had speed from Looms Boldly. Edgar Zayas riding for Ilkay Cantermachi, 1 or 2.
Yeah, 1 and 2 for Ilkay here. This horse has not done much running since getting claimed for 25 off the win.
Bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. The 3 shared success. Flavien Prat riding for Jamie Begg.
Yeah, now taking favoritism. This horse's best race came recently with Flavien on him, and looking to get back to that success.
We'll make fun of you a little bit later, Jamie. Number 4, Spirit Dragon, goes out for Antonio Arriaga with Delela Rivera.
Yeah, as you alluded to earlier, he's a speed. I think he'll be hanging around a lot longer today with the drop in class.
A horse that needs a lot of pace is Jackson Heights with Jamie Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think this is probably his best distance, but he's been pretty out of form. I know he's got that one good race 2 back, but in between that was not, lighting it up.
I think his best races are always with Dylan Davis.
That's
sometimes
right.
in Saratoga, we ran out of the field with the favorite, or now current second choice, Remy's Moon for Ilkay with Manny Franco.
Yeah, this is the horse that I like in this race. I think he's going to get a really good trip and sit tactically, and I think things are going to work out well for him here.
Take a look at the number 3 Shared Success, and I brought up this replay because the last time Flavien was on him, Ray, he got the job done. I think he's had some excuses in his races, but he needs to run well today, but he certainly ran well in this race.
Yeah, it's 4 months ago at this point, but, Flavien's got the magic touch, and I'm sure that's what they're hoping to accomplish today, putting him back on here, see if they can get some of this rekindled spirit back. But he's been pretty bad, and really no excuses. I mean, I know he ran along a little bit.
He was wide against the Gold Rail 4-back. In his next race, he actually ran pretty well behind horses like Commuted and Mr. Papa Giorgio. I didn't hate his race 2-back, and his last race was the slop. So I think you can make some excuses there. But to be honest with you, Ray, I thought he'd be getting better than 2-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but that might be the Flavien factor.
Let's talk about the favorite, the number 6, Remy's Moon. We're hoping to get Samantha Perry's mic working shortly to hear more from her. Remy's Moon, I don't know. The one thing you could say about him is he is consistent.
I love consistency, and that's what I had in my notes. Consistency in these claiming ranks is so key. I think he always shows up.
Now, whose barn he's in?
Exactly. He's been claimed 3 times. He runs his race. If he's good enough, then he'll be right there. And if they go faster, then he won't be.
Yeah,
so.
He draws well on the outside. I think
does.
he is a horse that can kind of make his own trips. Probably sit a stalking somewhere from 3rd to 5th, depending how it plays out, as the 2 and 4 should be forward in here. Can there be enough pace for Jackson Heights, who has run against some better horses recently?
Yeah, I think he's lost that big potent kick that he used to have, and at the age of 6, maybe it's just starting to his form's been starting to decline, especially since he left. Been transferred to bounced around a few different barns.
Should they hope that there's a race for him up on Belmont Stakes Week in Saratoga, because he has run some of his better races. He had a big win coming from way back for Dylan in 24, and he has the 2 wins up there for Dylan last year, which is highly unusual for a horse that's a deep, deep closer. Those are tough horses to get to win in the dirt.
I think it was like a spotlight race one week for Dylan up there in Saratoga that summer when he was really tearing it up. And he rode a masterful race and got up and won by a whisker.
Was it such a good ride that he became Regime Mirage Ride of the Week?
Yes, I think it was. Or it might have been Richie's Ride of the Week.
Which is not an easy thing to do if you weren't his cousin, because his cousin won it just about every week. Let's head down to our friend Samantha Perry, who is back with us today, and she is down in the paddock.
Hey guys, yeah, happy to be back. Happy Mother's Day to everybody watching. A beautiful day here at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, and a nice little field that we have coming up. I like the 6, and now Ilkay Cantermachi has 2 in this race. I prefer the 6 here. Usually horses that he does enter, he usually puts jockey Manny Franco on the better one, and the betting board is definitely saying so as well. I like this claim, and this has been a popular horse at the claim box, which is a good sign, I feel like, to when you see this happen, especially during the winter time. Things can be a little bit slower as we now move into the springtime. People are loading up, getting ready for Saratoga, and this is a barn that is no different. So I like the fact that they jumped in for this horse here. What a perfect post position, and they're going to cut him back a furlong as well, which that was his last win. A couple starts back, that was going the 7 furlongs on a muddy track. Now we get a fast track here today, as it is an absolutely picture perfect day. I don't disagree with the price here. This is the horse that I want to cross the finish line first, guys.
You're joining Samantha, picking the number 6, Remy's Moon?
Yeah, it looks. I agree with a lot of her arguments. One going 7/8, 3 back. Manny's riding so well. He'll put this horse in the game. Won't lose too much contact and should get a nice comfy trip just sitting on the outside of the speeds on his inside.
I think the 4 is going to run better in here, Spirit Dragon. Right?
You literally just, I was going to say, I could see the 4 taking him a real long way in this race. Dropping in class, this horse, when he runs his good races against, more claiming levels, he's in pretty tough the last couple times.
Well, if you draw a line through his last race, and I'm going to get to why I don't like to just do that, you've got a horse that's fast enough to win. And the reality is that he was down on the rail last time on a day where I don't think he really wanted to be inside. So right on the rail. And so I think he's going to run better in today's race. I don't love him, but I think he's going to run a better race.
Yeah, I see that argument. I just think dropping in class, the speed always goes further when they're, when you get out of those higher level ranks. Like, he's been the starter. He ran in the starter stakes. Even though Sharif Bianco beat him that day, like you said, he kind of had a tough trip, and it looks like the track's a lot fairer today, I would think. I mean, speed held up pretty well, but we'll see here.
Yeah, I think that we've had a pretty fair track, even with a different kind of weather situation for the most part going. And, it's, you have to be careful in dirt racing, because a lot of times people think tracks are speed favoring. Dirt racing favors speed horses. I think sometimes people assume the track is favoring speed because speed does well, and it's often not the case. We'll see what happens. Chris Griffin has the call of race number 2.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Looms boldly with that early speed right towards the front and pressure from Spirit Dragon. They're a quick one too, but looms boldly. Edgard Zayas finds the front rather easily as a neck advantage in front of Spirit Dragon with the mild pressure to the outside, stalking second. Keen and tugging as Remy's Moon, center of the racetrack for Manny Franco. The top trio are already about 6-7 lengths clear from the back 3. Sheriff Bianco starting to make up some ground, is taken 4th. It's to the outside here of Shared Success, and the trailer late running Jackson Heights. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Looms boldly, gets more pressure from Spirit Dragon to the outside. Remy's Moon has been tough to settle, is 3 wide, now starts to make a move, and here comes Remy's Moon on the move. Shared Success is to the inside of Sheriff Bianco. They're still 4th and 5th, and Jackson Heights starts to rally from the back as now Looms boldly has been passed by Spirit Dragon, but ominously up on the outside, here comes Remy's Moon. Those red blinkers center of the racetrack now, kicks for home. Remy's Moon trying to open up on the field and doing just that. It's Remy's Moon who's up by 2, 3, 4 widening lengths, approaching a final furlong. Jackson Heights is running on from the back end of the field, but Remy's Moon is still well clear. Inside the final 16th, Manny Franco. Remy's Moon out of E-Moon gets the victory. Jackson Heights second. Looms boldly came back for 3rd in a late run from Sheriff Bianco.
Yep. Remy's Moon, I think a little closer than we kind of anticipated there, Ray, and pace was not that fast considering how quick the track was, but he made 3-2 look like a massive overlay.
Yeah, he looked loaded the whole race. The pace didn't develop, like you said, 22-4 for the way that they've been running lately. Not the quickest, but he was right on it. Manny had a double handful the entire race, and when he cut him loose, he opened up. I hope I win the shake on him. I dropped on this horse.
All right, well, we'll find out, Ray, and I imagine you probably, as you say, not the only one that tried to claim an easy win for this horse who just holds his form. He couldn't have gotten a better trip, but he was an hour the best today.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what barn he's in. He just shows up, and you love those kind of horses at this level. Just you can depend on them to fire their race when you put them in the gate.
Yeah, Remy's Moon getting it done quite easily to close out the early double. The old 1-6 to start the action out. An easy winner, made 3-2 look like an overlay. A good pick by you and Samantha as well. Heading over to Monmouth, where there are 4 contesting the long bench, a long theoretical prep for the Haskell, the Naira Betts Haskell, by the way. And even though the number 5 right now is favored in this race, and that's Bricklin, looking at the fixed odds in all likelihood, and I believe that the horse on the outside hedge ratio off the big 100 buyer will be the favorite, right?
Yeah, I'm not as sold on this horse, and I know that obviously he's a tremendous talent, and he certainly did run fast that day that he won, but it's kind of a single number, and a lot of the horse that he had ran against also was 13 points higher fig than he had ever previously run.
But to be fair, that horse ran an 86 buyer breaking his maiden as a 2-year-old. So the fact that he ran a much higher figure, 98.99, 6 months later, isn't that big a shock.
Well, that was going to be my point. I was just getting ready to say they are young. Both of them are young horses, and they both seem like they were improving. But still, at the end of the day, they both are single number type
They're one
horses.
number horses, but the one thing I'd say about you have to be careful with your constant one number horses. There's a difference between a horse that has 20 starts and is a 5-year-old that suddenly runs. You've got improving 3-year-olds, and hedge ratio was wide against a gold rail with a ridiculous trip 2 races back. I didn't think he'd run 100 Beyer. I did like him last time. They got to find out who he is. Is he a horse that can go 2 turns? Is he a 100 Beyer horse? If he's that kind of horse, Kentucky Derby got a 95 Beyer. He can run any of the biggest stakes around the country for 3-year-olds going forward. But there is no proof that he can do that consistently, I think is what your point you're making.
Yeah, exactly. I will say one thing that I liked when I watched his replays is that you can really see he's a horse that's going to get better with distance, it looked like to me. You can see spinning his wheels early on in races, and once he kind of got into a good rhythm and they started to kind of go with more of a steadier pace, he was really able to get in and get going.
No, I'm very curious to see what he does today, because not only does he have to pass the 2-turn test, but he's got to show that figure, he runs a mid-90 Beyer. He shows it's legitimate, and he's got a real rival in Bricklin inside of him, who was overmatched in the Arkansas Derby.
But hung around late. I like this horse. I mean, this is a big class test for hedge ratio, like you said. This is a legitimate stakes horse who's showing up. Stakes placed in he ran 3rd in the Sunland Derby, respectable 3rd. Same thing, Arkansas Derby. He was on that pace and hung around very late in the game. And just when Renegade opened up is when he never gave up. He stayed on all the way through the wire, and he got Paco today. And with speed, he's going to have to come and get him.
He's currently 6-5 in the 6-2-1. That's going to change in the last flash, a big flash there. If Paco was riding the 6 and Sammy Marin was riding the 5, hedge ratio should be 1-5 in this race, because they just can't bet enough on Paco down there.
Yeah, but he wins, so you can't.
I get
can't
it. I'm just saying.
I
mean, they overbet him, but he does win, and he wins on some impossible horses, including that first winner yesterday, who looked woefully slow and ended up getting, going up at 3-1 and won the race. And Paco is a very good rider, and he dominates down at Monmouth.
He sure does. Yeah. I mean, Sammy Marin's no slouch either. I mean, he had a great winter. He rode a ton of winners for Chad down at Tampa, and I'm sure he's going to win a lot of races this meet.
Chad's no longer mad at me for telling him to ride Sammy.
Yeah, for good reason.
Initially, he was mad at me, but now he's figured out that he is, in fact, a very good rider.
24% win clip for him.
The one is Star Sweeper, a bit of a, actually a 7-2 right now for Louis Linder and Eric Cancel.
Yeah, I thought they were just trying to maybe get a piece of it here, not a real win candidate, but taking some money.
The Maiden, Noble Heritage, ran against the last finisher in the Peter Pan yesterday.
Yeah, another one that I thought similar to the one, just trying to get a piece of it with the 2 big dogs on the outside.
Yes, one of the 2 big 2 is Bricklin for Rudy Brissett.
Stakes placed. He ran a super race in the Arkansas Derby last time and looking to get back to the winner's circle here today.
Find out more about hedge ratio. If he can repeat the kind of performance he put in last time, he could be a big player in this division going forward.
He could absolutely, like you said, 100 Beyer. If he can back that race up, he's going to be a major player in the 3-year-old division.
Head to the winner's circle at Aqueduct, where the second race, Remy's Moon got it done. Did you win the shake, Ray?
No, I just got the text and no, didn't win.
No, Ray picked a winner, and then he lost the shake.
Lost the race, lost the shake.
Do we know who won the shake? Probably not.
No, I don't. Sorry.
6 Remy's Moon. I don't know if it's the last start for Ilke Cantermachi, but we'll be in a different barn last time. Good trip or not, a week the best.
A week the best. I just dominated this group. A little bit of a hungry group, to be honest with you, today for this 30 division, but he did all the things you're supposed to do, powered away, and looked great doing it.
I agree. No, listen, I don't think it was a terrible group behind him. He just made him look bad because he ran so well. I would say this is maybe one of the best races, if not the best race this horse has ever run. I'll bet you he gets a career best Beyer figure.
Yeah, 122 and 2. He finished up
3.
122 and 3, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, no, he finished up really strong. I agree.
Let's head to Paul and Megan at Monmouth.
Well, thank you, Andy. As we'll look at some of the horses here for the Long Branch. Only a 4-pack, but the outside 2 runners are taking a lot of the money. We'll start with Bricklin. How did he look in the paddock?
He looked fantastic. He's a horse that's really taken a step forward from my eye from when I saw him down at Oaklawn Park to now. He won off of the bench for Rudy Brissett back in January, and I thought he actually needed the race that day, and he won in open fashion on the front end, being able to kind of dictate terms, doing so running on the front end, which I find he'll probably be able to do so with the scratch of the number 4 here as likely the main speed. Now, he was cross-centered in a mile stake at Oaklawn. They went ahead and took the dive into the Arkansas Derby, where he honestly ran admirably well. And he is not an exclusive-looking miler looking at him physically. He's got the range and scope, a son of Nyquist, to go further. I find him incredibly enticing despite the short price. We'll see that quickly change here between these two heavyweights.
Yeah, for a 3-year-old, this is going to be his 6th racetrack in his 7th career start. Now, the outside horse hedge ratio, I can totally understand why Chad stuck his Son of Spites down on the turf first time. Kind of long and rangy looking.
He is. He definitely doesn't look like a horse that's a shorter couple type. He actually, I understand why Chad tried grass with this horse. As you know, I mentioned earlier in the program, he is one that we're trying to figure out his identity as a racehorse. A lot of times Chad's runners, first or second start right off the bat, they'll show you who they are, what they like to do. It wasn't the case with him. They tried the grass on debut, didn't quite work out. Then they took him long on the dirt at Aqueduct and didn't quite have that breakout performance. Then off the bench, as Andy alluded to, had to fight against that gold rail, was up against it in that poor performance on paper, but he was really up against it that day. And then, of course, last time out, tactically placed, drew away with that 100 Beyer speed figure. He, to me, is a horse that could go even longer than this mile distance. I do find, though, looking at his races, he might be smaller, and at best in a smaller field, Paul, where he's unencumbered and he's not covered up by horses. Because I go through his races, and earlier on, he kind of got a little bit keen and maybe a bit green going through. So to me, he's in the perfect spot. And Chad has actually never won a Long Branch Stakes before.
Yeah, he's never has, and that's actually a little bit surprising. But Chad's a lot younger than people think. Now, the other two horses in here that are really taking the money in the 1 and the 3. 3 is a maiden. The horse transferred to the Jorge Delgado barn, showed a little bit more speed. Now a bullet work going into the race. I think for a maiden, he has an outside look if something happened crazy up front.
He does. He was at Gulfstream Park. He had a blazing 46-4 work prior to getting third place there in that maiden special going long. I wonder if that took it out of him a little bit going into that race. He wasn't quite, he kind of broke a step slow there. He was way off of it. He just lacks early speed, and that's the big question mark with him. But at the same time, in terms of class, I think he's just well below the 2 to the outside.
One last thing. How do you think this race sets up? Does it set just 5, 6, and now you think they'll be comfortable with their positions?
I find Paco's going to be aggressive on the number 5. It's very much a telltale. This horse, though, is a very straightforward one that has rateability. So if something happens where perhaps Sammy Morin maybe gets aggressive with hedge ratio, Brooklyn can rate, and hedge ratio can also rate. So it's going to be kind of a jockey's call, play the break and see how it goes. But those two definitely have the most early speed out of anybody else in this group.
Well, it looks like it's between the two guys that won 7 races yesterday, Andy. Sammy Morin and Paco Lopez. We'll see how this plays out early.
Thanks. Well, they not only probably have a little more speed than the other ones here, though the one isn't that slow early. They're just so much better than the other horses in this race. It's very hard to see anybody but the 5 or 6 winning, or frankly not running 1-2.
I honestly don't even think, if I trained one of these horses, I'd just be telling my guys, just don't be stupid, try and get third here, just be smart.
And hope something happens, you get lucky and you win.
Maybe something happens,
yes,
yeah.
But
I don't even know if they're going to engage with those other horses. My guess is that these guys, it's going to be 5 and 6 the whole way around there.
Until it's 6 and 5. You like the 5 more than the 6? I like the 6 more than the 5.
I do. I thought he's a more proven horse. I thought like you that hedge ratio would be a lot shorter price, but
he will
as
be.
You can see,
wait until the last flash.
Yeah, so you can see they're both even money right now. But I like the proven horses.
I think the point you're making is something as we talk about in the show. We'll say the horse was being ridden for second. In no way is anyone suggesting you don't want to win. You want to win every race you're in, but sometimes the best play is to try to be second, and then maybe something happens to a heavy favorite, you're not good enough, and you still win the race. But don't compromise yourself in the process.
No, and I wouldn't think that anybody would do that. But if something happens, I'm sure these guys obviously are going to be riding to win. But
they're always trying to win.
If you can get a piece of a nice pot like this to run third, it's a nice little payday.
1 horse left to load. Hedge ratio, the favorite for the Long Branch. Let's get the call from Matt Ditterman.
We're ready to go. And they're off. in the Long Branch Stakes. Star Sweeper bobbled at the break, recovers, is sent for speed with Bricklin. Those two are together in the early part. Hedge Ratio right behind them, and Noble Heritage at the back of the pack as they approach the first turn round the gray. Star Sweeper on the lead. Bricklin deep on the course and about the 4-path here, tracking right behind Star Sweeper at 11-1, who leads the way from Bricklin, still well off the fence second. Hedge Ratio third, and Noble Heritage the maiden back to fourth on the inside as they approach the backstretch. This quartet. Star Sweeper, Eric Cancel carving out the fractions. Went the first quarter in 23-1. Star Sweeper a length in front of Bricklin. Paco Lopez, the even money second choice in the wagering. Noble Heritage gets a little bit closer under Jose Gomez, claims the third spot from Hedge Ratio, and Samuel Marin back to fourth, the 3-5 favorite on a hold, the only 3 behind as the quartet approaches the half-mile pole. Star Sweeper as the long shot with no excuses, clear on the lead, a length and a half from Bricklin, and Noble Heritage down on his inside, a length to the trailing Hedge Ratio as they round the far turn. Star Sweeper 3 furlongs to go, length in front. Bricklin under pressure. He's hard ridden, and here comes Hedge Ratio on the outside, making up good ground after Star Sweeper approaching the quarter pole. And here's Hedge Ratio on the outside, grabbing the lead at the quarter pole. Star Sweeper's second. Bricklin needs to find a lot more if he wants to beat the 3-5 favorite Hedge Ratio, who comes off the turn. He's clear by 2 now. Star Sweeper's second. Bricklin, he's trying in third. 1 furlong to go. Hedge Ratio, the leader. Star Sweeper coming back at him from the inside. Hedge Ratio, 16th to go, narrow lead, but here's Star Sweeper. Star Sweeper continuing to fight with Hedge Ratio, but Hedge Ratio got him. Hedge Ratio out finishing Star Sweeper in a great stretch drive with Noble Heritage third and Bricklin, who was fourth.
No surprise Hedge Ratio got the money, but around the turn, you thought he was going to win by 5 or more lengths. Quite a performance and a good ride by Eric Cancel from Star Sweeper, who stumbled badly at the start of this race. Hedge Ratio gets the win, but just narrowly in a pretty thrilling race at the end.
We thought we were going to see a stretch battle or a duel, but I didn't think it was going to be involved with Star Sweeper. That was pretty impressive on his part. And yeah, like you said, great ride by Eric Cancel, being assertive and kicking on right at the start here. And he stumbles, and I don't know if it scared his horse into going and showing speed here. Either way, massive performance.
Hey, Eric, go to the lead and good things happen, and he did it here. Bricklin didn't do any running. He was brutal in here.
Yeah, I don't know what Paco was trying to do in the first turn. He looked like he was having trouble steering, or he was like in the 4-path, and then I don't know. He was trying to get him to switch his leads down the backside. Just never looked like he was in a very good rhythm, and even at the 5/8 pole, you could tell even though he was still in a good poised position, that he was kind of out of horse already.
Yeah, no, I mean, he never had anything when Paco asked him. And, listen, obviously Hedge Ratio didn't come close to running back to his 100 buyer. And let me ask you the question. You're the trainer, okay? After this effort, are you looking to cut him back to one-turn races, or do you want to go forward in distance races?
It was a little bit of a funky trip. I'd probably watch this race a couple more times, but he was kind of swinging off of him. Look, he had a little bit of traffic. I think that might have compromised him. He looks like a horse that just kind of wants to run more freely and kind of takes a while to get in a good rhythm. I'd probably just keep him on. If he was my horse, I'd keep him on the track there at Monmouth. Keep him in the, we have this is the Long Branch and then the Pegasus, and if he wins that, then take it one step at a time.
I want to see the figs. I always want to see the figs. I want to turn this horse back to 7 furlong to a mile races, but I always want to turn horses back to 7 furlongs to a mile. We'll have much more on America's Day at the Races, including the official results of the Long Branch when we return. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. This Winner's Circle celebration at Monmouth Park brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Will you be there?
Yeah, I actually have TV here, and then I head down there.
All right. Let's head down to Monmouth. Paul LaDuca is standing by with a special guest.
Thanks, Andy. I'm with the winning rider of the Long Branch, Sammy Moran, aboard Hedge Ratio. Take us through your trip, Sammy.
He broke out of the gate a little bit slow. I kind of, got him. I woke him up a little bit, made sure he was up close, and then I knew that we were gonna go a little bit fast in this race. I just lay off of him a little bit, and then right after half a mile, I kind of started picking it up, and I knew the fight was the one to be, and he wasn't going nowhere. So that got, it gave me a little more confidence to keep on going, and I definitely thought that I had him when the fight was going nowhere at that moment.
Now, I was asking you, did your horse get a little bit lost in the lead? And you're like, no, the one actually came back on me.
He did. I never thought he was going to come back. I didn't want to go down to the rail because I know the rail hasn't been as good as which it could be or whatever, but he did. He definitely did come back on me.
Talk about riding for Chad Brown. You had a monster meet at Tampa. You're having a monster here. Is it a little pressure riding for Chad?
Well, he has been supporting me since a while already. So him and I, we connected. Never pressured at all. We talk about races sometime, and he definitely gave me a lot of confidence to ride for him.
You think this horse will go a little further?
I think he can do it because he's not a type of horse that he has. He can go anywhere you want. Put him in anywhere you want to.
We got to go back. We're having a little technical issues, but Sammy Moran, the winning rider here of Hedge Ratio.
There he is, throwing some T-shirts. Not only winning races, but throwing T-shirts to fans.
We got to get him a gun, like the air guns that they have like at the stadium, so he doesn't throw an arm out.
I'm a little embarrassed that Meg knocked some kid over to get the last T-shirt. I thought that was, Meg, we'll get you a T-shirt. You didn't knock that little kid over.
Yeah, no, that was a little aggressive move.
It really was. Yes, nice to see Sam, and yes, doing well for Chad. That way, see, sometimes riders get yelled at by trainers for losing. I got yelled at when Sammy lost some races because he rode for Chad. But he's sticking with him now.
He's redeemed himself well.
No, he's a good rider. I like to see him doing well as we come on race number 3 here. And you're telling us that Robbie Falcone is guaranteeing victory with King Pharaoh?
If he doesn't win by 5, it's going to be a disappointment.
Well, I cannot wait to bet against him now. All right, Robbie. The number 1, Anderman, going out for Greg Sacco, Christopher Elliott.
0 for 3 coming into this one today. He's up against it, I thought.
Yeah, we'll see how much speed this one has. First for Barkley Tag and Saratoga, the 2 Liam's Legacy, Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, $220,000 Saratoga Fasig-Tipton purchase.
A lot of people won't remember Junior Alvarado rode Tis the Law when he broke his maiden up in Saratoga. King Pharaoh, Ricardo Santana, and Rob Falcone.
Yeah, the lock of the day, according to Rob Falcone.
Okay, I'm going to be betting on the 4 Sfumato getting back to the dirt for Bill Mott and Jose Lascano.
You'll have to be telling me why. This horse has not done much running.
Well, now I know the 3 can't win, so it makes it easier. I don't think this horse's first race is that bad. The 5 Mo Curls goes out for Rudy Rodriguez with Jamie Rodriguez.
Gets back to the dirt where he ran a solid second 2 back. Didn't do much running last time on the grass.
Judge Boucher making his 3rd start for Chad Brown with Manny is the 6. 08, the 7 is next. The first are tricky business for George Weaver. Taking a lot of money here. Rob better pay attention to this firster.
Yeah, that's what I said to Rob. This horse looks dangerous on the outside by Vacoma for very strong first-time stats, 18% first time. Debuting for 3-year-olds, and George Weaver wicked with this first-time starter clip at 24%.
And there is Judge Boucher. The judge was a little late to the chambers here. Goes out for Chad Brown with Manny Franco.
Has blinkers today after kind of hanging. It looked like he was hanging to me in his last race. I'm sure they're trying to get him to be a little bit more forward and focus a little bit more in his races.
Yeah, Chad's a trainer that has decent numbers with blinkers on. I always feel like it's a bit of a desperation move sometimes with these maidens, and you got to try to figure something out as he's wearing the silks of Bill Lawrence. The number 3, King Pharaoh. He does feel like the speed. Aren't you a little worried about him going a mile, though, like this off the layoff, especially with Rob's endorsement?
Well, he had the option to go in the sprint earlier in the first race or this race here, so I'm sure Rob Singh.
He wasn't beating Jeremiah.
No,
so already made the right choice.
Yeah. This horse actually breezed with my horse 2 back, that Bullet Gate Drill with Bye For Now, who ran in the first race, and he owned him through the whole work and went on. He galloped out that half that day in 59 and out in 112 and 2. It was a pretty impressive breeze, and he looked like a horse that would go further. So I didn't know the pedigree at the time, but he had that horse that ran a crazy number in the starter that he had claimed by King for a Day. So maybe that led him to go down that path.
Do you know what King for a Day's claim to fame is?
Beating. He's
the first horse to finish ahead of Maximum Security
at Monmouth.
Yeah.
And it was like it was a ding dong battle all the way to the wire.
Maybe in the Pegasus. Let's get more of the 3 and the rest of them from Samantha Perry.
Well, he might be a king for a day here in race number 3, and he really does look like he's turned out very nicely for the Falcone barn. They've made a couple changes with him as well, which is the big one, the gelding, which I do really like. Especially they gave this horse a chance first time out, and he didn't totally disgrace himself by any means. He ran a pretty nice third, but I like the fact that they gave him some time. He's had a nice sharp gate work on the Belmont training track, and I feel like if you're going to breeze 47 on the Belmont training track, you're really rolling, and I feel like that's a great sign. I like to see a quick gate work off of a layoff. Usually I like to see it right before they race, just the work right prior to the race, but I do like the fact that they've got that under his belt. It's just a nice little reminder of, hey, this is what we're doing, this is the task at hand. He's taking some money, and I think that's a great sign. But the first time starter from the outside, the 7, Tricky Business, I love the fact that he's making his debut as a gelding, and the connections actually started on this horse last summer, and he didn't quite make the cut, and I do feel like it's a little bit easier to bring a horse back the second time around than it is the first time. He's been training very steadily at Palm Beach Downs, where trainer George Weaver winters his horses, which is always a nice sign coming into here at Belmont at Aqueduct. I feel like the Florida horses, they just are really a standout physically, now breaking from the outside post. Not always ideal for a first-time starter, but with a jockey like Flavien Prat in the saddle, we're in very good hands.
Thanks, Samantha. Appreciate that. We'll see what happens in race number 3. But you have pretty much just you don't think my horse, the Connect, wants to go a mile. I don't. Cigar. He did win the Pennsylvania Derby over Gunrunner, and he did win the Cigar Mile. I'm just making sure you know that.
I hear you, but his progeny have been better, I think, sprinting than they have been going longer.
Well, I'm not. You see, I'm not concerned about him getting the distance. I don't think the reason Somaro is going to lose his race is because he doesn't want a mile. He's probably going to lose because he's not good enough.
Well, I don't know. He started him sprinting on the dirt, as in my argument to say that he's going to get better going longer. I don't know if that's.
Well, we'll find out. The 8-1 suggests that I'm the fool here. We'll see if I am. It's often the case. King Pharaoh the favorite over the first or Tricky Business. We'll find out what happens as Chris Griffin will have the call of the 3rd.
Tricky Business, last to load. In. All set. And they're off. Anderman broke sharply from the inside draw, and King Pharaoh is right there in the early mix too. King Pharaoh is quickest with a neck in front. Judge Boucher to the outside. Tricky Business right there. That's the top trio. Just off of them is Mo Curls. Is in the black cap there in 4th as they get set to come out of the chute well off the rail. King Pharaoh has the lead and nose advantage. Judge Boucher applying the pressure to the outside in 2nd. Out 3 wide. That's Tricky Business. Just behind them, Mo Curls at the rail. Anderman, who broke on top, is now a well-settled 5th. To their outside in 6th, that's going to be Sfumato and the Triller. Close up, though, it's Liam's Legacy. 23.08. The opening quarter mile, it's contested. To the inside, King Pharaoh. To the outside, Judge Boucher. These two continue to go at it as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Tricky Business asked to do more from 3rd. Is still 3 wide. Anderman patiently ridden still at the rail. Just got shuffled back there into the turn. Mo Curls holds the 4th position. Here comes Fumato with a move out wider. Liam's Legacy starts to launch from the back and 45-4. The half-mile time. King Pharaoh has been surpassed as Judge Boucher now takes the lead away. Judge Boucher, but Tricky Business means business to the outside, and here comes Tricky Business, and Flavien Prat just looming up to the outside of that leader as they reach the top of the stretch, and Tricky Business starts to open up. Tricky Business, Judge Boucher, not done yet, battles on towards the inside as they approach a final furlong. King Pharaoh's even trying to re-rally in behind them from 3rd. It's still Tricky Business trying to fend them off, and now opening up in the late stages. A 16th left to go. Tricky Business out of Super Marina will draw off and win. Judge Boucher second, then King Pharaoh. Late run, Liam's Legacy.
Very fast race, 134.63 on a quick racetrack, but the first are tricky business. He lived up to the money.
He was loaded. He was sitting. He had Flavian had a ton of horse the whole race. I really had him in a great position. That's a great thing when you have a first-time starter breaking from the outside. You got to deal sometimes with the wide post, but they can keep a clean face, and it really helps. I feel like get him home like it did today.
I feel like the blinkers really helped Judge Boucher put him in the game more. He ran a good race, but it's just no match for this horse who was clearly best. And predicting 5-length wins is often your demise. King Pharaoh didn't run badly, but he was a distant third best.
Yeah, he tried to re-rally. I don't think he liked being down on the inside. You could see once he kind of sucked back. When Ricardo got him out in the clear, you could see he tried to make a run, but clearly third best today. I agree with you about Judge Boucher. Blinkers really helped. You could see in his last race, he just looked like he was kind of hanging. Today he was in the game, he was on the pace, and he put up a pretty good fight until deep in the stretch. He had to deal with, obviously, the pace early on with King Pharaoh. So I would imagine that horse will take a big step forward, and I don't think he'll be a maiden for much longer either for Chad.
What about Liam's Legacy, who picked up some pieces to finish fourth in here? Took a lot of money for Barclay Tagg and Sakatoga Stable. We'll see if that's one they looking to win second time out. Probably see him up Belmont Stakes Week if there's a race for him in Saratoga. That New York bred, and they've had a lot of success. People know with New York breds, a lot more coming up at Monmouth Park and Aqueduct as well. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the late pick 5 at Monmouth.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and a happy Mother's Day to everybody as the horses are on the track for race number 4 at Monmouth, and a horse, the one, Johnny Bay Good. I like that name.
I like that name.
I like that.
That
It's a
is
good name.
funny. As blinkers today for a second start, did a little bit of running first time.
9-month layoff for Hillsborough 8. Chuck Spina went by. The number 3, Royal Merit. I don't know. They're all over the place here.
Yeah, what are we on the?
The 4, it's all just a dream.
Taking a lot of action right now.
Is that losing my religion? REM? Isn't that a line? It's just a dream?
Oh, man, you're going too far back for me.
Not an REM guy?
No, not an
Really?
REM guy. Sorry, brother.
The 6 Sky Rush comes in for Danny Gargan off a tough beat up here.
It looks very tough to beat on paper, but not taking as much action as you'd think at 5-2.
Yeah, I'm a little bit suspect of how good his last race really was. Couches burning. Paco Lopez taking money.
That's a shocker. Not.
The 8 Hurricane Jerry looks a little bit tough here. Is only 8-1 for Chuck Spina.
Yeah, that's weird. I thought this
Back
horse
to
had a
dirt.
big turf pedigree, and I thought that they were just looking to get one before turf got going.
Doing everything differently, cutting back in distance, going to the dirt. Not sure why this horse is taking any money as we head back to Aqueduct for our winner's circle, where the number 7 Tricky Business for George Weaver and his stable and my friend Randy Hill getting the job done here.
Love a Vacoma New York bred. They run on. They're just fast, good horses.
He was a fast, good horse.
He was.
Who really had a very, very good career when you think about it, winning the Carter and the Met Mile as well. A couple of grade ones, the Bluegrass. Very good horse for trainer George Weaver, and he's been an even better sire. And Tricky Business, mile, first time out, no problem.
I didn't anticipate him being as great of a sire as he is, but he, like you said, he's been an even better sire than he has been on the racetrack.
Well, I think people are a little reticent the way he had that weird action, the way he kicked his leg out, but don't worry about that. When he passed along were his talents and his genes.
No, he bred that out, and he's kept the speed in because, yeah, I remember watching the head-ons with him. Holy moly, you wouldn't want to be too close to him. He might trip you in a race.
He was always a funny horse to watch, but man, was he good.
He was.
And he is one terrific stallion as we're going to head back to Monmouth Park. Are we heading to just Paul? Paul, what's going on here? What do you think of Sky Rush's last race? I thought the buyer figure is a little tough to trust.
Yeah, it kind of is a little tough to trust. And, you know, this horse came out, looked tremendous on the racetrack. We'll get blinkers for the first time. And Danny Gargan has done well with blinkers over his career, at least in 2026. I know he's 0 for 5, but over his career, he's about 14%. And this is the race that you were talking about. Laid off the pace, kind of dropped back, and then resurged a little bit and kind of battled down towards the end. There was a lot of bumping going on. This wasn't kind of the best trip. The horse got carried out pretty wide, and you know, it was pretty game. Loses the race by a neck. Now this race is February, and now you're going to May now, and you know, blinkers go on. Horse has been working at Belmont Park. There is a space through the works. Do you worry about that? I don't know. I just think that he still is the one to beat in here. Another Vacoma in here. Now the 7 in here, Couch is burning. Kelly Breen, I talked to Kelly. He said, listen, you know, I always thought this horse would be a route horse, but the first 2 races, he's kind of run like he wants to cut back in distance, and that's what he gets today. He said maybe 7 furlongs would be a little bit better, but they'll cut back to 6 here. And Paco and him won a couple races yesterday. He's already won a race today. Now, the one horse I thought looked the best of this group. This horse, not the tallest or biggest, but very compact, looks like actually a quarter horse, kind of sprinting type. And, you know, this horse did not get dismissed first time at the window. And I just like the way the horse, Pedro Cotto, gets aboard. You know, Pedro's not a guy that rides a ton of horses, a veteran type of jockey, but the blinkers go on this horse. I like the way he's framed up. So I'll land here at a bit of a price, Andy. I think, you know, to start the pick 5, this is the one race where you can get a little bit of a number.
Thanks a lot, Paulie. See what happens in race number 4. I have to admit, I don't have a strong opinion. I do understand why the 6 is favored. Just a little bit circumspect about his last race.
Yeah, like you were saying, I didn't have it that way. I liked this horse. I thought putting blinkers on was a good move.
I'm not against him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I think he's a little overbet off that figure. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I could see it. But there's not really a whole lot else to go on in here. I thought that Couch is Burning, the 7, was the only other horse on paper that could really test the Sky Rush.
The 7, Salisbury, my type of horse. I love a turn back, but I'll give you some stats. Kelly Breen probably doesn't mind if I give stats of his that aren't good. Turnbacks in the dirt. Kelly Breen's 8 for 81, 10%, and a 71 cent ROI. A stat that a lot of trainers do well with. And with maidens, he's just 2 for 23. So that suggests that he's running them long. He should be running them long because they're cutting back and they're just not doing it. He's my kind of horse, but I don't love those stats.
On a drop with those?
No, I didn't look. I just looked up overall, just straight. Drop, cutbacks and distance.
I guess it's not really drop. He's just changing distance. He did run for the 25 last time when he had speed and stopped and got well beat. But I don't really know who else you turn to if you don't like the 6 or the 7 horse here. There's not really a lot of these horses look like they're Jersey breds getting fit and kind of getting ready for the season. Like the one who's taking them is 9-1.
Well, you could, try to be creative and say Hillsborough 8 hasn't run since last August. Maybe he's a better horse. I don't particularly love Royal Merit, but obviously he has some things to like. But you're right. The reason Gargan's horse's favored Sky Rush is not only his last race pretty good, but even if the fig is 6 or 7 points high, he still might be too good for these.
Exactly. Yeah, he could regress and still win this race pretty easily. The 3 Royal Merit has some speed. I could see him being a presence.
What about the 4?
Aggressive.
Who has not run since last August when he used the waiver for his first start. He gets Lasix. Could he be a little sneaky as maybe another horse in here? He did do a little bit of running that day.
He's taking some money, but honestly, I think that he's a horse. He's looking to probably get one in. He's a Jersey bred. He's only had 4 workouts just this year. I think they're probably just trying to get one into him. He ran 3rd last year, like you said. First time as a 3-year-old, adds Lasix today, maybe something to build off of, but I just don't see him as like a real win candidate.
And his sire, Irish Warcry, won the Wood Memorial here under
Grand Motion.
Who was the rider? One of our good friends.
Rajiv Mirage, that's
Absolutely.
right. Yes,
he had the lead top of the stretch in the Belmont Stakes.
He did.
Taprit.
Was it Taprit?
And Jose Ortiz ran him down for Eclipse.
No, it was 3 Chimneys,
Taprit
I think.
wasn't it? Was it 3 Chimneys? Why do I feel like I picture him wearing those Eclipse silks? That's why I'm thinking it's the case.
I thought it was 3 Chimneys.
I'm going to say it's Eclipse, but
you might be right.
We're probably both wrong.
I wonder, was that the year with who's the horse that won the Belmont Stakes that year? Commissioner?
Oh, he won the Belmont Stakes. No, Commissioner ran second to Totalist.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Eclipse Thoroughbreds owned him.
I was wrong.
How humiliating is it for me to be right and you to be wrong?
You're way more knowledgeable. I'll take the second place.
I just have this picture of him in the Eclipse silks.
Yeah.
It's not like I remember Eclipse owned him. I'm just thinking Tapper. You know when you see a horse and you can remember the silks the rider's wearing.
I have many horses like that. I always think of Thunder Gulch. I always think about the Royal Blue and
of course
Royal Blue
for Tabor.
Orange for Michael Tabor.
Of course he started out. Howie Bagels, the original owner of that horse, running for John Kimmel.
Yeah.
Lost his debut. I think a Joe Pierce horse beat him at like $50 or 50-1 in Thunder Gulch's first start at Belmont Park in the fall by like a nose, and everybody had heard about Thunder Gulch.
Oh, really?
Well, Thunder Gulch also, by the way, won the race. First time for Lucas was the Remsen in the race before Cigar won the Naira Mile.
Wow.
And then he paid like $12, $10 or $12. I think he paid $12.
I was a little boy watching him on TV in Jamaica. I didn't get
really.
To, I
was here.
I didn't.
Fight the
only saw him in the big
wars.
races. So was it '97, right?
That was '94. It was the first year I was playing full time.
Oh, really?
And I loved Cigar that day, and of course, first time Wayne Lucas couldn't resist that.
Yeah, no, he was
Thunder Gulch.
Yeah, he was a
quite a racehorse.
And Mike Smith jumped off of him, right? And he put Gary Stevens.
Well, Mike had ridden the Bluegrass where he was 4 wide around the track on a gold rail when Wild Sin upset the field riding the gold rail at Keeneland. This was in '95, and then he was a wide against the track trip, and Gary picked up the mount, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
And, of course, Wayne won all 3 races, Triple Crown, as Timber Country. Won that Preakness, and then, he won the Preakness. He never ran again, and then Thunder Gulch beat Star Standard in the Belmont Stakes for my buddy Nick Zito. Heading into the gate for race number 4 at Monmouth Park, our man Matt Dinnerman will have the call.
Hillsborough 8 goes in. Royal Merit next in the blue. The gray horse. Looks like they're working with It's All Just a Dream right now. Jorge Vargas Jr. in the saddle. As I say that, he hopped off. Still working with It's All Just a Dream to post position number 4. It's All Just a Dream goes in without the jockey. Two back, Royal Merit. Outside post, Hurricane Jerry to round out the field. Working with Hurricane Jerry to go into the gate. Now he's in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Pretty awkward break from Irish Indigo. Threw his head at the start. Hillsborough 8 off a little bit slowly, is rushing up to stalk the pace early. Couches Burning is clear on the lead. Very speedy. Opens up 2 here on Hillsborough 8, who dives to the rail, takes the second spot. Royal Merit behind now, running in third. Then It's All Just a Dream. Sky Rush to the outside. There's 6 clear of both Johnny Bay Good and Hurricane Jerry. Irish Indigo at the back of the pack with a half mile to go. Couches Burning fires forward from the onset here and strides 2.5 ahead going into the far turn. Hillsborough 8 in chase mode running in second. Royal Merit under pressure third. It's All Just a Dream inside of that one on the fence. Sky Rush needs to do a lot more. Is pumped upon 7 behind and just plotting in place. The others are well behind. The front running Couches Burning, who hits the quarter pole with an increasing lead of 4 lengths coming to the top of the stretch. Royal Merit on the outside dives into second now. Hillsborough 8 retreats to third, but as they come down the lane, it's a one-horse affair. Couches Burning clear by 6, hitting the furlong pole. Couches Burning putting on a show for the Mother's Day crowd, and there's a roar from the crowd as Couches Burning comes strolling down the lane. Couches Burning, a convincing winner. Royal Merit was second, Johnny Bay Good third, Hillsborough 8 was fourth.
Well, Kelly Breen is now 3 for 24 with maidens turning back from routes to sprints, and the ROI is going to jump up to maybe over $1 as Couches Burning won this race like he was the one that should have been 3 to 5.
I'm telling you, there was never a doubt. I was like, I looked at you at the 3/8 pole and I said, well, Kelly Breed's going to get a bump up in his stats today with this one because there's no way he's getting beat. And polar opposite for Sky Rush. Boy, he was
never in the race.
Yeah, absolutely dead the whole way.
He was 5th on the backstretch and just never even made a move, as they basically was somewhat of a merry-go-round affair. But Couches Burning, this horse was just flew out of the gate, opened up an easy lead, and just cruised.
Yeah, he did. He
sure claimed this one for 25, right?
Yeah, no kidding. If I could get the money over there, I would have.
Get to the 25,000. Well, you had the money to claim the one in the second race today. You got the 25 left over. I think the one in the second race might have been worth more.
Yes.
We have plenty more to come on America's Day at the races. The Pick 6 will kick off in race number 4. That race coming up after a quick break. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Ray Handel and Andy Serling on the desk. Samantha Perry down in the paddock, the MiG waiting in the wings, and of course Acacia will be back shortly as well. Nice shot of some tulips, I'm guessing on Park Avenue. Time for the tulips to come out in the middle of the street in Park Avenue as horses are getting ready for riders up in the paddock. Right timing, and Flavien Prat, the 6-5 favorite, Ray.
Yeah, this horse I thought came out of one of the hottest races of the year at Keeneland last time. Will Walden's horse ran an 84 Beyer and won very convincingly. I thought this horse ran really well. I know he's a favorite and might have disappointed, but you know, Chad's trying something new here today, so obviously he wasn't thrilled with what he saw. So hopefully he takes a step
Not this
forward for him.
times can do anything. It's kind of a little European turf sprinting in the second dam.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd rather go with the one River Ride, who I thought ran well in the one turf race.
Yeah, he did. This horse ran well. Gets back to the grass. A little disappointing last time, but you know he's got some talent, and he showed that in his first start.
Got to break a little more cleanly, as he probably will, and he did in his debut on the turf. Chartist tries the turf. Acacia told us she's wanted this horse to run on turf all along.
Yeah, actually, I was listening to the show earlier, and I thought that it was a little strange that they ran him on the synthetic last time.
It was rained off.
But it rained off.
It was rained off,
I didn't realize that. Because he has a workout at Payson on the turf.
There's right timing. Flavien riding for Chad Brown.
Yeah, like I said, this horse ran in one of the hottest races
on the dirt.
year. On the dirt, try something new here on the turf. So
Jordan's Love also tries the turf for the first time for Tom Morley. This horse a half to a bourbon for Toby.
Yeah, half to bourbon for Toby, and should move up with the grass, you think.
Number 5 Quadrate goes out second time for Bobby Robato.
Yeah, who I think this horse could take a step forward. Ran pretty well, speed, and got tired down the lane. Bobby's a guy that runs his horse into fitness usually.
The other Chad Brown with Manny Franco is Prairie Princess making her debut.
Yeah, making the debut. He's got a long, steady work pattern coming into this race, but has a pedigree that suggests maybe it needs a race to get going.
The long shot Trudeau rounds out the field. Her second dam was actually okay on the turf.
You know, I didn't have very many comments. It was hard to find something to go off of.
Well,
but
the
I could
pedigree
see
says
that.
turf. I will give you that. I'm not saying I like the horse, but the pedigree does say turf.
Yeah, I'll let her prove it to me today.
She's 38 to 1.
Oh, so, yeah. Well,
you probably don't want to be telling people not to bet 38 to 1.
All
So
right.
just a little hint in all my time on TV. You know, you can make an idiot of yourself telling them not to bet 2 to 1 shots. But I didn't like this horse either. But there is some pedigree. I was trying to be nice.
All right.
Head over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, use NairaBets.com and use the promo code PREAK25. We'll match up to $200 of your initial deposit, but also give you a free $25 bet on the Preakness Stakes. Details at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets. There's a River Ride, and I thought first time out, this horse, I don't think broke that badly first time, but did break about a half length slow in there from the outside. Junior Alvaro was able to get over the rail. Now it's a little hard to watch the races because most of the races are hidden in replays at Gulfstream Park, but this horse did seem to make a pretty nice run to finish second.
Well, it's hard enough to go 2 turns first time out, and especially on that Gulfstream turf, you really want to be forward. But to get left, not only got left, but I feel like the horse kind of lost his footing a bit and really lost a lot of ground thereafter.
I think he took him back to get him the inside, in fairness to Junior.
Well, to me, when I watched that, I thought that it looked like that he kind of like lost his action and maybe looked like a little confused and out of it. And he's probably like, okay, well, let me get over and save some ground so I can at least give this horse half a chance.
And the winner of the race came back and improved his Beyer figure 2 points out of that race. So I think it was a solid enough field. I like this horse for the turf experience. I'm not taking 4 to 5 on a horse just because the horse ran okay on the dirt. And the thing about right timing is, I mean, he lost at 4 to 5 at Tampa. Good race at Keeneland or not, this horse has been disappointing, which is why he's on the turf.
Yeah, well, clearly Chad isn't happy with what he's seeing because the horse is, he ran second, beaten half a length, and ran respectable that day, obviously, and then came back and ran a decent race at Keeneland, I thought. But, you know, he knows what he's looking at.
Let's get more from Samantha.
Thank you, Andy. And a couple of horses that I am familiar with in the flesh, and both of them, the 1 and the 2, are exiting out of the same Tapeta race. Now, that was the closing Sunday at the end of the championship meet at Gulfstream Park. And about halfway through the card, they did take the races off of the grass after we got a huge downpour of rain down in South Florida. Not unusual that time of year. But these 2 horses here kind of tell different stories. Now, The one, to me, is a horse that just didn't really handle the Tapeta that well. She just kind of seemed like her wheels were spinning a bit and just could never really get a hold of the ground there. And then on her debut race that you guys just showed the replay of, the rails were out that day at 52 feet. And trainer Shug McGahee, he struggled during the championship meet this year, and it's great to see that he's come up back north with a nice vengeance here, winning at a pretty nice clip right now. So that's great to see. And I just feel like that's probably her preferred footing, and making up ground at 52 feet with that turf setting that day is very tough to do at Gulfstream, as you guys mentioned. And she galloped out right with the winner that day, so that was a great sign. Now, the 2 Chartist, she ran arguably on probably the best part of the Tapeta that day, because the speed is very favoring there. Once we get a lot of rain on that Tapeta surface, it can change very quickly, but she was just right up on it and lost to an 18-1 shot, a first-time starter for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr. under Jorge Ruiz, a jockey that he never rides. So it was a big upset. I have a hard time trusting that race, but out of it, I like the one a little bit better. But right timing to me, yes, I know this is a short price, but to me, she's a filly that should absolutely relish the grass course. I like that they gave her 2 tries on the main track. She just kind of comes out of the bridle towards the end of her races, just when she's finishing it up. And there was a breeze on her at Keeneland on the 24th of April, and she was just always best with her workmate Hypnotica under a nice tight handhold, but she just kind of has that higher knee action, those slopey pasterns here, and looks the part for sure out on the track. A short price to take, but right timing. I think it's the right time today for her to try the grass guys.
Thanks, Samantha. I'm not going to be surprised if this horse wins. I think even money is way too low.
I agree with that. I do think that the price is short. If I was going just on value, I think River Ride is probably the horse, considering how well she ran first time. She's proven on the grass. And clearly Chad is seeing things that he doesn't like with right timing, right? Otherwise he would have kept her on the dirt or tweaked something else. I'm sure the plan wasn't to start on the turf.
Obviously he thought she was a dirt horse, and he sends a lot of good horses, including the Oaks winner, including Emerging Market, to run not just on turf but on dirt at Tampa Bay. So he sent horses over he liked. Now, I've never discussed this horse with him at any point, but she's clearly been a bit of a disappointment. And so now he goes to turf, where she does have a pedigree to handle it, but I don't know. She's burned an awful lot of money so far. I'm going to let her beat me again. I bet the 1, and I used her with a 2 and a little bit of 4. Trying to beat the favorite. You and Samantha are on right timing. We'll see what happens. They're loading in the gate. Chris Griffin has the call of today's 4th, kicking off the pick 6 with no carryover.
3 out, Quadrate. Quadrate. Prairie Princess. Truda to the outside. Prairie Princess just takes a step back. Now in. Truda. All set. And they're off, and hopping in the air at the start was Prairie Princess, the early trailer. Speed from Truda from the outside stall, and Truda will cross over easily, gets the lead. It's Truda up by 3/4 of a length, but here comes pressure. Flavian Pratt right timing on the move. They're going to be a stalking second. River Ride, Jose Lescano at the rail. They're going to save all the ground into that turn. Is now a shared third, is moving forward. There's Chartist in the 4th position. Just behind them is Quadrate, who's going to ride the rails too, is in 5th. Second to last is Jordan's Love, and after the beginning, Prairie Princess is the trailer. They're chasing Edgard Zayas on Truda. Up by a half length, and it's a snug hold, right timing, just stalking, ready to pounce towards the outside, 23.62 the opening quarter mile. At the rail still is River Ride in 3rd, outside of them, Chartist in 4th. Quadrate comfortable in the 5th position, Jordan's Love starts to inch closer, and the trailer, Prairie Princess. Truda, the big long shot, is in front, 48.20, the half-mile time. Right timing is just stalking that pace setter from 2nd. River Ride still in 3rd. They haven't changed the running order much as Chartist starts to move from 4th. It's moved towards the outside. Quadrate is in behind them. Then comes Jordan's Love and Prairie Princess. Truda still in front by a neck. Right Timing is still right there, and here comes Right Timing looming up to the outside. Right Timing, cruise control, now starts the sprint for home. Chartist in full pursuit, River Ride. Jordan's Love on the grandstand side, but Right Timing extending this stride, and look at the acceleration. Right Timing is approaching the final 16th, is 5 lengths in front. A 16th left to go. Right Timing out of Elusive Amber. Much the best. River Ride second, then came Jordan's Love and Chartist.
Well, it turned out 4-5 as eventual price. She was an overlay at that price. It's a very impressive win. This horse could have a bit of a future on the grass. I think River Ride, good trip or not, ran well to be second and just couldn't get close to this horse.
Absolutely, got a great trip and really was doing some serious running down the lane, but not nearly as much running as Right Timing, who maybe Chad was just seeing, like, I see a lot of talent here and we're not getting all the talent out of this horse. Let's try the grass.
It's unusual because he's never afraid to run firsters on the turf, and their pedigree often doesn't matter to him. And the way she ran here, you wonder why he ran her in the dirt. I guess he, as you say, he thought she was good. It turns out she is good. She's just not good in the dirt. But this was a powerful performance by her. I honestly think River Ride ran fine. Couldn't even get close to this horse.
I bet you River Ride gets a career high figure in here. Probably ran somewhere in the 70s. But yeah, Right Timing, I think she's got stakes written in her future.
Okay, my last eighth of a mile in 11.56. She was
Impressive.
Absolutely rolling in here, and much the best, a short price, but she was best here getting it done.
It's so funny when horses are really, you can see they're really extending. Sometimes they'll switch to that left lead like that. They're just giving you everything that they can. It's cool to see a horse like that. She was impressive.
Jordan's Love did a little bit of running to pick up third for Tom Morley and Ricardo Santana at 17-1. But no doubt about the winner, Right Timing, who was way too good for these horses. Saw Chad Brown win the Long Branch, and we saw him win race number 4, kicking off our pick 6. More to come on America's Day at the Races after a quick break.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high, breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, where a very promising 3-year-old filly just won her turf debut. You look at this race and this performance, and you're thinking already about the Lake George and the Lake Placid up in Saratoga, Ray.
Absolutely. Big pedigree, homebred for 3 Chimneys. This horse is very impressive today, and I would imagine Stakes Company next time.
Well, you were talking to me about just the way her stride picked up when they hit the stretch.
Yeah, you love seeing a horse like that when they really extend in. You could see she's given everything she had. Ears pinned back, just extending so much she even switches to her left lead here when the portable rail goes away. Maybe a little bit of greenness too, but ultra impressive all the way through the wire. I think that distance. I think this horse will even go further than the flat mile today, too.
Didn't seem like she was shortening up at all in that race. And, Chad Brown's going to look at her. Now, I guess the question becomes a little bit of distance, because in an ideal world, you want to get to that Belmont Oaks, which will run 4th of July weekend up in Saratoga. So I won't be surprised if he goes right ahead to the Wonder again up in Saratoga.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it makes sense.
I assume it's in Saratoga. I'm not sure if it's the week before or it's up in there, but that was some performance.
Absolutely, yeah. You'd be thinking Stake after that for sure.
Yeah, and there's some that stark contrast is very good against the Colts. I think the Philly 3-year-old turf horses right now are fairly open, so we're going to see her in 3-year-old Philly Stakes going forward. Looking forward to it. Field for the 5th race, P. Mutter Pickle is the favorite right now, but not favored in multi-race bets is the number 2 Snide, likely to be favored.
Yeah. I actually didn't get to that race because.
Oh, you're leaving us.
Yeah.
This is Ray's last race.
No, I have one more segment. No, I just didn't look at the
I understand
race.
you do. This is your last race you're beyond for is race number 5 at Monmouth.
Yes.
If our producer would stop panicking and talking when he doesn't need to talk. But then again, that's what he does all the time. Race number 5 coming up at Monmouth, and a little more of Ray Handel after a quick break. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Ray Handel and Andy Serling on the desk. His horses are on the track for race number 5 at Monmouth Park.
Looks beautiful out there.
Yes, a nice crowd for Mother's Day. It looks like right now, I can't believe it. Paco Lopez is riding the favorite.
You don't say. That doesn't sound like something I've heard before.
I wonder what prices they'd be if Paco wasn't riding.
Or you don't get the jockeys listed until after you make your bet.
Yeah, well, I often don't even know who's riding my horses. I have to look at the paper to start yelling for jockey during the course of a race.
Oh, they got a good turnout there.
We're very lucky here in New York. We have such a good riding colony. The truth is, it's rare that you're in a situation to get a bad ride because there's so many good riders
you
here.
can get outside the top 10 here, and you're still getting a really good jock most of the time.
Yeah. Very, very strong colony. Obviously, the number 1, Float On, going out for Michelle Castillo.
Back to the Castillo barn after a bit of a scramble around with trainers claiming and trainer switches, but hasn't done a whole lot of running in the last few.
Paco and Wayne Potts coming up after 4 races at Oaklawn with Landlord.
Yes, switches over to the Potts barn after getting claimed 2 back down at Oaklawn.
Derby winning rider Sonny Leone on the long shot Prime Motive.
Yeah, hasn't done a lot in his last 2, but 3 back, did have a good race, but it was over a wet track.
Tiger Moon going out for...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sammy Moran.
Yeah, claimed last time for 4,000 and been sat on for a little bit. Some red flags, I thought, with this one.
Chuck Willis, a horse we've seen quite a bit in the past here, went by. He's 3-1. Awesome for sure, a big price.
Yeah, awesome for sure. I was not a big fan of this horse. He's going to need to turn around the form.
Marcelo Arenas shipping Because the Night down to Monmouth with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, I thought this type of drop made sense. I think this horse makes a little bit of sense.
He's too big a price at 12-1.
I agree. I almost picked this horse on top in this spot.
Could absolutely be a factor here, and we round out the field with Hedge. David Jacobson.
Yeah, this horse has been all over the place. Churchill, Oaklawn, Turfway, and now here at Monmouth. I mean, there's a way this horse could win, but just a lot of question marks and shipping and the no-show performance. 3 back when he claimed him. Not a great performance last time, 2 back.
Let's head to Megan down at Monmouth.
Thanks, Andy. Miss you two boys there on the desk in New York, and it feels a little bit more closer to home being on the East Coast. We'll start with the favorite in the number 2, Landlord, who, despite the Paco Lopez effect, I'm against in this spot, as races make sense. Should be a horse with the blinkers on that should be aggressively handled, as that is Paco's MO as he continues with his typical warm-ups. He kind of gets those figure 8s going, gets them revved up very much the picture. But this horse I actually got to know him a little bit there when he was running against straight Arkansas breds down at Oaklawn Park, and I just am not impressed with him physically. He's weaker. Just overall, he definitely looks like a sprinter, and he is bottoming out to this $5,000 level. He makes a lot of sense here. He can try to beat me. I just thought this race went beyond just this horse. It was a little bit more wide open. Number 4, Tiger Moon, I thought was quite interesting. Cuts back to sprinting for the first time since 2022. Back on February the 27th, he broke outside. He was the even money favorite, trailed early off of a fast pace for the level, and then kind of flattened out when he did bottom out that day to the lowest level yet. I thought on the turn back, I'm always a sucker for these lower level horses doing so. And the trainer angle, first off, the claim around this level is 24% the past 5 years. So up there at 9-2, thought he was interesting. The number 5, Chuck Willis, coming off of the bench here for the Ramirez barn. Pedigree reads all grass, but he's got some run in him as well. But I ultimately landed on the 8, Hedge. I agree as far as the shipping dynamics, but he's also one that's bottoming out here. Andy and David Jacobson didn't have a presence here in 2025, but he's got some strong numbers here at Monmouth Park as he had his first entrant yesterday, getting back to the Jersey Shore.
Thanks a lot, Megan. See what happens here down at Monmouth. And is Paco Lopez going to get the money? I'm with Megan trying to take a shot. I think 15-1 on the 7 is too big a price.
Absolutely. I think if I had a Naira Bets account, I would be playing the 7.
Wait a second. You don't have a Naira Bets account?
No, I'm not really much of a gambler myself.
Ray, you gotta change that. You gotta change that.
I'll jump in a pick 3 with some buddies and stuff, but I'm not really.
I'm going to bet a couple dollars on my Naira Bets account on the number 7 because the night. Matt Dinnerman with a call.
And to the outside post Hedge. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. Chuck Willis sent hard for speed and snatches the lead and opens up 2.5 early. Now it's 2, a length and a half, but it's still Chuck Willis clear on the lead here. Landlord right behind now, a length and a half behind. He's second, and Float On is third, getting outside after breaking on the rail. He's settling off the speed 3 behind. Gap of 4 to Tiger Moon. Then comes Hedge, backpedaling already. Prime Motive just passed him because the night is second to last, and Awesome for sure has no runner's beat as they go into the far turn. Chuck Willis into the turn here, clear length and 3/4 with 3 furlongs to go. Landlord right behind in the 2-path second, farther out Float On, 3 wide sent along, and now 3 runners gaining ground after one another. Chuck Willis has lost the lead. Landlord going to the front, and Float On moves with him coming to the top of the stretch. Chuck Willis is behind in third, has been overhauled. They come off the corner. Float On, Landlord together in the final 3/16 here. Outside it's Float On. Landlord begins to struggle. Now Prime Motive's getting underway, coming to thread the needle between horses, and Prime Motive going right to the lead with a 16th to go. Tiger Moon into the second position, but that's the best he'll do. Prime Motive, your winner at 11-1. An upset here to kick off the late pick forward. Second home Tiger Moon, then came Float On and Chuck Willis.
Now you remind me that he was a turn back from a route to a sprint. Now you tell me, Ray. Tough to make this horse on paper. Nice ride.
Yeah, I couldn't have had this one. The only good race he's had in his last, long time starts is a sloppy track performance 3 back. So if you could have him, tip of the cap to you. I feel like you got robbed at 11-1 on this horse if you liked him.
Well, at least you didn't take even money on the 8.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Even money is crazy on the 8.
I don't know. 11-1 feels pretty good in the 3 right now. I'll take 10-1 right now.
Yeah,
Look by action. Ray, that's it. It was a pleasure. Fun having you here. The MiG waiting in the wings.
Yeah, looking forward.
He's all dressed up for Mother's Day.
Looking forward to the Knicks. Let's go Knicks. We're going for the sweep, baby.
Think they'll bring the broom out like Mark Jackson did back in when was that, like 1989?
Before my time. That was the year I was
probably
born.
weren't even born yet.
I was born then.
I was there. I was not in Philly for the broom. I was there. I was a Knick fan back then. No more. Ray, it was a pleasure. We'll be back with the MiG. America's Day at the Races continues.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A nice, sunny, almost summer day. It's getting a little bit nicer. Nice day at Monmouth Park, a nice Mother's Day at Well, and it's great to have back for the first time on the desk since Wood Memorial, I think.
Yeah, since the Wood, yeah.
Good to see you.
Came in for the Wood,
Looking
yeah.
sharp. Is that a new suit? You're looking really sharp for your first day back here.
Borrowed the tie from a friend of mine. Good-looking tie.
Guy's a jerk, the guy that gave me that tie.
Good-looking tie, though. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get organized again. I've had to put all my suits in the car, drive 1,500 miles home. Got home, spent a few days up at the farm, got reset, and now I'm back to work.
How, I assume it was a 2-day drive.
Yeah, so I actually did it in 2 nights. I went to Rochelle, Virginia, and visited with Dennis and Julia Brider for a night.
Nice.
So I had a wonderful time there with them. Their daughter Scarlett was home. She's an amazing chef. So we had a good meal or two.
Is she a better chef than you?
Oh, far and away.
Well,
she is
really
actually
amazing.
the executive chef for Richard Blaze's empire of restaurants.
I don't know who he is, but apparently I should.
Yeah, no, he's serious and she's serious. Really a fantastic chef. Her boyfriend's a chef, was there, so we had some good meals. And then it was a 6.5-hour drive home from their house.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all.
Carmela hadn't changed the locks?
No, thank goodness.
You have to sneak in the back door, hope there's a window open or something for you. It's great to have you back, though, Richie, as the horses are getting saddled up and the jockeys are getting aboard for race number 5. And the one, Peanut or Pickle, taking a lot of money, especially for a horse that's like the 3rd or 4th choice if you look at the multi-race bets. I imagine by post time, Richie, the 2 Snide will be favored.
Yeah, coming off that nice effort. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of speed in here, Andy. I'd like to get your take on it.
I think the inside 2 are the speeds, and I agree with you. I don't think there's a lot of speed.
No, and so Snide's going to be well placed from the start. I'm a little interested in the other Linda Rice from the outside, the 6 Brunch with Amy.
All right, we'll see what happens is there. The horses are approaching the track here in a rare race where Chad Brown's actually doesn't have the favorite after that very impressive win by his filly, first time in the grass in race number 4. Peanut Pickle, Jamie Rodriguez riding for the hot trainer Amelia Green. First time for Amelia.
Yeah, coming off of a layoff, has run races more than good enough to win here. Will she be ready off the bench?
Snide is in terrific form, a nice win last time out.
Really good form and should be forward, and I think that's the key here. I think you want to be a little bit more forward.
One thing you don't worry about is Flavien Prat rating speed horses. The 3, Like a Rolling Stone, goes out for Antonio Arriaga with Dalila Rivera.
Yeah, he's been in good form. Drops out of Stakes Company. Dalila having a decent winter.
She's ridden well here this winter.
She's improved.
Yes. Pistol Liz Ablazin for Gustavo Rodriguez and Ricardo went by. The 5-pointer reference off a maiden win for Chad Brown and Manny.
A real nice effort there. Attended what I thought was a slowish pace and was just best.
Can she take another step forward? And the horse you mentioned, Brunch with Amy, for Linda Rice with Kendrick Carmouche, rounds it out.
I think she's well posted. She's versatile. She showed more speed last time, but I think she finds herself in a stalking spot. And I just thought she made some sense with the recency and the trip she projects to get.
She faced a better field last time out. There's no doubt about that. But her more accomplished stablemate, the 2, Snide, with Flavien, is 9-5 and probably going lower.
Yeah, and you can understand why. Obviously, white-hot connections. Flavien, based out of New York this winter, but did a lot of traveling. And certainly between Kennedy and LaGuardia, you have a lot of options to get to different places. And Linda Rice winning at 32%, 26% overall on the year. You had to like this effort, no, Andy? I mean, she met a stiff challenge, dropped her head, and kicked on for home and went on again. I like when horses show that tenacity.
Well, other than the race where she had some issues getting out of the gate and she chased wide 2 back against a gold rail, she's been terrific in all of her races. She has a big excuse for one bad race. She's the one to beat, Samantha.
Yeah, she really is. I don't know how much I trust her. I think the 1 made a really nice impression out here. And Amelia Green, you talk about a trainer who is just up and coming with just a brilliance about her. And this is a horse that now that she's got him in her barn, that looks fantastic, especially coming off of a little bit of a break. I like that there was a very sharp work coming into this race here today as well. And just everything that trainer Amelia Green has gotten, just new acquisitions in her barn. I feel like she's really turned him around in a nice way. And so I think we'll get a very nice effort here today. The other Linda Rice, though, Brunch with Amy, is who I prefer out of this group here. Now, I tend to think that these Linda Rice runners, sometimes they'll run a very massive effort and kind of the race will come back to them a little bit, which is what I'm hoping for with the number 2 Snide. So The 6 Brunch with Amy looks like a horse that's trending on the up and up here, and I think it should set a pretty nice trip here. Let the 1 and 2 duke it out on the inside, and jockey Kendrick Caramouche, I know that sounds a little silly saying it out loud, having him rate a horse, but he has been aboard her in the past to a nice winning victory where he just sat off the hips of some other runners here, and I like this mile distance for her. That last race, although it was a small field and she only beat 1 horse coming home, the second place finisher came back to win with an 82 buyer that day for Chad Brown. I think that flatters her quite a bit, and just as far as a trip setup goes, I like her chances from this outside post position, guys.
Thanks a lot, Samantha. So, obviously, we know the merits of Snide. I like P. Mutter Pickle in this race. If she's able to run back to that big figure, she ran 2 races back at 87 buyer and 108 Timeform US. I think she's going to win the race. And Amelia Green's horses are just all running and running extremely well and consistently well.
Yeah, I mean, having a very high percentage early on in this Belmont at Aqueduct stand, but 18 wins on the year, 26% overall, and this is P. Mutter Pickle in that effort April 18th, so a little over a year ago, who just kept handled that field very well. Can she do that off the bench and against open company, though, too?
I agree, and also coming from a trainer, Phil Antonacci, was winning a lot of races last year, so it's not as though Amelia's getting this from a trainer that doesn't have a lot of success, but her horses are running very well. Not an easy spot, coming off the layoff a mile, but have not seen this horse for almost a year.
No, I mean, it's a long layoff. I do like the sharp works coming in, and again, I go back to spacings of workouts. Basically, every 7-8 days she's working. That tells you that this 5-year-old daughter of Vino Rosso is doing well. When they're not missing workouts, I'm less about times, Andy, more about the spacing between them.
Times and workouts is a silly conversation because the reality, and especially it's now with workout reports, the DRF workout reports, you're able to find out how they're working. It's not how fast they went in workouts.
No.
It's the intention, how they went. You were interested in the other Linda Rice horse, Brunch with Amy, who is coming off a loss against a much better field.
Yeah, I thought it was a much better field. I also think she showed more speed than maybe is her style would warrant. I think the outside post, being 6 of 6, she's going to fall more into that stalking kind of trip. And I just thought this was more of the factor of how she could trip out. If the 1 P. Mutter Pickle goes, if the 2 Snide goes, isn't she the one sitting in the perfect spot?
I think she should be sitting a good spot. She probably is sitting 3rd, maybe 4th outside of Like a Rolling Stone in here. No, even though she won on top of the pace last time, I don't think that point of reference is going to be on the pace today. Taking a lot of money on the hopes that she can improve off of that win, because point of reference has to get better, I think, to win this race in all likelihood.
Which
Not
isn't
a lot better, but a little better.
But which isn't a stretch for Chad Brown runners, do they? Tend to take those incremental steps forward, right? They kind of continue to evolve and improve, but that was an awfully slow pace last time for a 1-turn mile, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Well, the track was pretty slow that day, to be fair. This is a horse I remember. I'd actually asked Chad Brown about this horse before the debut at Gulfstream, and he said, I actually think she's okay. I just think she's going to need a race. Well, it turns out she did, and she ran much better in her second start. Does she have another improvement? I couldn't take 5-2 looking for that improvement, but I'm also not going to be surprised when she runs effectively.
Yeah, no, I would agree with all of that. And just we've talked about it ad nauseum in the past. Hardest move a horse going to make is from maidens to winners, right? You're in with maidens, they're all the same. Nobody's won a race. Now you got to face tougher.
It's very hard in general for trainers off of maiden wins to get them to win. Not only are the fields tougher, but you've got to improve off those wins to get it done. So I'm always impressed by trainers who have good numbers coming off of maidens. One thing's when you're a first-time starting 2-year-old and, a little bit different. But for older horses and horses with experience, it is not an easy situation to get over. They are heading, I can't tell, I think the 1 and 2 and
get the first 3 in.
Yep, I think the 4 is heading in the gate, so why don't we go upstairs to Chris with the call of race number 5.
Point of reference. Brunch with Amy. Last to load. All set. Point of reference acting up. And they're off. Point of Reference broke sharply, but so did the rest. In between horses like a Rolling Stone, and here comes Snide in the early mix and at the rail. P. Mutter Pickle. P. Mutter Pickle now wrestles the lead away, puts a nose in front. Pressured toward the outside here by Snide. Taken back was like a Rolling Stone and Point of Reference in fourth. Outside of them is Brunch with Amy, the early trailer. Pistol is ablazing. They work up the backstretch now, and P. Mutter Pickle with a neck advantage, 23.01 the opening quarter mile. Snide is closely in pursuit, is right with this leader, and these two speed off together. Like a Rolling Stone is that shared third and fourth from Point of Reference, who starts to move forward and now claims that third position out in the center of the racetrack. And Like a Rolling Stone gets the cue to stay closer, is now tucked in behind the leading duo. Brunch with Amy second to last, and the trailer still far back. Pistol is ablazing. They work into the far turn, and P. Mutter Pickle has the lead. P. Mutter Pickle with a half length in front of Snide, who's a close-up second still. Point of Reference is ranging up 3 wide, 46.14 the half-mile time. Brunch with Amy is called along for her effort, and here comes Brunch with Amy from fourth. Like a Rolling Stone is tailed off a bit, is now back in fifth, and Pistol is ablazing, still far back. They're set to reach the top of the stretch, and Snide still with a nose in front. Point of Reference with every chance to run her down. P. Mutter Pickle down at the rail as the top two are well out in the far out portion of the racetrack. Brunch with Amy dives down towards the inside. Point of Reference has taken the lead. Point of Reference starts to open up late. Snide, Brunch with Amy, they're chasing inside the final 16th. Point of Reference out of Turtle Tracks. Give her the win. Point of Reference wins it over Snide. Then came Brunch with Amy and P. Mutter Pickle.
Impressive win for number 5, Point of Reference, who clearly took a step forward. She was right up engaged. I mean, I said to you on the 3/8 pole, boy, this horse looks loaded, and she was.
She was, and she was 3-4 wide throughout the entirety of the turn, chasing the pace, and just kept finding. Got carried out by the runner-up, Snide, just race riding going on there by Flavien Prat, and just too good. Point of Reference definitely took a big step forward. Snide ran her race, second best, and Brunch with Amy ran on well. I think maybe with a different trip she might have been second, but the winner was best.
I agree. I think we were both a little surprised the 6 was as far back as she was. She had her chance, but I agree. She didn't have great position early, but nobody was beating this winner.
No, nice effort. Comes off breaking her maiden, take another step forward. I think that's a recurring theme with Chad Brown runners.
I like seeing the upstarts win. Always makes me think about Rick Violette as well as Point of Reference gets it done. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back after a quick break.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life. So I think since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old, I was, just wanting to be a jockey.
Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. got his start at a young age where he attended jockey school in Puerto Rico.
It was a nice experience because you get to start all the way from the bottom to the top, like from walking horses all the way to breezing horses. And it showed you a bunch of stuff with the game, being from a country that has like a lot of good riders. It makes you feel awesome, being part of the leagues of jockeys, My whole life, I always wanted to come to the United States. No matter what track I'll be riding it, I just wanted to come to the United States to ride. Since I started watching racing, since I was young, my whole life I was aiming, to be here.
Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51 to 1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51 to 1 shot in the autumn days.
As soon as I passed the wire, it was the greatest feeling of my life because winning a stake is another feeling than winning any other race. Right after a while, whenever I stopped the horse, I took a moment just to look at the sky and thank God because, man, it was a long way to get here, and it felt awesome.
Rivera Jr.'s dream was to be a jockey at a young age, and he had some strong jockey role models to learn from.
I grew up next to the track, and my dad was a jockey, but every single day after races, he called me because, he rides from Monday to Thursday. So whenever I'm riding, he's free, and the only thing he's doing is watching my races. And after every race, he texts me, oh, you did this good, you did this bad. He always trying to teach me how to be a better jockey after every single race. The best feeling is riding with your dad. No matter if you got the worst horse in the race, it's another feeling to ride with him. That was the best thing in racing. I have won stakes, I have won a lot of races, but I just want to beat him. That's all. I just want to beat him and show him who's the best. I already knew this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid. So I know this is my passion. I can't imagine being more than a month without riding horses. This is what I really like. I really like the adrenaline whenever the gates open. I like the adrenaline during the race. I like the adrenaline in the turf races whenever you're swerving in and out horses. Is another feeling. Maybe I haven't achieved all my goals, but at least I made it. One of my goals since I was a kid was to become a jockey, and right now I'm living out of it, so it feels great. It feels amazing.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Nice to hear from Lou Rivera riding down at Monmouth Park today, and we wish him luck down at Monmouth. I don't know if he's riding full time. I know Eric Cancel is going to be riding there during the meet, right?
Yeah, and mostly, they race on weekends at Monmouth, so, they can come up to New York and ride horses if they have mounts. And, you got to go where you're going to get opportunity. You can't, sit on the shelf. You have a shelf life,
I agree. You've got to go where you can get the business and win some races. I agree, and make your money while you can in a very, very tough business. And he's a good rider, but he's just not good enough to win at the top level up in New York. But he's still a very good rider, and we wish him luck, and a good kid as well. As we'll take a look at the official results of race number 5. That's 2 straight wins for Chad Brown, and Manny Franco getting it done. Manny rides a lot of these horses for Klarovich. In this case, Flavien Prat rode the favorite. But it was Manny getting the money on Point of Reference, who really took a step forward off her maiden win.
No, this was a big step forward. Manny always had her up in the fray, but, she was fighting throughout, carried wide into the stretch. It didn't matter. She just kept finding this daughter of Upstart. And how about Manny? He's so ultra consistent. He's over 100 wins already this year. He's been leading rider in New York 3 different times for the entirety of the year. That's real accomplishment.
Riding with such confidence. It's just so good to see. He's been a good rider for a long time, but he's turned into really a top rider in the game. And great to see Manny get it done, who is the habitual leading rider in New York throughout the year, staying here in the winter. Point of reference, 726. A horse that 135-2. Track is quick, but that was a very good effort.
Yeah. Track is, though, on the quick side, isn't it, though? I mean,
it is. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. But that was a solid effort. I mean, you think, the horse, the runner-up is running Beyer figures in the high 70s. It's probably about an 85 Beyer, judging by that. In the 80s, for a horse that broke her maiden with a 72 Beyer, and that's what you want to see. Maiden win. We were talking about how tough it is to do. She made it look easy.
60 Beyer in her first start, 72 in her second. another big step forward.
So you think
here.
she got a 96 ahead? Chabad he might have a horse that can beat his horse that won the. I think he right now might have one of the most dangerous horses lurking besides Always a Princess, or Always a Runner, excuse me, in Directive, a daughter of Antono, who broke her maiden here in her second start for Chad and Juddmonte with a 91 buyer. That's a serious racehorse.
Yeah, serious racehorse. And I'm not saying this filly ran in the 90s, but
but you're saying she's moving forward. Listen, it's her
definitely
third start.
step forward, yeah.
I mean, these horses are allowed to improve, and she's certainly been taking steps forward, as you said, in each one of her races. Nice effort by her. As Chad Brown have another one down at Monmouth, and Laird, who's taking absolutely no money right now. 2-1 morning line is 9-1, and the fixed odds have her at 8-1. That's the number one, Laird, who has lost that good form from her debut, which she won impressively at Monmouth. Eric Cancel has the mount.
You know, it looked like after her debut, it was the sky's the limit. She's just going to go on. And then, you know, she tried turf, she tried synthetic. Maybe she's just getting back to what she really wants to do in dirt sprint.
She did catch a dead rail in her second start, so she had an excuse that day, but I don't know the other ones. Gridlock goes out for Michael Simone. Sonny Leone went by the 3, Time Ticking Blonde.
Yeah, no speed in a race that doesn't have a particularly strong amount of speed.
Got to be ready to hurry up at that Monmouth post parade. We saw the 4 She's a Gamer go by. That is the 5 My Two Sophias with Louis Rivera.
Yeah, no speed last time on turf, but can lay up close at times if she breaks cleanly.
Butter Kisses rounds out the field. Let's head to Megan and Paul.
Oh, thanks, Andy. As you guys can see, the 5 is behind the gate already. A mare here that's kind of, I don't know if she's got her mind on racing right now. I know you were observing her in the paddock, and you said she was a handful.
She was more than a handful. It was very tough to get the tack on her as they brought the pony out. That didn't work. She was incredibly sharp from the get-go, so we'll see if it just seems as if though she's run her race. I'm not confident in her ability on form as far as just meeting some of the others in this group, but it really gave me the indication just viewing her in the paddock. It's probably one of the least behaved horses that I've seen in quite some time. Not saying something because I've come from down south.
Yeah, listen, we don't know kind of if that's her, but she was on the tip of turning over a couple times. Now, the 4 in here, she's a gamer. That's your pick. And listen, she's the one to catch. She's got by far the most gate speed in this race.
She does. Paco Lopez gets aboard. She's flat out speed. Laird, the number 1 Laird, has some speed if she can get back to those more forward ways, gets the blinkers on. But the number 4, She's a Gamer. I will say I haven't seen her in person ever before. She's kind of a burlier, more robust type. She doesn't look 100% fit, but she's been racing consistently. So it gives me the indication that that's more of just being her. But she surely is just a flat out sprinter. She's been incredibly versatile on both the synthetic as well as the dirt. She's just the horse to beat. And to me, Chad Brown horse from the inside runner that's taking no money gives me the indication. It's just, I understand she's caught some kind of tricky races. They've tried her on different surfaces. I feel like that's kind of a problem when Chad Brown's still trying to figure her out, now gets the blinkers on.
Well, I do agree with you. I landed on the 1, and the only reason why is they've tried a little bit of everything. Long on the turf, long on the synthetic, and it seems like her best races have been sprinting, albeit it was her first debut in her second race. I just thought there was no other pace in here besides the 4, so maybe the 1 could get there towards the outside and maybe be able to stalk the 4 in here or at least show some speed. Now, the 3 horses that aren't taking a ton of money besides the 1, now the 3 is actually Ticking Time Bomb, blonde here for Victoria Oliver. She had another horse yesterday that came in from Keeneland and Romp. Now, this is a horse that's had some gait issues, needs to get over that and stay close to the pace.
This horse has never had any early speed, so I doubt this horse will likely be there, part of that pace, and has been on the turf and synthetic. But if you go 3 back to that race, I'd agree with you. Did have a pretty decent race on the dirt. I'm not so sure about if this horse even wants this ground, or excuse me, this surface. Just poor numbers for the barn. 5% synthetic to dirt past 5 years, 1 for 19. So we'll see, but I agree with you as far as just flat out form.
Yeah, the 2 in here, Gridlock, I thought was cleverly named, being by the sire Cross Traffic. Is a gray, just like his daddy was, too, as well. And she is a horse that's kind of, I guess you could say, the most consistent in here?
You could, for sure. I mean, you go 2 back to a race that's just I mean, way better horses than what she faces today. Last time out, they kind of tried her on the turf and shouldn't have. But back on April the 22nd, it was kind of a merry-go-round race. There was very little movement. Finished an even fourth after splitting horses to get to the inside and just flattened out. But I will say, if she runs back to that three-back performance where she closed off of a fast pace, Dominant Diva did come back to win that day. She's competitive in here.
We got a little bit over 0 minutes plus. You can see they're lurking around a bit. Don't forget, the late pick 3 is a $3 variety. And Andy, just want to let you guys know, the previous record attendance for Mother's Day was just under 15,000, over 22,000 in attendance today.
I appreciate that, Paul. I believe in announced track attendances anywhere, like I believe in Santa Claus.
I'm a big Santa Claus fan.
Well, you and Santa have a relationship going back many years.
It does look like a pretty
I'm sure it's a great crowd there, and they
there.
get fun crowds there and families, and no question about it. Monmouth's a great place. There's no doubt about it. It's one of my favorite racetracks. It really is. I love it.
You know, like you understand Father's Day, like, yes, Dad, what he wants to do, go to the races. How many of the moms?
I don't know how you managed to. Yeah, Father's Day, it's clearly they want to go.
Yeah,
but,
right.
Well, you know what? Because Monmouth is a fun family track too. You go and you have a picnic, you sit outside, you bring the kids. It's a very good atmosphere. It's also a beautiful day down there. Don't forget opening day yesterday. They had kind of lousy weather with some rain coming through. So I wonder also if it's a combination of that and a lot of people that might have wanted to come yesterday said, you know what, the forecast is a lot better on Sunday. Let's head out there for Mother's Day.
Yeah, no doubt. And it is
it's a great place.
Really pretty place.
I don't believe anybody's track attendance, by the way. Anybody, anywhere. I'm not sure it's an overrated concept. The one, I believe the attendance at Pimlico on Breeders' Weekend, when they announced it was like 50,000 for the Black Eyed Susan, there were like 8,000 there. That's one of my favorites.
And you can kind of tell getting in and out of there the reality of it.
Yes. And let me tell you, it's like my favorite races to go to is the Preakness. I've had so much fun going to the Preakness over the years.
You never spent any time, like, not in the infield, did you?
No. But I've spent a lot of time in Baltimore.
I thought maybe
city.
back in your college days or something.
No. When in my college days, I would have been betting. I don't think I ever went. I think the first Preakness I went to was Ali Sheba in '87.
Oh, okay.
I ran into the late, great Pete Axtell, who gave me a first-time star that won the next day, trained by Joseph Crane. You'll remember the horse, Bubba Dulia.
I do remember the horse.
He had a horse named Conium for Jan Nehrude by a head bob.
Pay anything?
I think about $8.
Okay.
My mother bet it. She was a big Axtell fan. She said, you have a tip from Pete? I want to bet it. Let's get the call from Matt Dinnerman.
My Two Sophias goes in, Butter Kisses to the outside. Butter Kisses goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Layered from the inside, pumped upon to get up there and has early speed, but there's a line here. She's a Gamer, comes out of the crowd, takes a short lead. Layered moving forward down on the inside to be part of the pace now. These two together with Tickin' Time Blonde right behind. The top two spar on the front end. My Two Sophia's in the fourth position, 3 clear of Gridlock, and that leaves Butter Kisses at the back of the field, down the backstretch. Layered adding the hood today, leads narrowly from She's a Gamer right there to the outside as they go into the forward turn. They've put 2 lengths on Tickin' Time Blonde, who runs in third. 4 back to Gridlock, passing My Two Sophia's under pressure, and Butter Kisses detached from the rest as they round the forward turn. Layered under pressure, she's in trouble. She's a Gamer, easily breezing by her, and she clearly ahead now. Tickin' Time Blonde comes out of the crowd to take second, comes after the front runner. She's a Gamer at the top of the lane. She's a Gamer, 5 paths off the rail coming off the turn. Tickin' Time Blonde alongside, and these two are together with 1 furlong to go. Tickin' Time Blonde on the outside. Inside, She's a Gamer, just that very game, but Tickin' Time Blonde hitting the 16th pole in front. Tickin' Time Blonde coming to the finish. Tickin' Time Blonde gets the money. She's a Gamer out finishing the gray. Gridlock for second, and Butter Kisses was fourth.
3-4-2 as Ticking Time Blonde gets the job done for Sammy Marin.
runs so well fresh as well. And off the layoff for Vicky Oliver, making that pivot from the synthetic to the dirt was no problem. The number 1 Layered, a complete no-show. She's kind of fighting, didn't look very comfortable there, Paul. But the number 4 up there on the pace early, and the number 3 just kind of sat that perfect tactical trip and stalked and pounced on both of them.
I agree with you. The 4 lived up to her name. She's a gamer. The 1 Layered put a ton of pressure on her. The 4 was able to put that 1 away, but then taking Time Blonde was just waiting in the wings. And, you know, Gridlock ran her usual race we were talking about for 3rd, but no doubt about the winner, Sammy Marin, with another winner having a monstrous couple days.
It's kind of interesting with Layered. It's kind of that rare Chad Brown runner that's just never progressed or really taken a step forward, as she just wasn't comfortable today. But Vicky Oliver had a winner, nice winner yesterday, gets another win in here today.
That's the 2nd horse, Andy, that has been working out at Keeneland and has really done well here so far. And I also think the horses that get to work over the racetrack. But Sammy Moran with 6 wins over a 2-day span, and we still got 2 left.
First win actually in the dirt for Ticking Time Bomb. And I think the public that's massively over betting Paco Lopez might want to realize I'm not saying there's a new sheriff in town, but there's another sheriff in town. Sammy Marin can flat out ride.
He can flat out ride. 2 years in a row now, leading rider at Tampa Bay Downs, kind of, showed everybody what he's capable of, started getting mounts from people like Chad Brown shipping into Tampa Bay. And Acacia Clement was all over that early. She liked Sammy Marin. Yeah. She was talking about his ability 2 years ago.
Well, he's actually taken a restraining order out against Acacia, so she can't get it within 200 yards of him now because she was a little stalkerish. But I agree. Acacia and I are early fans of Sammy's, but we like to make fun of her about it. It's been a pleasure. It's great to see you. But somebody new and improved will be stepping into the host spot in just a moment. Acacia Clement will be taking my spot. America's Day at the Races still has much more to come. And a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, not including John Velasquez, but we'll hear more from him when we come back.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Have it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon on Mother's Day as well. A very happy Mother's Day to all of the moms and mother figures out there. Keisha Kumon stepping in for Andy Serling, and great to be reunited with you, Richie.
Yeah, great to be on the desk with you as well. So great to be back here in New York, and particularly here at Aqueduct. This was the first place I ever went racing, Acacia. Aqueduct Racetrack, very meaningful in my life.
Yeah, it's a very special place for me as well. I know plenty of people that have some really special memories here at Aqueduct as we are in the final run at the Big A before we head up to Saratoga and then to our new home at the newly reimagined Belmont Park in the fall. Let's meet the field for race 6, though, beginning with the number 1 Asked and Answered. First time on the turf.
First time on the turf out of a mare that was stakes placed on turf but has not produced as of yet.
Stepping up in class as well. First off the claim, there is Coordinator, second-time starter.
Ran well on debut at Keeneland. Could take a step forward. Chad Brown's horses tend to get better with some racing.
I covered his debut at Tampa. Quite green that day, but looking like one that really has some ability and will move forward second time out. There's Donegal Time, another second-time starter.
I thought it ran very well on debut. Kind of missed the break, was slow early, but finished with interest.
5-1 right now on the board. Big price on the number 4, Dinah D, as the blinkers go on.
Blinkers on for a horse that has flashed speed at different times. Will that put this horse more forward?
Here's Democracy Defender. Can he ever run back to that good first race?
Well, his first race would put him right in the frame here. Last 2 races just leave a little to be desired.
Ovechkin has 1 turf start on his program.
Well, if this Ovechkin was as good as the hockey player Ovechkin, wouldn't be a maiden still.
That's right. So he's 19-1 today. And Glavin to the outside. Ran very well as a 2-year-old first out.
Ran very well as a 2-year-old. Could take another step forward. Another son of Not This Time for Tom Morley. Johnny Velasquez, Hall of Famer. Definitely a player here. Making a nice impression on the racetrack there, too.
Yeah, he was a really good-looking horse. I remember I liked him first time, just maybe a bit green, and he had a very wide trip that day, too. So I'm interested to see what he does coming back. There's your favorite, though, the 2 Coordinator, as we check in with Samantha Perry.
Yeah, an insanely short price on this horse, but that was a pretty nice unveiling at Keeneland in a race that was won by a Will Walden trainee named Weston Kidd, who came back to win at Churchill this week as well, and I think that kind of flatters that race quite a bit. And he got knocked around at the break just a little bit. I don't think it was enough to make a huge impact, but as a first-time starter, just kind of sitting at the back of the pack across that Keeneland turf that did have a little bit of give in it that day, I just felt like he didn't really have a chance. And the Juddmonte homebred, sometimes it takes them a start or 2. They're pretty patient with their horses just overall, but he galloped out very nicely. He took just a nice deep breath crossing that finish line, and I think it's going to be great to see him back here for his second start. Definitely a tighter horse as well. Now the 5 Democracy Defender, maybe he just paid the price for that huge first out effort. He wasn't 100% fit that day at Gulfstream and hit the front end just a little bit early, came a bit short. I think that next race at Tampa, he just kind of took him a little bit to get his feet back under him. And then at Keeneland, that last 8th, he just had nowhere to go. But also, Keeneland's a tough course to ship over and run at. So I feel like maybe you can give him a little bit of excuses. I'm going to give him one more try here. And the number 3, Donegal Time, a horse that was very up against it on debut. They did not bet this horse at all, but he made up a lot of ground on a rail setting that was very tough to do that day at Gulfstream Park.
Came running late to finish 4th. Smith, the thank you. He's on his toes here today as he's getting a little bit fresh there behind the gate, the number 3 Donegal Time. The favorite continues to be the 2 Coordinator, though. I thought, looking at him, he seemed to be acting better today. It seemed his lead pony was actually acting up more than he was.
Yeah, right. It's a collaboration. You've got a lead horse, which I would call a bodyguard, right? You know, just there to make sure everything goes well. It's a calming influence. But if your lead horse isn't calm, there goes that calming influence.
Where'd you land in here?
I landed on the 3, Donegal Time, who was acting up a bit heading to the gate. I thought the first race was better than it looked, particularly, he got a sharp pace, but shorter distance. I just thought this horse could take a step forward if he breaks cleaner.
Fun maiden race on the turf here. You have a heavy favorite, but I think meet some nice horses in this spot. See how it plays out for race 6, going 1 mile and a 16th, as Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Glavin, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Throwing his head at the start was Ovechkin towards the back end of the field. Good beginning for Coordinator, right to the front, but now here comes Dinah D to the outside, and to the inside, asked and answered. So these three into the first turn together. They're 3 across the course, and Dinah D. Jose Lascano applies pressure here to Coordinator, who's in tight, in between horses. Asked and answered, just holding that rail position, and now Coordinator will back out of it and take back to third. Just off of them is Glavin, and the orange cap is in fourth. Very keen. Throwing his head is Donegal Time. As to the outside of that one comes Democracy Defender, the Triller. Ovechkin. They work up the backstretch pretty tightly packed, and now they start to spread out. 23.65 for that opening quarter mile for Dinah D. Here's Glavin, is in second, is now stalking this long shot leader. Back in third, it's asked and answered. Coordinator, who had some of that trouble into the turn, is now comfortable, is in fourth and tugging here for Flavien Prat. Just behind them, Democracy Defender. Out wider Ovechkin, the Triller. Donegal Time. 47-4, the half-mile time. Dinah D is in front, and Dinah D into the turn. Glavin in hot pursuit, and here comes Coordinator with the move from third. Back to fourth is asked and answered. Democracy Defender is in between horses, right there in the 5th spot. Out wider is Ovechkin, and Donegal Time the trailer. The big long shot Dinah D with a nose in front. Glavin ready to challenge too wide, and here comes Glavin. Glavin trying to sprint away as Coordinator, the favorite, is towards the outside, but Glavin is now opening up the stride. It's Glavin who's in front. Coordinator has not given up the chase. In hot pursuit here with a furlong left to go. It's Glavin who's up by 2, a 16th left to go. Glavin out of Aspen Hilltop, trained by Tom Morley. Glavin will win it. Coordinator second, then came Democracy Defender in a photo. Donegal Time with asked and answered.
Glavin gets the win. He ran very well on debut as a 2-year-old, and he was ready to roll off the bench. A nice performance here.
Really nice performance. Well prepped by Tom Morley off the bench. Johnny Velasquez so good at getting his position going forward. Your favorite, the 2 Coordinator, was between horses. Flavien Prat did the right thing, eased back out of that pace duel, extricated himself from that. But Johnny was lapped right on outside, saying, okay, now I've got you where I want you. Now you're going to have to wait and follow me. Probably didn't matter, but to me, that's the definition of race riding. Little subtle moves. And this horse got a 56 buyer figure on debut, was beating a short head. But that was as a 2-year-old. You know that's going to be a faster number as they mature and get older. And he is a good-looking son of Not This Time. And how about Not This Time? Amazing. They win sprinting, routing, dirt, turf, you name it, they do it.
They do absolutely everything. And as Andy and I were talking about that, yes, the figure came back kind of slow, but at that point, you don't see a ton of 2-year-old turf route races taking place. And this turned out to be a super live race of the horses that he faced. So he had the layoff coming back, but clearly he's a horse with talent. And good to see Tom get that win. He's had some really close photos and some near misses recently. And he looks quite proud of himself after that.
Yeah, you know, a bunch of seconds recently, and a trainer can only get the horses ready. Then they got to turn the keys to the car over to the jockey, right? And say, like, here, you know, this is what we'd like to do. It's
always those guys.
To do. I would have a very hard time training horses because I would have a hard time relinquishing those keys, right? But this is a beautiful mover. I love the way this horse carries himself, almost in that perpetual state of his head bowed, and you could tell he's all horse.
Got a nice win for Glavin in here today at 4-1, 8-2-5-3 in race number 6. When we come back, we'll recap what took place in the Peter Pan Growth Equity. Usually the local prep for the Belmont Stakes, though that may not necessarily be the next spot for him. We'll talk about his performance after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Yesterday, of course, we did have the Peter Pan take place for the 3-year-olds. We had the Long Branch for the 3-year-olds today, and what has turned out to be quite a wide open 3-year-old picture with some of the quote-unquote kind of big horses not really showing up in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it really feels that way. I mean, the Kentucky Derby was run kind of upside down, if you will. Fast early, slow late, horses coming from all up the pace got the best of it. But it really has made this 3-year-old crop very interesting and feels like we're still waiting for somebody to come along and seize control of it, if you will. So.
Of course, we'll see what happens in the Preakness next week and what will, of course, take place at the Belmont Stakes, which we will be covering in just a few weeks over in Saratoga. The Peter Pan took place yesterday, though. I thought Talk to Me Jimmy ran very well, which was good to see after a poor performance in the Wood Memorial, but it was the lightly raced Growth Equity stepping up, who got his first graded stakes win.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's just shown steady improvement. Every race has been a little bit better than the last one, and this was by far and away his best effort to date. He is by Nyquist, to a Kentucky Derby winner at 1.25 miles. So, you know, this horse will have no trouble going on further. And Peter Pan, the Peter Pan has been such a strong prep for the Belmont Stakes for so many years. And I've always found that interesting because Peter Pan wouldn't grow up, right? We're trying to see who's going to grow up and be good enough to go to the Belmont Stakes.
Plenty of horses have done it. The last one to do so, Archangelo, just a few years ago. Though I interviewed trainer Chad Brown after Growth Equity's win in the Peter Pan and asked about the Belmont Stakes, and he was a bit hesitant. He mentioned sticking perhaps 1.125 miles max in some of those races that he would be able to take advantage of throughout the summer and not rushing him into the Belmont Stakes. Of course, he does have a horse like Emerging Market in the barn as well, who ran in the Derby and could be a Belmont contender. As we take a look at those horses who did go on from the Peter Pan to win the Belmont Stakes. Maybe it won't happen this year, but definitely a horse that's, like you said, is improving.
Well, a lot of upside, a horse that's improving, but when you have bench strength, which Chad Brown does, you've got an array of horses to choose from. Who's doing good at the time, who's going to get there. I'm sure we'll be hearing more from this horse, Growth Equity, as we go forward. And who knows, maybe we'll see him in the Travers later on or the Jim Dandy, Pennsylvania Derby. There's a lot of opportunities for these 3-year-olds.
Yeah, there definitely are. We saw 3-year-olds on the turf, though, as we just saw this 6th race take place, and it was a 3-year-old in Glavin who got the win first off of the layoff, and just his second start, and he really took a big step forward, got the win today, and he was best, ready to roll off the bench.
Very well prepared by Tom Morley. Really handsome son of Not This Time. Was always in the right spot. Johnny Velasquez is such a good position rider, and when he was able to put Coordinator, your favorite, you know, kind of in a spot inside of him, he, you know, Flavian had to wait, come out, had his opportunity, but Glavin just kept finding. What a pretty mover he is, Acacia. He really moves.
He really kind of throws those legs out, doesn't he?
And he really gets that little extra extension, covers a bit more ground. And that's what you look for with these turf horses, right? Getting that extra little extension on their front end there.
825, your favorite Coordinator, really just second best, $10.34 winner in race number 6 with that slight upset. John Velasquez in the saddle as he got the win. We'll take a quick time out. They were having a slight tote delay over at Monmouth, so we will keep you posted. Hopefully things back up and running over there. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the other races still to come, both in New York and down on the Jersey Shore.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with NyraBets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Some true history here at Aqueduct. It's a very special place and has some really amazing memories throughout racing history and larger history at that. Looking at the Pope holding Mass here as well. And I know some place that holds some very special moments for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, Aqueduct is where I fell in love with racing. This is the first place I ever came to the races as a child. First place I ever won a race in New York was Aqueduct. I had won a few in Jersey before that. Obviously, being on the Wood Memorial win picture wall. But shooting a Bronx Tale here. We did the race scene in a Bronx Tale here. We had a script. It took us 5 takes to get it right. So people think that jockeys can manipulate races. We had a script. We were all on the same page, and it took us 5 times.
Yeah, how about that? That
Yeah.
just goes to show you. A very special place for me as well. I shared this story yesterday. I think it was the 2013 Cigar Mile. I was here and flat out won, and I was here, was competing in the Smerick organization. I'd come for the toy drive, and that was the first time that I kind of was told and realized that I could make a career out of horse racing, and I'd never really thought of it that way before, and it changed my life. And I used to take the train from college to come to Aqueduct when I was at Fordham, and it's a long journey from the Bronx, by the way.
Is it really? is it like a difficult commute?
Yeah, well, it's not direct,
okay,
you know, to get down here. But it has some really special moments that I've spent here at the Big A.
Well, think about that. Then you met your husband, so therefore, like, you know, extensions of racing through you. That's fantastic. I didn't realize that. But you had been racing before, like in New England, right?
I enjoyed it. I was involved in New England racing from the aftercare side, so I would go to the Suffolk backside and pick up horses and then retrain them, and that's where I kind of first learned about what racing was. But it's really here that I genuinely started to follow it, so it was pretty special. Here are the prices from race 6 at Monmouth. Ticking Time Blonde 1860. Thanks for your patience with that tote delay, as we have race 7 coming up next. And of course, you're going to see some big names, including Kelly Breen, who sends out Redhead Italian to the outside. Kelly, of course, had a big moment back in 2011 in the Belmont Stakes.
Ruler on Ice is in between horses. And Animal Kingdom is fourth as the field turns for home. Shackleford is wilting. Brilliant Speed is coming up now. And Brilliant Speed and Ruler on Ice and Stay Thirsty. And Animal Kingdom is sputtering in the final furlong of this year's Triple Crown. They're coming down to the finish. Ruler on Ice, Stay Thirsty, and Brilliant Speed. It's a shocker in the Belmont. Ruler on Ice is the winner.
In the 2011 Belmont Stakes, Ruler on Ice for trainer Kelly Breen. You can see him in those distinctive blinkers, got the victory. And this was really kind of the biggest moment of this horse's career.
It certainly was. You know, the gelded son of Roman Ruler, Jose Valdivia for Kelly Breen, and Ruler on Ice just doggedly stayed on. He was a true stayer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he just kind of galloped into the stretch and continued, just kind of galloped them all the way to the wire.
We have New Jersey breds coming up in race number 7, going 5.5 furlongs. Fillies and mares in the spotlight here. Kelly's horse 7-2 on the outside right now. We will meet the field, though, quickly, beginning with the number 1, Cassie's Vault.
Filly with speed. I always feel it's harder for speed types coming off the bench. She'd be under intense pressure from the inside.
Going turf to dirt. She's a big price right now on the board. Paco Lopez shockingly aboard the favorite, One Fine Wine.
Well, and you're always going to take more money with Paco, and he delivers a lot.
There's Richie's Valentine. This one named after you?
I don't think so, but you never know. Has never competed on a fast dirt track.
Slick Merlin is next.
Boy, the debut was very good. The second start was good, and the last two, a lot to be desired, but gets Lasix for the first time. Could be the key.
Just the second start for Lydia Rose. There's the 6, Purple Lulu went by. Now they're speeding up. There's Rock the Rainbow.
Yeah, another one that could be forward, more of a contentious type. Did break her maiden by 18 lengths at Monmouth.
Golden Ring is off the layoff.
Yeah, another one off the layoff. Dirt races leave a bit to be desired.
There's Looking for Treasure going by at a big price, and Kelly Breen sends out Redhead Italian.
Yeah, and speed from the outside gives Louis Rivera options. This horse doesn't need the lead, but will be forward, and that outside post just allows this mare, to get into the race the right way.
That's the field for race 7. Let's check in with Paula Duca and Megan Burgess.
Thank you, Keisha. Thank you, Richie. We have the late double here on opening weekend and Mother's Day. What a great day it's been. Don't forget the late double, $5 late double, new wager here at Monmouth Park. We're going to start with the 5, Lydia Rose. She came out. She was looking great. Now, she had a little bit of a bridle adjustment, but she handled it like a plum.
She did. She's honestly looks the part as far as coming off of the layoff, in which she does now getting to the dirt for the first time, as she was impressive against State Breds there on the grass. Game coming from off of it that sharp at 5 furlongs is not an easy thing to do, particularly for a first-time starter. Now, the Damn Ebony Ball was a 6-time winner on the dirt sprinting. Sire Sea Wizard 17% in those dirt sprints, and the half sibling ran on dirt. I don't find any indication that she can't handle this surface, and she looks the part coming off of some time away.
Yeah, you see a lot of these younger horses, the 3- and 4-year-olds. You're going to see Sea Wizard as a sire. He's been a really prominent New Jersey sire, and the Jersey breds here running for 60 some odd thousand. We got the 4 on the screen right now, and that is Slick Merlin getting Lasix, like Richie said, for the first time. In one first time out, went into the Colleen, which is usually a really good race. Last 2 races have not been good, but Philly's been freshened up for the start.
Was able to catch up with Chuck Spina, who told me that she'd been doing well, kind of ran into some minor problems, but had really thought highly of her on debut, obviously, and in the early parts of her 2-year-old year last year. And she's a one that has the speed. I think that's going to be key in this race. Get Sammy Marin back aboard and should have some pressure. I'd say Cassie's Vault's going to be forward from the inside. The number 1 and the number 7 has speed, but Slick Merlin's another coming off of a layoff. She's one, though, Paul, that I do find would likely be better with the start under her belt.
Start under her belt. Now, the 2 in here, we'll get to the favorite, who's the 7 right now, but the 2 in here, One Fine Wine. Is this the Paco Lopez effect that this horse is getting this much money?
Absolutely. I mean, you can argue last time out she was just way in deep. She's a gamer, won that race. She came back and ran well that we just saw in the last race. And then she was on the turf. I don't find that she, honestly, quite loves the dirt. She's 0 for 3 doing so, but she was on the sloppy sealed track actually back in September, and she used her speed. This horse is one that wants to be unencumbered, away from horses, best when using that speed. So we'll see if she can get there. Obviously has the right rider to do so.
And the 7, Rock the Rainbow, she's been knocking her head at Gulfstream Park, back in with Jersey breds. Now your favorite.
She's ultimately just the most consistent commodity. She's not having to deal with coming off of the time away, as many horses in here have to, as they are loading into the gate. Time flies when I'm with you, Paul.
I know, right? You know, this race looks like a ton of horses do not want to pass each other on dirt. So I think whoever breaks well gets to the front end here. I thought the 6 was a sneaky long shot in here, but we got to go. $5 double kicks off here. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Golden Ring, post 8. Lydia Rose walking up to the starting gate. 2 back, looking for Treasure in Redhead Italian. Here's Redhead Italian coming up to the outside. We start the $5 late daily double here. We're ready to go. And 2 runners broke through the front of the gate. One of them was Redhead Italian. She was the one that, and one of them unseated the rider looking for Treasure. We're going to have a delay here into the race. Looking for Treasure was the one who unseated the jockey, Eric Cancel, who's up on his feet. We have a loose horse on the track. The 10 Redhead Italian was the one who opened the front of the gate and went forward, and then in turn looked.
As you can see, unfortunate situation here in Monmouth, race number 7. Redhead Italian, the 10 horse popped the gate first, and I think in a little reaction there, an unfortunate situation with the 9 looking for Treasure. Eric Cancel was dropped. You know, the horses both got about 20 to 25 yards, and it's really hard to stop a racehorse. I know Richie will expand on this a little bit in New York. It's just tough to grab a hold of a horse, and I think Eric tried to grab. The horse kind of ducked in, and the 9's going to be a late scratch. And if you're ever at a racetrack, do not root for a horse running around the racetrack like this. It eggs them on. I know the fans that haven't been here a long time are cheering the 9 as he goes around the racetrack, but hopefully everything will be okay here. We'll go back to you in New York real quick, as we can have a late scratch and a little bit of a delay here.
Paul, thank you. I agree, by the way. Not good to root loose horses on, as fun as it may appear. The most important thing is for them to be able to be caught and apprehended. As we saw jockeys getting back up on their mounts behind the gate. There is still somebody that's still on their feet, but we do have horses on the track about 3 minutes away from the 7th Belmont at the Big A, as it looks like the starting gate crew is working to get the horses back out of the way. Are they moving the gate?
It looks like they are moving the gate, yeah, because of the loose horse was running around, and they didn't want him running towards the starting gate.
So the 9 looking for treasure is a late scratch. Looks like she made it all the way around the racetrack, and that's why they were moving the gate. Well done by the crew to get that out of the way in time. That could have been a very scary situation.
It really is, especially when a horse gets kind of really worked up. They almost go blind, and they'll just run. And if that gate's in the way, a horse will run right into that starting gate. So they did a great job moving that gate as quickly as they did. Could have been a dicey situation. Good job by the crew down there.
So we will wait for them to reset the gate and make sure that the 9 looking for treasure has been apprehended over at Monmouth. Again, she is a late scratch. Horses are on the track, though, for the 7th, which is a 1-mile allowance. There's a look at the favorite. I'm Ready to Go coming up here, Belmont at the Big A. Let's check in quickly with Samantha Perry.
I'm Ready to Go looks just that, Acacia, and that was a huge effort off of a pretty long layoff last time out. And when you run such a big race like that actually produced 3 next out winners, I like the fact that trainer Chad Brown gave this horse a little bit of time, because the way that he just finished down the lane, I felt like this is one that probably needed a little bit of time. He's not an overly robust horse by any means, and he got a little tired, but he did gallop out great. I think that the 7-5 right now is a good price on him because he is the likeliest winner. Now, the number 7, he has not lived up to his price tag. He did come back off the bench in a pretty nice way at Gulfstream back in early March. They do add the blinkers here today after just kind of a flat finish last time out. And he's one that I do think should benefit from the blinkers. He's always just been kind of a mind of his own, and he's a big horse too. And with John Velasquez going for back-to-back victories, I think he's a perfect fit for this horse here today, and hopefully the blinkers on will maybe get a little bit more involved earlier on for this guy here.
Samantha, thank you very much. As just an update, we are following what's taking place over at Monmouth. It looks like there is still a horse loose. So they have tried to cluster horses and riders that are together behind the gate. I believe that it is that number 9 who you might be able to see in the back of your screen, but I think the starter is just going to walk over and pick her up, and looks like she has finally been apprehended.
Yeah, it looked like the 9 looking for treasure was looking for someone to catch her. She just had enough. She ran completely around the race course. She was kind of milling about with the other horses. Anybody needs proof that horses are herd animals. Yes. She just wanted to hang out with the crew, and she was like, will somebody get a hold of me now and bring me back to the barn? I'd like a drink of water.
So she has finally been apprehended. They've got the tack off of her. So she will be escorted back to the barn, and then we'll be able to reset the gate and reload for race 7. Have to say the rest of the field acting very well through this delay over at Monmouth Park. But back to Belmont at the Big A. The number 5, I'm Ready to Go, ran in an incredibly foggy race last time out, but was wide throughout and just got caught late. But behind Porosity, who would come back to win again with a 96 Beyer speed figure. Incentive Pay would come back to win. 4 horses coming out of that race to come back. Really salty field that he did face. Yeah,
you like to see a field be productive like that. Kind of gives you a general sense of the overall quality of it. I'm Ready to Go was very game first time to win by a neck, but really took a step forward in the second start from a Beyer speed figure. And, you know, like you said, was kind of strung along wide throughout. Feels to me like saving ground used to be so important, and it just doesn't seem like that's something that's driven into riders' heads as much these days as it used to be.
There's a look at Bold Strength as he and Sansone are both coming out of the same race. I thought that he ran a very good effort last time out, Bold Strength. I thought that it was worth Sansone giving another look if he can be into the race a bit more with the blinkers.
Well, he's adding blinkers, gets a good outside post, made an outstanding impression on track with John Velasquez. Really good-looking individual. And it is the 3rd start off the layoff, so maybe he's primed for his best today.
Even money, though, on the number 5. I'm Ready to Go. Still delayed at Monmouth. We will go into the gate here for this good allowance, going a mile on the main track. Race 7, Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin has the call.
Sone. All set. And they're off. I'm Ready to Go was off a step slow, is going to be the early trailer. Speed to the inside, Bold Strength is right there in the early mix. Also there, Jimmy's Dailies is now going to take back to third. Brazenly up on the outside, now takes second. Out wider, that's Sansone. So that's the leading four. I'm Ready to Go is in fifth, climbing a little bit here out of the chute and in behind horses as they work up the backstretch, Fiddling Felix, the early trailer. The leader, it's Bold Strength, 23.03. Easy opening quarter mile there. Mild pressure to the outside from Brazenly. Out wider, there's Sansone and John Velasquez in third. At the rail, Ground Saving Journey, Edgar Zayas, Jimmy's Dailies, I'm Ready to Go is off of them, is in fifth, is still 4 off the lead. And the trailer, Fiddling Felix. They're chasing Bold Strength, and Bold Strength approaches a half mile left to go, 45.77 for a half mile time. Brazenly has asked for more, trying to keep up with this leader. 3 wide. Here comes Sansone in pursuit, and Sansone is 3 wide, coming after that leading duo. All in Jimmy's Dailies, I'm Ready to Go is moved to the outside, not getting the kickback, and now is in the clear and starts to launch a big rally. Here's I'm Ready to Go, picking up some momentum as they reach the top of the stretch. Bold Strength is in front, Brazenly. Sansone, I'm Ready to Go, in an instant is now within a half length of the lead on the grandstand side. Brazenly fights on. I'm Ready to Go is trying to push on by. Bold Strength is still fighting on 2 inside the final furlong. I'm Ready to Go is now opening up here in the late stages inside the final 16th. Out of Silver Pockets Full, I'm Ready to Go. Won it. Bold Strength in a photo there with Brazenly. Give it to Bold Strength to the inside. Another photo, Sansone and Jimmy's Dailies.
I'm Ready to Go with the win. Was further back today after a slow start. He took a little bit of time to get into his stride, but he ended up getting the right kind of setup after all.
No, he really did. And, you know, it was interesting watching him heading into the far turn. I didn't know if Flavien had a lot of horse under him with I'm Ready to Go. He just looked like he was running in place, but when he tipped him out to the clear, got out of the kickback, his stride changed, he dropped his head, and he really went on and finished. The game effort from Bold Strength. Sansone, who you and I both agree, just a really good-looking son of Uncle Mo. He had every chance. He just not very good today.
No, unfortunately not, even with the blinkers, so I'll be signing my divorce papers, I think, unfortunately. The inside runner, Bold Strength, who has been consistent, dug in. Pretty good effort from the 6 Brazenly as well, as he was big price at 16-1. He ended up checking in third.
Yeah, a very game performance, but no doubt about the winner. I'm Ready to Go. Chad Brown's 3rd consecutive win on this Sunday card here at Aqueduct.
Big afternoon for the barn. I'm Ready to Go with the victory. 5-1-6-7. Even money shot, getting the victory with Flavien Prat in the saddle. We go back over to Monmouth. Horses still circling again. Late scratch of the 9. Let's go to Paul and Megan for an update.
Yeah, nothing new here. If you just joined us, like Keisha said, scratching the 9. The 10 and the 9 broke through the gate. The 9 got loose, ran all the way around the racetrack. Some great horsemanship by the outriders and the gate crew here at Monmouth to move the gate as the 9, looking for treasure, ran around the whole racetrack. Now, Megan, you got an update on Eric Cancel?
Just as far as the jockeys are concerned, it seems as if everything is okay. There hasn't been any movement as far as, I don't believe we've seen the horse that got loose being actually escorted to the barn. Usually they come around. So still waiting, still in a delay, kind of a same situation as Paul alluded to. But the jockeys, as of now, have not been taken by ambulance, anything like that. So I think
they're mounted now. So they've gotten the gate. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Now, it looks like one of the gate crew does have a hold of the 1. Now, I know the gate's a little far away, but I think they're going to start moving towards, at least it looks like, the jockeys are mounted here. We'll see what happens. Again,
looks like they're actually leading them, yes. They are entering the gate. It should be here pretty shortly.
Yeah, so we'll have take 2 here, and the 1's going to go in Cassie's vault. Remember the 7 here, Rock the Rainbow, was your favorite. You landed on the 5 here, Lydia Rose. This is a pretty good betting group in here. The odds really haven't changed. Does your opinion change here at all, Megan?
Nope, it really hasn't. I'm still going to try this pivot, but have to give a shout out, though, to Richie's Valentine. I do think it was named after Richie, just his Valentine Carmella.
You know what? There's so many horses to load after that one. I will just send it back to New York, Acacia and Richie.
Polly, thank you. Race 7 coming up here. Appreciate your patience with the delay. Good to hear that all riders are okay. Again, late scratch of the 9. So take 2 with race 7. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Slick Merlin. Lydia Rose to post position number 5. And then after her, Redhead Italian to reload into the gate. Redhead Italian to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Redhead Italian on the far outside. Blasts out of the gate beautifully and goes to the lead. Opens up a length and a half on One Fine Wine, who runs in the second spot. Cassie's Volt moving forward down on the inside. Slick Merlin alongside now. Lydia Rose is 3 wide. Then comes Golden Ring. Richie's Valentine behind horses. 7 from the top. 2 clear of Rock the Rainbow. And Purple Lulu detached from the rest as they go into the far turn. Redhead Italian is the pacemaker here. Length in front. One Fine Wine in chase mode on her tail. Slick Merlin all the way into third. 3 off the pace. 2 clear of Richie's Valentine. Cassie's Vault going in the wrong direction here. Rock the Rainbow trying to pass horses on the outside as 7 lengths to gain and a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. Redhead Italian off the turn. One Fine Wine continues to chase, but Redhead Italian cuts the corner, goes for home. One Fine Wine in the middle of the course is second, now a length and a half behind. Redhead Italian on the wrong lead here. Now switches to the correct lead, extends stride, opens up 3. One Fine Wine left behind in second. Rock the Rainbow into third. Redhead Italian, Luis Rivera Jr. to win here in the Jersey Shore. One Fine Wine second, Rock the Rainbow third, Richie's Valentine fourth.
Redhead Italian with the win after that little look back about Kelly Breen and Ruler on Ice. So we see him get the win here with this 5-year-old mare who got the victory, Luis Rivera Jr.
And nice to see Luis Rivera get an early win at that Monmouth meeting. Good to set the tone, let people know that you're there, you're serious, you want to do well. And Redhead Italian, after breaking through the starting gate before the start, she exploded out of the block, so she left there running. This daughter of Bucero and, is it Bucero?
I believe it's Bucero. I've heard multiple pronunciations.
Well, Bucero, a very welcome addition to the Stallion roster here in New York, standing over there in Schuylerville, and another win for him. And this was a nice effort. I canceled my ticket after she broke through the gate.
Yeah, very rare that you will see that happen, a horse that breaks through the gate and then actually goes on to win the race.
Yeah, but she had plenty of time to recover from it. There was a long time to wait while they apprehended the loose horse.
She did. That probably helped her, that's for sure. Number 10, Redhead Italian gets the victory. When we come back, we'll learn a little bit more about up-and-coming trainer Amelia Green, who definitely put the work in, working for some of the greats, now making her own path. Her story after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we have race 8 coming up next here at Belmont at the Big A. New York Bred Allowance going a mile, as we'll get a chance to see what I think is a very evenly matched group in this upcoming New York Bred Great.
I really thought this might have been the handicapping conundrum of the day. Yeah. I really was stumped on this one. I landed on the 8. Kaz oil changers, got speed towards the outside, maybe gives him some options. I thought this was a head scratcher.
You could go in many different ways, that's for sure, and the board kind of reflects that as well. Stick Up Without a Gun, 2-1 right now on the board. Who's Your Zaddy, still lightly raced, 3-1 though for trainer Amelia Green, as she is a young trainer on the rise, and she's put in the work working for some of the top trainers in this sport. But now as she's on her own, she's reaping the benefits.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil's straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromu, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. You know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. When I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She was always gonna, obviously, hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life, working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
Well, I think those of us on this set can agree that a day spent with horses is a good day indeed. And Amelia's been doing a fantastic job. She's made a splash here in New York. Not an easy place to be training as a young trainer, and has picked up some big outfits as well.
Well, because she's delivering. You have to win to get attention. You have to show people what you're capable of. She had already impressed upon people her work ethic working for Todd. That was always apparent. and she's making the most of her opportunities. You know, I tell young riders this. You can't predict or, dictate when you're going to get an opportunity, but it's up to you to be ready for it when it comes. And the fact that she was ready for it, there's no excuses. If you work hard at it, you want it, the day that opportunity comes knocking, you've got to answer the door and answer it in a positive way.
And she has done exactly that, sending out Who's Your Zaddy, who's currently 3-1 on the board right now in this upcoming 8th race. Amelia's been a lot of fun to follow, and this horse took a big step forward from first to second start with the win last time out.
Yeah, and it was for maiden claiming, so, a little bit different, a little bit tougher, and obviously against winners this time. But he took a step forward first time to second time. If there's another step forward in there, he's a player here.
And as what we said, is an incredibly wide open race. 2-1 though on the number 6, Stick Up Without a Gun, as he's currently the favorite. A horse that kind of ran off a little bit, I think, last time out, it's fair to say. And maybe just was so fresh coming back. More on this 8th race in a moment. First, we have prices that we owe you from race 7. I'm ready to go for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt to get the victory.
Well, Matt Dinnerman reports home as your favorite. I'm ready to go at $4. Bold strength, a very game effort to fight off brazenly at a big price for the place spot, but pretty logical result here.
Yeah, and Andy said, which I agree with, I didn't even think of it, he said at some point this horse has got to run at Monmouth.
You would hope so. or Oaklawn during the winter.
One of the two. He's got to do it. It'd be fun to see. But as we said, coming up in this 8th race, Amelia Green sending out Who's Your Zaddy. Also, as Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle, who has been keeping the momentum into spring success. He's made a splash here on the NYRA circuit as well since shifting his tack back to New York. His story after this.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for sticking with us. Horses in the paddock for race 8. There is Stick Up Without a Gun as he makes his 2nd start off of the layoff, and we get a paddock report from Samantha.
We are going to look at a couple of the 3-year-olds who are taking on elders in this very salty allowance group for state breds here. And this is a horse to me that looks a little bit more suited towards sprinting. I do like the fact that they are cutting him. They cut him back last time for a nice 3rd place finish, but I still think shorter the better for him. And now we'll stretch out to a mile. Just physically, the way he looks, he's just such a solid individual that sprinting just seems his game. And he is getting a little bit warm here on what is not a very warm day, so just take note of that. I know he is taking a little bit of attention at the betting windows. Now the 3, Who's Your Zaddy, just keeps on answering the bell with each race, and the win last time was very impressive, but it was just against 3-year-olds, and now we'll face older company. And I do think that while this horse does have some talent, it's tough to do. And now if you play devil's advocate, a little bit earlier, a Chad Brown filly did beat older horses and was the lone 3-year-old in the field, but that was a filly, and I feel like the males, they're just not as precocious as the gals are. Now physically though, Who's Your Zaddy is a big imposing individual and a good looking horse at that. I get that he does have a lot of upside, but as far as a field like this, I kind of want to go with an older horse who has taken on older company in the past as well, guys.
Samantha, thank you. Who's Your Zaddy? Still lightly raced, just making start number 3 in here, as this is a horse who has shown that he can handle the mile distance. And I think Samantha's point is well taken with the number 6, Stick Up Without a Gun, as he does stretch out in distance a little bit as well. The only other time he tried a mile on the dirt was in the Grade 1 Champagne, so a far more logical spot here.
Yeah, but he was a little bit too fresh last time, right? He kind of just basically ran off of Christopher Elliott. Now, maybe with that race under his belt, he'll settle a little bit better. There we see Jimmy Jerkins just gave Chris Elliott a leg up, the assistant to Kenny McPeak. It's like having a Michelin star chef as your sous chef,
I know,
right?
it is amazing. And I thought, to be fair, I thought Stick Up Without a Gun last time, leaps and bounds improvement from 2 to 3, that he'd really filled out a lot, which is always a plus. And he is one that does get really on his toes and can get pretty hot and fresh, so that's typical for him. But he's a horse that I think does not need to be on the front end. That probably goes to the horse you like, Kaz Oil Changer.
Yeah, it's funny. I liked him when I handicapped the first time. I'm handicapping it more on set, and I'm liking him less and less. I'm going to wait and watch him warm up before I make my final determination, but this was a very hard race to handicap.
Very, very tough race. And here's a player at 5 to 1, Senegal, who gets a cutback in distance.
Yeah, and would like to see some pace on up front, more of a closing type.
This is a reclaim for Jeremiah Engelhart. Hey, Toby.
Yeah, lost him for 10 off a winning effort. Reached in, took him back for 10, was second. Now he's back in this allowance race. I like when trainers go back in for a horse. Speaks of confidence in that horse.
Me too. There's Who's Your Zaddy for Amelia Green.
Lightly raced, took a step forward from first start to second start. If there's another step forward, a player.
The 4, Tarpaulin, comes back in just 10 days.
Quick turnaround, recent races, going to have to get a little faster, I think, to be competitive here.
And he's a tough bunch in this spot. There's your favorite, Stick Up Without a Gun, second start off the bench.
Well, the key for him is not doing too much early. He's got to just be real quiet leaving the gate and hope he settles into a good rhythm.
Big price on Corvus, who also cuts back in distance.
I think he'll appreciate the turn back to the 1-turn mile. And Dalila Rivera, she has shown so much improvement, has been riding extremely well from what I can see.
And riding aggressively, which has always made a difference, too. There's Kaz Oil Changer. I always like him, Richie, and always try to see if he can turn things around.
Yeah, and one thing about Dimitrios Sinifius, his horses always show speed. He should be involved.
And Mad Banker to the outside.
Yeah, is in good form. Has been running good races. Was right behind Senegal last time they met, going a mile and an eighth. Will he appreciate the mile? I tell you one thing, he's got the best post. I love those outside draws in the 1-turn mile races.
Let's go back to the 6, Stick Up Without a Gun, as this horse, as mentioned, does make his second start off of the layoff. And I thought he was beat by a good one in Be the Donald, who's in very good form right now. Waymo's in good form as well. He finished 3rd that day. And this is at a point where he's kind of settled a little bit, but he had opened up quite a bit of space early on in the race.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too keen, a little too fresh. You don't mind a horse opening up if they're doing it the right way, right? It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. He was a little frenetic. He was just a little bit running through the bridle. But what I did like is when he was hooked, he didn't just cave in.
Yeah.
Right? He kept fighting all the way to the wire and had every right to get a little bit tired. Takes any step forward and just settles a bit more. Now, as a jockey, you've got to leave the gate quiet. Don't get in a fight with him. Don't reach and grab him, but don't send him at all. Break like a whisper. Just boom, and let him melt into your hands.
I also noticed he's getting a much quieter warm-up today than he did last time.
Yeah, hasn't broken out of a jog, staying with the pony and keeping him quiet. Now, some people think it's better to keep horses like this even quieter. My experience always was I wanted to get a decent gallop into them. Let them dispel some of that nervous energy. Get about a quarter of a mile from the gate, then pull up, kick your feet out, walk them back to the gate. Let them catch their breath then, but at least they've gotten rid of some of that nervous energy that builds up. You know, any athlete that's going out to compete, and obviously these are equine athletes, you're going to work on yourself. You're going to start thinking about it. The scenarios. What if this happens? How do I react here? What if that happens? Horses are no different. They're going to the gate knowing they're going to explode out of there and go from a standstill to 40 miles an hour.
They know what to expect at this point as we go back to Smith, the trackside.
Yeah, this is not a horse that you would want a quarter horse out of the gate by any means, but you better have a good handhold of mane on him, especially when you did watch his last race. And Richie, you know, when you've got one under you that just leaves like a quarter horse, it's such a fun feeling. But then when you look back and you realize you're 3 lengths in front of the rest of the field, maybe you're doing a bit too much. And he has settled down a bit, and I'm glad with the notes that Acacia brought up that this is a horse that's just been a bit high strung, but to me it's just he looks like just a bottled up sprinter here. So I just am totally against him, especially at this price when I feel like he's just taking on a very tall task. At least he does get a little bit of class relief here, but I would have liked to see him do a little bit more on the warm up as well, Richie. Just get some of that energy out, so that way when you're not breaking from the gate, you're making the race go 300 yards, 440 yards, and then calling it a day. But he did have a little bit of heart, so that's good to see. The 9 for me, I do love this post position, Mad Banker. This is a stable that when they ship horses over to run here, they usually pick up a win or 2. And this is one that if they go super quick on the front end, he's going to be there to pick up the pieces. I don't think he'll be too far out of the hunt here. You see jockey Manny Franco just with his feet out, as Richie kind of alluded to, just kind of when the horses feel your legs on each side of them, especially if you kind of have a little bit of longer legs, which jockeys were a little bit height depreciated, they take a deep breath, they get a little bit calmer, and that's always so good to see too, especially with the horse where you just kind of want them to, you know, they have their mind on game time, but it's nice to just kind of see them take a deep breath and be ready for it here. And I like what I'm seeing from the 9, and that's who I'm going to go with in this upcoming 8th.
Has that good post. We'll see what kind of trip he can pull from there at 5-1 on Mad Banker. Even money on the number 6, Stick Up Without a Gun. Are you sticking with Kaz Oil Changer, or did you go elsewhere, Richie?
No, I actually completely called an audible, changed everything up. I'm going with the 1 Senegal. Think this horse is in good form. Tom Morley had a win earlier in the day. We were talking about all his seconds recently. So the barn is going well. They just need to, change those seconds into wins. And sometimes it's just one win turns it all around. I really like what I saw from Senegal in the post-parade. And Ricardo Santana coming off a hot Saturday with 3 wins.
3-win day yesterday for Ricardo. Is Senegal's second last time out. He is a horse that will be coming from off of it, but I actually like the cutback to the mile for him. I know that he's won at the 9 furlongs. I think the mile should suit him.
Yeah, I mean, he did it well, 3 back in the slop, and I think he'll be tactical. I think there's enough speed, but I think he gets good spot right in behind the speed.
See the race plays out. Salty Allowance Group 4 New York Breds coming up here in race number 8. We send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Tarpaulin. Mad Banker. All set. And they're off. Good beginning. Stick Up Without a Gun and Kaz Oil Changer. Corvus in that early fray too. Hey Toby down at the rail. So those 4 going for the front. But Stick Up Without a Gun and Christopher Elliott now take the lead. They're up by a half length. Corvus is chasing from second. To their outside, Kaz Oil Changers now that shared second and third. As they come out of the chute, Mad Banker's right there in between horses. That's Who's Your Zaddy is just behind the leading pack with Hey Toby. Towards the back end of the field, second to last is Senegal. And the trailer, Tarpaulin. They work up the backstretch, 23.04 for the opening quarter mile. Stick Up Without a Gun is in front. Stick Up Without a Gun, a full length in front of Kaz Oil Changer, and Hey Toby has picked up a lot of ground for Kendra Carmouche at the rail in third. Who's Your Zaddy? And behind horses towards their outside, Mad Banker. Corvus has lost ground as towards the back end of the field now just got passed by Senegal, and Tarpaulin continues to trail 45 and 4 for a half mile time, and Stick Up Without a Gun is now extending the margin, is up by a length and a half. Hey Toby wants to move towards the outside and does. Now moves to the two path, Mad Banker out wide. Here comes Senegal. Those big strides is ranging up 5 wide, and Who's Your Zaddy's going to take a rail run. Stick Up Without a Gun. That's the top of the stretch, and Stick Up Without a Gun is trying to kick away again. Stick Up Without a Gun is up by 2.5. Who's Your Zaddy to the inside? Hey Toby far outside. Tarpaulin and Senegal, they're chasing late. A furlong left to go. Stick Up Without a Gun is still in front. Stick Up Without a Gun got right to the front, and Stick Up Without a Gun is trying to hold off the late charge. Tarpaulin, Stick Up Without a Gun. Out of Gun Club, that's your winner. Tarpaulin second, Senegal, and Hey Toby.
Stick Up Without a Gun, a much more controlled pace today. It definitely seems like he was more settled second off the bench, and Christopher Elliott knew exactly what to expect. He takes some gate to wire.
You can see he broke with a nice light hold of him, just quiet, allowed the horse to take him into the race when Kaz Oil Changer couldn't clear. He just did enough to hold his position without letting him run away with him. Really good job by Christopher Elliott, Jimmy Jerkins, Kenny McPeak to have this horse much more settled today.
He definitely moved forward second time off the layoff. Over at Monmouth, we have race 8 coming up next. We will send it over to Paul and Megan. Hopefully a little bit smoother for this race, guys.
Yeah, hopefully a little bit smoother, Acacia. First race so far of these opening 2 days that will get on the turf course here. And we got a 6-pack, only 2 scratches here, the 1 and the 6. Intriguing group, to be honest with you, because Kelly Breen and Paco Lopez. Paco looking for his 6th win. Kelly Breen looking for his 5th win so far this opening weekend.
Well, the green stuff, this turf, I have not seen the light of day in about 6-7 months. This is the first turf race that I have looked at in a long time, and I was incredibly excited to do so. And it was, you know, it's just a game of trip handicapping a lot of the time when it comes to these turf races, and I thought there were some interesting ones, particularly with the number 2 and 3, who I'm surprised the number 2 isn't taking more money, Paul, than what he is currently.
You know, tough read in here. You know, the 8 horse in here is taking money. It's Kelly Breen and Paco Lopez, the horse coming in from Gulfstream. I'm kind of with you with the 2 and the 4. They're kind of the 2 horses that I've been toying around with. The 2, a little bit better with the drop, 2 back, closer up. Now, a bad beginning last time. I think with a better beginning today, Louis Rivera should stay close. The 4 Tool Pusher, you thought looked the best, but that horse hasn't won in 2 years.
Right, but going back to the number 2, Persistent, going back to the 2-back race there on April 11th at Tampa. Now, the Tampa turf course, there were 3 turf races run that day. 2 were won by wire-to-wire winners. Now, there was no illogical results per se or biases. That's just a note, because back on 411 when favored, it was just way more forward on a moderate pace, drew inside of that son of a gun, who he will meet again in this spot, and chased inside off a loose leader, and he looked like he had the horse to go right by him. And that foe just turned the burners on late, and they went 1, 2, 3 around the whole racetrack. That was the final turf race, I believe, or second to last. And so it was kind of a merry-go-round race up front, the wire-to-wire winner that day. And I just wonder, I think this horse has some really solid grass efforts. Last time out, he was just closing in vain behind a very slow pace after you mentioned that hop. So just going through his trips, I think Persistent's kind of the horse that I want in this group.
Yeah, I landed on the 2 as well. The 7, do you give that horse any credence? Taking a little bit of money.
I do. I mean, like I mentioned, last time out was 3rd in that same group with Persistent.
Yeah.
If he can get a little bit extra kickings and has that tactical speed, he's going to be there as well. And honestly, I thought the number 8, Jurisprudence, though, 6-5 and looks like the loose leader. But I will say this turf course plays a lot more fair than perhaps some of the speed dominant that we see on the main track here at Monmouth.
Persistent's going to be our pick in here, the 2 horse. You're getting a pretty good price. But right now, Paco Lopez and Kelly Breen have had the hot hand. Let's see if they can close out this closing weekend with another W.
Jurisprudence to the outside post. Waiting on Jurisprudence. Still waiting on Jurisprudence to take his spot in line, a son of Constitution here. Remember, live racing will resume on Saturday, first post 12:50. We're ready to go in the finale on Mother's Day. And they're off in the nightcap. That son of a gun, shown rain to show speed, is up on the pace. Persistent, moving up level. Persistent on the rail, grabs a short edge here. That son of a gun will take a hold and track. Persistent, a clear leader, not going fast early on here. That son of a gun second, and Jurisprudence on a strong hold by Paco right now. Wants to get after the front pair here in the three-path wall and restraint. There's a gap of 3. Fridays with Murray Vesparo. The New Jersey bred is second to last, clear of Tool Pusher as the half-dozen runners hit the first turn run. Persistent, just dawdling along at a sluggish pace here, a length and a half in front. That son of a gun second. Jurisprudence on the rails, still tugging, but a little more settled down in third. Fridays with Murray next. Vesparo alongside, and Tool Pusher is sixth and last. 7 lengths covers the group with 5 furlongs to go. Persistent, Luis Rivera Jr. looking for the late double here. He's aboard, leads by about a length. That son of a gun on his tail second. Jurisprudence third, now settled down in that third spot. A length and a half to Fridays with Murray. Sticks his neck out to claim fourth clearly once again. Vesparo back in fifth, and Tool Pusher at the back as they go towards the far turn. Persistent into the turn. A length and a tail clear. That son of a gun shaken up a little bit, gets a tap on the shoulder in second. Jurisprudence getting closer. 3 wide as they round the far turn here. 2 lengths clear of Fridays with Murray Vesparo and Tool Pusher. Coming to the quarter pole. Here's Jurisprudence making a bid after the front runner. Persistent at the top of the lane. That son of a gun weakens in third. Fridays with Murray hugs the rail, looks for a spot down on the rail in a tight spot. Fridays with Murray has to check and alter course. Furlong to go. Jurisprudence has got the lead now. Narrow lead on Persistent. Fridays with Murray in third. They're coming to the finish. Jurisprudence on top. Jurisprudence. Kelly Breen with 4 wins today. His barn is razor sharp to kick off the Monmouth meet. Persistent second. Fridays with Murray surged late for third with an unlucky trip in that spot.
Eight, 2, 3 as Paco Lopez does get the 8-horse home in here. Jurisprudence with Kelly Breen. You heard the voice of Matt Dinnerman, a 4-bagger for Kelly. You can see it gets a little tight on the rail for the 3-horse, who was a little unlucky, like Matt said. Came up running back in here for third. We'll see if there's anything or if we hear of any kind of objection.
This was the most shocking way of Jurisprudence to get the victory, as he looked like the clear main speed on paper, and then he just kind of let the 2 Persistent go out there in front, who, I mean, got a pretty nice trip, didn't have a ton of excuses, but was also a horse that hadn't really been utilized in that way in quite some time. So I was pretty surprised the way Paco played it, but in the end, he still got it done. They did not go very fast in this race early.
Now, the 3's a little unlucky. As you can see, half of the turf course is covered. We call those rails are out. We had some rain yesterday, so basically only got half of the turf course. Probably cost the 3 the race a little bit. We'll see if there's anything after any kind of inquiry or not, but you do get 8-5, your favorite. And like we said, Paco Lopez, Sammy Marin, Keisha and Mig, 16 races this weekend. They won 12 of them.
Not too bad an opening weekend, that's for sure. Great job, Paul and Megan. We look forward to hearing your thoughts as we're back at Monmouth next weekend, of course, and giving some great insight throughout. Great to have them there. Our boots on the ground with what's taking place over on the Jersey Shore.
And it's such a pretty little racetrack down on the Jersey Shore. It really is. It's always a fun time. They look like a big, enthusiastic crowd today. And you're only a mile from the ocean, basically.
You can take the train there as well. It's pretty easy to get there.
See, now, you and Andy are like big with trains. I like to drive. I don't have to wait on a train. I can leave when I want.
I like public transportation where I'm not stuck in traffic. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll recap some of the greatest stakes action from yesterday, including Irish Maxima, who has been on a roll, making it 3 in a row as she took down the Ruffian yesterday in front-running fashion. Take No Prisoners Ride from Frankie Pennington. We'll look back on that after this on America's Day at the Races. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casino in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. Here in New York, race 8 went to stick up without a gun. Took them gate to wire and definitely improved second off the layoff.
Yeah, a real nice effort. Was a little bit easier to handle for Chris Elliott. Not quite as fresh and keen, and just a really good effort in only his 5th start. I mean, you know, if you put a line through the champagne and his one try on the turf, his form's starting to look a lot better, isn't it?
Definitely improved. In a tough race to close it out as well, as you saw the field there for the nightcap. New York Bred Allowance going long on the turf in spite of Charlie, currently 5-2 right now as he returns to New York Bred Company after a nice win down at Gulfstream for Barkley Tag.
Yeah, now he gets back with New York Breds, and I saw Barkley and Robin earlier today in the film theater.
So that's your sign, right?
Actually, they were the first people that I ran into today.
So maybe that's it. Well, there's Stick Up Without a Gun. We just talked about into the winner's circle. Getting a little pat from Christopher Elliott and Jimmy Jerkins, 468 for Stick Up Without a Gun. Late run from Tarpaulin, who looked a bit slow on paper and was last, but the only one to really make up any ground.
Yeah, it did make up some ground. Senegal worked out a decent enough trip from that inside, just 3rd best on the day, but Stick Up Without a Gun. Good job by Jimmy Jerkins for Kenny McPeak. And I love when young riders like Chris Elliott learn from experiences. And he learned, obviously, how to ride this horse better this time.
Definitely did. Big improved performance. So to see the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A, we're going to be leaving FS2. You can follow us on the New York Racing Association YouTube page that's always streaming live, or on the Fox One app. Coverage continues on YouTube after this. Still have the nightcap from New York to come. It's a fun one. You don't want to miss it. Hope you stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
The Classic Sire.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us. If you're here on our YouTube coverage or on the Fox 1 app, Acacia Kamal alongside Richard Migliore. We still have the nightcap to come from New York, and it's a good one at that on the turf. But first, Richie, we had 4 stakes on the card yesterday, which was a big afternoon, including the Ruffian for the fillies and mares. And Irish Maxima made it 3 in a row, and I know that you appreciated this ride from Frankie Pennington.
Yeah, you've got a speed horse. You know, she wasn't going slow. She was going quickly. But I like the fact that he allowed her to use her speed. Get away from them. Their weapon. The late, great Alan Jerkins once told me horses have been running away from their enemies for millions of years. You don't want to change evolution. They're a flight animal. And if he had waited, Frankie Pennington, on Irish Maxima, I think he gets run over. Why would you hold the horse up to keep the closers in the race? In essence, you make your strategy to out-kick the kickers, out-close the closers. Play my game. Come and catch me. And I would open up like he did. If he didn't open up, I don't think he wins.
She's now 11 for 18, a gem of consistency, trained by John Service, 3 wins in a row, and picked up another graded stake, showing that she could win at the mile. She finished a bit slow there and looked like she was maybe tiring, maybe 7 furlongs or less, a bit better for her, but that's how you have to do it to get the win and stretch that speed.
Well, when you're riding a horse that's going a distance further than what they actually want, I would try to have the race won by the 8th pole. I want to put separation. I don't care if I've got to come into it on fumes. If I've got enough of a cushion, that's going to get me there. I think it's a big mistake when riders rate speed horses to the point where they're allowing the closers back into the race.
Late run from Cassiar, who came from last to finish 2nd, but no doubt about it, Irish Maxima taking them gate to wire and holding on there to win the Ruffian. We do have race 9 coming up first, but we'll look at the stakes winners from yesterday. Irish Maxima was one of the biggest prices on the board, an upset in the John A. Nehrude as well with Durante, and then Logical Horses in Cadenza and Growth Equity.
Yeah, and a really nice day of stakes racing here at Belmont at the Big A.
I just have to say, I appreciate that there are pigeons in that picture of Irish Maxima.
I know you're a big pigeon fan.
Oh, no. It's just they're synonymous with Aqueduct. There is In Spite of Charlie, who will go back to New York bred company, as this one I thought was very impressive, winning at Gulfstream last time out against Open Company. He's 2-1 right now, and we head down to Samantha, and I'm sure you and he can exchange notes of traveling up from South Florida.
Yeah, most definitely. One of us is cold, and it's me, not him. But this is a horse that I have no idea how he won that day. They didn't bet a nickel on him, and he split horses and just really exploded down the lane. Now, that was a day where you were not coming up the rail on the turf course out of the 3 grass races that day, and he did it. And now he does have a tough task of taking on winners for the first time here today, but he's been breezing steadily, and this seems like a race that you point for here with the New York bred money. Now, another South Florida trainee, the number 10, Just for Luck, is one that lacks a lot of early foot. They stretched him out to 1.5 miles last time, and he just really didn't do much. There was a small trouble line, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. But what I like about this horse here is he's going to get back in with State Bred Company. He's just probably been out kicking his coverage as of late, and I feel like this is a great spot to try to see if he still really wants it. And whenever you reach out for a jock like Flavien Prat in the saddle, I think that's a great sign of all systems go here, guys.
And cutting back in distance from the 1.5 miles as well, Samantha, thank you. This horse, who he doesn't have much speed, Just for Luck. In fact, he has no speed at all. But he is a horse that I thought 2 starts back was able to kind of get into the race a little bit more. And I think just going that far last time, he just was kind of grinding and running in place.
Yeah, I think running in place is the right way to kind of describe it, right? He was just kind of staying with just even, flat kind of through the stretch. But going 1.5 miles, how many horses in this day and age truly want 1.5 miles? I don't know when stamina became less important in the American Thoroughbred.
There's Barclay Tagg and Robin Smullen. Richie saw them. The first people you see usually when you come on the racetrack is a good sign. And they're sending out the favorite here In Spite of Charlie, who was very impressive, as Samantha said, a big price down at Gulfstream last time.
Yeah, just so good to see Barkley and Robin, two people that I'm very, very fond of. And I go back a long way with Barkley when he was working as an assistant trainer to Frank Whiteley when I was a kid, and I'd come around the barn trying to get a glimpse of Forgo, and Barkley would run me out of there because he said I would slow Mr. Whiteley down. He won't admit it now. I bring it up to him. I never chased you, but he did.
I bet he did.
I was only like 11 or 12 years old. I mean.
I believe it. It's a great story. Going out with this New York bred allowance. And, you know, how important is it? Because there are several horses in here who are either returning to New York bred company, or maybe for the first time they might be facing New York bred company, getting back in against state bred friends.
Well, you know, the thing that people got to remember with state breds is about roughly 1,100 New York bred thoroughbreds a year. Out of about roughly 20,000. So you're just shrinking the gene pool they have to compete against a great deal.
In Spite of Charlie went by in the post parade. There's a 3 McDiesel, first time on the turf for a while.
Yeah, 2 turf races or 3 turf races. Leave a bit to be desired, but does add speed here.
There is the number 4 Ortis off of a layoff since August.
Yeah, coming off a long layoff. Been training down in South Florida.
Big price on him. There's a Little at First, who was very impressive when breaking his maiden as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, it took him a couple races to figure it out, but I thought he figured it out in a big way in his 3rd start, and he can move forward.
Unfair broke his maiden for $35,000.
And that was maiden claiming, but against open company. Now he gets in first level allowance race here, and you get John Velasquez at 11-1.
There's Tim and Sam also making his 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, and is going to have to improve off the 2-year-old form, but certainly can.
Big price on the next horse, Solo Empire, first time on the turf in a long time.
Yeah, it does have some speed. Current form leaves a lot to be desired.
Number 9, Jack's World, last out maiden winner, though, in November.
Back in November, but was impressive there as well, and could take a step forward, 2 to 3.
Here's the horse we talked about coming up from Gulfstream, Just for Luck.
Now, this horse that lacks speed comes out of a 1.5-mile race. Will that be even less speed than normal?
Yeah, see if they can get him to not drop too far out of it. Chummers is stretching out in distance.
Yeah, form's been a little bit checkered. Does have a race or two going back to last November. Would be put this horse in the frame, but inconsistent.
There's La Chase off of a layoff since December. Has to navigate a trip from out there.
Yeah, but getting back with New York breds, post is the big factor, I think. Got to overcome that post.
And out last in the post parade, there is the 2, 645.
645, you get Jose Lascano, who continues to ride in tremendous form. For trainer Mike Deeney, horse winter down in Florida, gets back with New York breds here.
Let's take a look at the 5, A Little at First, as he took a huge jump up as far as his figures were concerned, and the finish as well when he broke his maiden back in November. 73 Beyer speed figure with some natural progression, and even without would put him kind of in the mix of what he's facing in here.
And the first 2 starts, trouble early, didn't break particularly sharp, kind of got shuffled out of the races. Broke better last November with Javier Castellano, and much more professional, and could build on it. You know, you hope you don't see that regression back to those first 2 races where it just was a little bit sloppy leaving the starting gate. I thought this was a really good effort.
Yeah, I thought so too. Like I said, with that natural progression, he should be right in the mix here, and he is taking some more attention now at 9-2. Favoritism is actually tipped over to the 10. We'll take a look at the last race for the number 1, In Spite of Charlie. We talked about how impressive he was. He broke running, and he had to kind of wait for room on the rail there late, Richie, and once he was able to kind of muscle his way out, he was pulling away much the best.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting thing. Like, some people see trips like that on the turf and go, well, that's, you know, horse had to wait for room. I think those are the perfect turf trips. You're just holding up their run so that it's going to make their run even that more intense, their finishing power that much more intense, and they can accelerate on turf. Where dirt, if you're held up for too long, a lot of times horses will go stale under wraps. On turf, you're held up. The longer you're held up, the more explosive that turn of foot should be.
3-1 right now on In Spite of Charlie, who will try to make it 2 wins in a row. Horses finishing up their warm-ups. Let's go back to Samantha.
I have a crazy underneath play possibly here, and that's the 3 McDiesel. Now, don't tune out now. Let me finish, because I know this is a huge ask. But I was looking back at some of his grass races as we see the late, great Dream Walking Farms, the Silks of Toby Keith there. I thought that they were some pretty competitive races. On debut, he finished second. Now, that was sprinting. I think maybe this mile and a 16th might be a bit too much for him, but he has speed, and he's just been spitting out the bit in the last eighth of a mile of his races. So now we're back on a turf course that being on the outer here, I feel like it kind of favors speed a little bit more. And you look at his last race, or on October 24th, or October 2024, he finished fifth against a horse named Tiz Dashing, who is now a multiple graded stakes winner for Barclay Tag and Sakatoga Stables. So there's some back class there. Now, is he this type of horse? Maybe not. He's been facing Open Company and claiming ranks here, but I like the fact that they're going to try something new with him today. He's one that looks fantastic. He carries his condition nicely between each race, so that's a great sign here. This is a big ask for him, but I like the fact that he's got a little bit of speed, and why not, in a very wide open field, shake things up underneath.
At 45 to 1, I like it. Samantha, thank you. For what it's worth, I've always thought he's more of a turf horse. And so we will see what happens with McDiesel at a big price underneath. And he should offer some speed to this as well.
Another one that should be forward, McDiesel. Jamie Rodriguez has really impressed me. I think he's made a nice transition. He was here as an apprentice, wasn't able to stay, went to the Mid-Atlantic, really worked on his game, improved, matured, got stronger, came back this year like he belongs here.
Absolutely, and has a tremendous work ethic as well. He rides a lot of horses for my husband, so I've gotten to know him, and he got his first graded stakes win for Miguel last year as well on Beleza in the Sheepshead Bay, and then won the Flower Bowl on her. And it's just his work ethic. Obviously giving good rides, but he shows up at the barn, he works horses, he goes to multiple outfits, he puts the time in, and really gets to know the horses before he rides them, which I really appreciate.
Well, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Trainers work extremely hard, so they appreciate seeing riders that put in the effort. And, you know, I go back to this. It's like an actor auditioning for parts. As a jockey, you're out in the morning. The trainers are the directors, right? You know, you want to ride for Quentin Tarantino and Martin Scorsese and all the big names, right? But you're out there basically auditioning for parts. You're working horses out, and wow, he really gets along good with that horse. You know what? I think they're a good match. I'm going to put them on there. It's the same thing as an actor going to read for a part. Jockey goes out, works a horse out. That's his audition.
That's a really good analogy. I like that. And Jamie's aboard a long shot, but I'm sure will give his best out there. The favoritism going back to the number one, In Spite of Charlie. New York bred allowance on the turf to wrap up the day and the week here in New York. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Lachaise goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Just for Luck. Speed from Ortis is right towards the front with McDiesel, and McDiesel has got the clear lead. McDiesel will take him towards that first turn and sprinting clear. McDiesel has the lead. Tim and Sam is to the outside, is now second, back in third. There in the yellow cap, that's going to be Ortis. Is followed to the outside by Unfair, who's in fourth. Just outside of them, that's Solo Empire, who's in fifth. At the rail, just saving all the ground In Spite of Charlie is to the inside of A Little at first. Then comes Chummers, who's going to be mid-pack. Just behind them is Jack's World. It's a tight hold here, 6:45. Nowhere to go towards the back end of the field. Lachaise and Just for Luck, the trailer. 23.71, the opening quarter mile. McDiesel has the lead. A half-length advantage on Tim and Sam. Out three wide, that's Solo Empire. At the rail, it's Ortis, who travels in tandem with Unfair in fifth. Out there in sixth is A Little at first. Down at the rail, In Spite of Charlie, looking for room, saving all the ground in behind the leading pack. Then behind them comes Jack's World. Dropping back quickly was Chummers. Here comes forward momentum from 6:45. Lachaise and the trailer. Just for Luck. 48.12, the half-mile time. McDiesel's had the lead throughout. It's McDiesel, who's now challenged to the outside. Here comes Tim and Sam. Tim and Sam starts to move in closer. Solo Empire. Ortis is under a drive. Behind them, in spite of Charlie, Manny Franco is looking for a seam as they reach the top of the lane. Tim and Sam is trying to kick on by. A stubborn long shot to McDiesel, who's in front. Here comes Ortis, who's launching a rally in between horses. Solo Empire grandstand side. Any one of them can win it in spite of Charlie. And now 645 finds a lane 2. It's in spite of Charlie. On Just for Luck is flying on the outside. Just for Luck on the far outside. Flavia and Pratt. Here comes Just for Luck in spite of Charlie. These two down to the line together. It's a photo. In spite of Charlie and Just for Luck, then came 645 and a photo for fourth.
Photo finish between the 1 in spite of Charlie and the 10 Just for Luck, who was flying late on the outside. Both of them finishing well down to the wire.
Yeah, really nice finish, and I do believe the 1 in spite of Charlie had his nose in front. See the head bobs. Ooh, the outside got
the bob.
all the best of that bob.
Yeah.
So we'll wait on that photo. I'm not going to go out on a limb on this one.
I know.
But
I was with you watching it live. It seemed like the 1 was there, but the 10 got the best of the bob at that moment.
And it's where their nose is on the wire. It's not where the riders are positioned, where the horses, the rest of the body is. It's the noses. Keep an eye on the 10 horses' nose as they hit the wire. He gets all of this bob.
Ooh.
I don't want to even dare to call that one. I thought it was a slam dunk, the 1 in spite of Charlie, but I do think that the 10 Just for Luck got the best of that bob. We'll wait and see that photo. But how about the ride in spite of Charlie? Got Manny Franco, saved all that ground, was able to find a seam, kick on. Here comes the 10, Flavian Pratt, so good at timing his runs, and we're going to wait on that photo.
And it has actually been posted. It was the 10 Just for Luck. He got that bob down on the wire just at that moment. I think it was the only moment that he was actually a little bit in front of the 1 in spite of Charlie.
Wow, he got the best of that bob, had his head down first. And if you're Manny Franco, you're probably feeling like you won it when you hit the wire. What a bad feeling, Acacia. You gallop back and you look over at the board and go, wait a second, it says 10, not 1. I thought I won it.
That's got to be brutal. And he did everything right, as you said. Split horses, saved ground, finishing best. And it was a great ride from Flavian Pratt as well, as Just for Luck broke slowly. We talked about how he had no speed, and he was very patient, allowing the race to develop and then kind of unleash the rally from the outside. Big late effort from him and that tight photo finish.
And now I want you to keep an eye. Now, obviously, it's where their nose is in the wire, but keep an eye on the position of the riders' bodies. Manny is clearly, his body is clearly in front of Flavian's, and that's what'll throw you off as a rider, where you go, oh, I got it, I was in front of him the whole time, but it's where the horse's nose is. And look how strong these two riders are. We're so blessed in New York to have riders of this caliber that can finish on horses as strong as they do. Flavian on the outside knows it. You see, his body was always behind Manny's body.
Well, also the 1 is just a stretchier type of horse in spite of Charlie than Just for Luck is. Just for Luck is far more compact, shorter neck, but he got the bob, got his nose down just at the right moment.
Boy, he got all of that, Bob, and you know, it's just so funny because I'm reliving moments where I thought I won a race and got beat because my body was in front of the other rider's body, and then times that I thought, oh, I got beat and just got a lucky bob, and that was a lucky bob.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think Richie's feeling for Manny Franco right now, but both riders putting on a really good show. 4 wins today for Flavian Pratt. 10-1, 2-9, prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We have some prices over from Monmouth. Jurisprudence got the win, and it was quite the weekend for both Paco Lopez and Kelly Breen.
Setting the tone of this newly minted Monmouth meet, Jurisprudence. Nice job by Paco Lopez getting this horse to settle more. He wanted to get keen. He kind of got him back, quiet, persistent, decent trip. Nice ride by Louis Rivera, just second best.
$5.40 winner. He went off at 8-5. Jurisprudence coming from off the pace, not on the lead as one might have anticipated. Monmouth will be back in action again next weekend as we head back over to New York. The thriller in the nightcap, tight photo finish, logical horses, but they both put forth a good effort between the 1 In Spite of Charlie and the 10 Just for Luck, and a tight photo finish.
Heartbreaking for the connections and the people that wagered on In Spite of Charlie. But the 10 horse, Just for Luck, Flavien Prat, relentless late drive and got the best of that bob to get his nose down in front.
That was a tight photo for sure. 4-win day for Flavien Prat as the number 10, Just for Luck, gets the victory coming from off of it after a slow start. $7 winner in the nightcap, 10-1-2 for race 9. We'll be back in action Thursday as well. Continuing on with our coverage here from New York. Richie, was an absolute pleasure as always. So great to see you back here in New York.
My pleasure, and thank you. So great to be back. Obviously to be home, but to be back with my crew here in New York.
Well, we love having you. We love having all of you as well. Again, a very happy Mother's Day to all of the moms and mother figures out there as well. Chad Brown had quite the day. He won the Long Branch this afternoon as well, with Hedge Ratio getting the victory, and a big afternoon here in New York as well. We saw some huge efforts yesterday here in New York, including Irish Maxima and Growth Equity in those stakes. We'll be back on Thursday. We'll see you then.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.